Yo. Um, yeah, today we have ethics. Um, ethics against like the Dragon Chinese team. I forget their name. And we also have one sec. We also have the banger first game, which is Gen.G LEV. Um, hold on, I'm fixing my shit. Yeah, LEV Gen.G, and then later we have Heretics. What's the name? Dragon Ranger Gaming, DRG. Okay. Boom.
Go for
Boom.
it.
This isn't my
We have
favorite
like
topic. It's
It is
12,
now.
13 minutes.
Okay, but these two guys
before the
are
start.
They're disgusting.
incredible.
So I'm gonna-
Everyone knows Zospas. This guy has been up on the international
I'm gonna
stage
leave you
so many
with,
times before, and he always performs.
our
In Americas
favorite
this year, the most
wafflers.
kills we've ever seen on a map.
The
Almost
pre-show
50 in that partnership era.
I'll
Texture
be
on the
right
other
back,
side,
one
we've been
sec.
talking about him a lot. He's the biggest reason why Gen.G broke through and came back here. When they're struggling in a match, this guy steps
lean on
up
him.
and finds his rounds. This head-to-head is going to define the game.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
sounds crazy.
You know, we can highlight both of the teams because of their individuals, but this is the head-to-head that everybody is looking for. We know the aggression and how the teams are going to be setting them up, because I believe that both these teams acknowledge the fact that this duel between duelists is going to be the start of the tournament.
Yeah.
I think the difference between the two teams is when we talk about Gen.G, we see a lot of these like double initiator comps with a lot of ideas kind of built for like aggro on their defensive side, re-clears for texture to take space. On attack side, they have like these little set plays to take a piece of the map. Aspas, on the other hand, a lot of the times will be on his own or with only one initiator. He has a lot more kind of agency to go off on his own and kind of make his own plays.
That's true,
Whereas
yeah.
Texture is very much a guy who's always being set up,
He's in the
always
system.
being
Exactly.
enabled.
Yeah.
They'll play a lot more 4-1s, for example, Gen.G will, than Leviathan will.
Yeah, no,
You're
for
going to
sure.
be angry at me for my Spanish
No,
pronunciation.
All right, well, let's
not.
go ahead, though,
I'm
and
not
ask the
angry.
community. MasterCard fan poll.
put your
Who
words
do you
all the
think
time.
is going to pop off in this matchup? Is it going to be Texture or is it going to be Aspas? Make sure you
Yes.
scan the QR code. I mean, honestly, or you can just say both these guys, and that would be a completely satisfying answer.
Aspas.
You think Aspas is going to
Aspas.
pop
Yes.
off? Okay. Did you vote
Better?
in our MasterCard fan poll?
No, but I will right now.
I mean,
Can we
unprofessional.
It's gone.
The-
You missed your
The
opportunity.
poll's done. Make sure you guys are sharing your thoughts. Use the hashtag VCT. You can also use Valorant Masters as well. Go nuts. We want to hear from you. And who knows? Maybe we'll feature your tweets on the broadcast. So be
Maybe
nice.
you can be in the next overreaction.
You could. You could give us a solid 3 on the overreaction scale. You know, I'm glad we made the scale. You know, I'm. That's my contribution to this show. That's all I got.
You've done a lot more than that.
Aw, thank you so much, Mimi. You're so
In the past.
in the All right, well, let's go ahead
I mean,
and
you
move
did a
on.
show with The Rock. That's got to be a bigger
Ahead of today's match, we caught up with Aspas and Texture, and we wanted to, we asked them to give their thoughts on the competition. So let's go ahead, run it back.
The beauty of international Valorant is that it allows us to see the best players in the world compete under one ceiling in the same venue. And I thought, what a better opportunity than this to sit next to Aspas, probably the greatest player to ever play the game, and chat with him about some of his opposition. Aspas, very quickly, what have been your thoughts on Shanghai so far?
The city is insane. When you go out at night, all the buildings are like with lights. There's a building that have a butterfly, so this city is
Oh,
insane.
it's beautiful. Yeah. It's beautiful. So obviously there's another insane player at this tournament who goes by the name of Texture. And I thought, I want to show you some of his clips and I want to get you to respond, see what you think about him as a player and the opposition
Okay.
in the tournament. So take a look at this clip. Tell me what you think.
Let me see.
Oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it, and now he's got an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture, completely bamboozling them. 10 seconds left, a nade on the floor, a blast back for the fight, but Second still wins it. 5 seconds, they need to plant it now. If they can deny this, it's done on the spot. Karen does well to find one, and there's the follow-up.
Yeah, that was clean.
All right, what impressed you the most about that clip?
I think was his patience to shoot.
Yeah?
Like, and he was faster, like he was moving his crosshairs fast, and he was patient to shoot. So like he was only shoot when it was on the head, but
Yeah.
he was fast.
Now, what would you have done differently? Is there anything you would have done differently in this clip?
I think just the thing that he tried the first time that he was trying to plant.
Yeah.
He was really trying to go for it. I would just do a fake.
Yeah, just
so
a
that's
tap.
the only thing.
Bait him into the swing. Shocker. One of the greatest players in the world just likes to take fights. Who would have thought? Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Thank
Good luck
you.
this tournament.
Thank you.
We're all excited to see the matchup, Aspas versus Texture. We keep hyping it up for good reason there. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to Leviathan. Shine a better light on this team, because this is a squad that, you know, we're pumped to see them back in, you know, in the main stage here again, but it's such a different look from the last time that we saw Leviathan at a global event, right? We're getting the truly global roster, international roster here of a variety of players from all the regions here representing this banner, and it has been a fascinating experiment, but it has been working out for them, Cuckoo.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think that is it's you look at them and it's so difficult not to like them because of what we've seen from them, especially at the beginning of the. If we think about last year, the fact that when they started the partnership, they couldn't, you know, achieve anything, and then this year, coming into the first
Picking up guys
kickoff,
like Tom,
hear me out. If they have the same kind of performance. For example, if you're from MMA, like Foot, like they lost, they didn't make it to Madrid, but because they lost to the two teams that actually ended up going, you know, it hasn't been an easy road for them.
No, has
But
it?
I don't think they've lived up to people's expectations just yet. They
Okay.
struggled at the beginning of the stage. They had a bad loss to Cloud9. They slowly recovered and showed us better stuff throughout. But this is a team that was built as a super team. You saw two of their players lifting that championship trophy for Aspas and Calm. You look at the players on this roster, you expect them to be winning titles, winning trophies. And that hasn't happened yet. Even in the
Are they
lower
making top
final.
four?
I don't think so. I don't think so, but we don't have to dive into that too
That's
much
fair.
because they do have the potential to do that. They have so much experience between these players. They have so much talent in terms of the firepower of all these guys, but it hasn't fully clicked yet, right? We've seen them at their peaks, and we've also seen them kind of devolve into more messy gameplay and struggle.
What happened in stage one, right? You hit the nail on the head, right? They started a little slowly, and then as it progressed, you started to see this come to fruition. I think, you know, they all just kind of had to have a real serious conversation about what it is that each person brings to the table based on what we talked about with
I think the
Tom, and it
biggest
seems like
thing
that's
right
what
now
happened.
I'm seeing for LEV is that when they get into chaotic games, they oftentimes end up relying on a lot of hero plays, relying on a guy like Aspas, players like Mizzino to step up and have massive individual performances to pull things out. And they haven't shown me yet a really consistent, clean team that can compete to the highest level, but you see the potential there with the players, with the coordination between them. That's what we're waiting to see fully.
Exactly, but it has to be polished. We're highlighting the teams that won yesterday through their resilience and the fact that not only they won after a very long series, is the fact that you have no breaks. You have to come into here. Every single mistake that you had during the season, you have to polish in less than a week. You have to prepare for everybody. And when you're talking about the chaos and Leviathan trying to adapt onto it and relying just on the individuals, that might be a problem here.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great point. I think it's certainly something that they know is going to be an issue potentially for them, Mimi, and they're going to need to have to fix it because, like you guys said, not a lot of time.
Yeah, but I think things that are really good for this team. I like the looks they show when they have a lot of time to prep into a team. I think about their match midway through the season against Gen.G, where I think they had some amazing sunset reads. I actually have a lot of faith in the leadership, the coaching staff with Goket of this team and King to come up with some good ideas for prep. I also love how flexible they are. I think they adapt to kind of setting Aspas up for a lot of his own individual ideas, giving him the freedom to be the star he is, and King calls around that really well in the mid-round. So this is a super flexible team that I see as kind of a wild card in this tournament.
Yeah, oh, most definitely, most definitely. Well, let's go ahead and hear from a world champion because we've got Calm standing by with you in two.
Oh, snap. We have a couple of world champions in the building. Welcome back, Com. Now, you have a very good record when it comes to international events you've qualified for. You've always made a final. So what do you need to do this time around to make sure that you make another final with your new team?
Just play confident, play how we play, and that's all you really need to win.
You've been there before. You can do it again, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a really fascinating thing. I completely didn't, I forgot about that. But yeah, Com has had a hell of a run when he shows up to these big events.
Yeah, Masters Tokyo, champions last year. We don't count lock-in.
Nobody counts lock-in. but Yinsa did a thing that she always does, and she punctualized, you qualified for.
Ooh.
He did not qualify for lock-in. Everybody went to lock-in.
Yeah, everyone got a ticket. It was a good trip. All right, but here's the thing. Let's go ahead and talk about this big IGL battle that's going to happen. The big brains are going to be really cooking today here, Kukuka. There's going to be a lot of work in the server that both of these guys are going to need to do in order to pick up this dub for their teams.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they're not that similar, of course, in the way they call. Like you can see the difference between these two teams very, very easily. But I think that the experience is going to be much on the side of Munchkin from my point of view, at least.
Yeah, Munchkin is the ultimate, like, he's the angel of the East for me.
Okay, show your work.
He's an incredibly feast or famine guy. He takes a lot of kind of risk. That's a saying.
Yeah.
He takes a lot of risks. He'll kind of go off on his own. Sometimes in a call, he'll be swinging, he'll be going crazy, and you'll just see him die and it'll fall apart. But then he'll also have rounds where he is absolutely lights out, and that guy can be an aimer when he needs to. He's really a great player who I think has leveled up a lot for the team throughout the time we've seen him on this roster, and it's not completely the same on the other side for King. I think he takes a lot less of those same risks, but he's still an aimer. He's one of the most fragging IGLs we have in the league.
When you think about a fragging IGL, or at least what you did coming into the season, King was always at the top of the mind. Busio now certainly, or at least in America's region, is certainly
biased.
I'm just saying in America's. But for our particular region that we cover on a weekly basis, King, he's always been that guy who's been a reliable hand for the team, when they need it.
I said he didn't he doesn't take risks. He does. I think it just pays off more often.
Yeah.
So it's like a more measured risks.
I think so, yeah.
That's fair.
But they're both good players when they're at their best.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the high risk, high reward. I'm in that kind of side.
Then you can love Munchkin.
That's why I love Munchkin.
Yeah,
That's fair. That's right. So a lot of people love Munchkin for that very reason. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out the MasterCard fan poll. Now, earlier we asked you who was going to have the better stat line here, and Aspas. I'm kind of shocked.
Thank you, chat.
I really thought Texture would win that.
Name value.
Name value?
More people know Aspas and Texture. Also, the Brazilian fans go crazy on social media. That's my
This is like you're really saying, like, this tweet is like, oh, what did she call it? An interaction farm?
Oh, yeah.
She has a category for everything.
Again, I'm just being real today.
Just being real.
I'm being pragmatic.
That's the only way you know how to be. Real quick, let's see if we can get this up before we got to throw it to the stage real quick. The predictions. What do we have here? Who predict what? Oh, okay, I remember what I picked. I went with Leviathan. There you go. Wow, we all went with Heretics.
It's a guarantee.
Yeah.
I mean, how can I not go with Heretics and Leviathan? Are you kidding me? I go with Goku and I go with Spain. Like, what can I do?
Oh, so it's a bias thing?
Oh, yeah, it's completely 1,000% a bias.
Wait, but you have a player who played in Tier 2 Spain.
1,000%. Doesn't matter.
You're going against Vukashu?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but Heretics, it's my home.
Okay, that's fair.
It's true. I mean, it's Heretics. As a Spanish person, she can't go against.
This first match should be close, though. I think Gen.G is a favorite here, but Leviathan
when all
is
of
a
you
wild
voted
card.
for G2 yesterday, nobody said a thing.
I know. Well, look, all right, the time for talk is over. We got great matches across the board. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and get the show started.
Many people have said great things about my abilities as a duelist. It makes me feel proud, but also pressure to succeed. I didn't travel 7,000 miles to go home empty-handed.
Aspas. He not only wears the crest of Latin America on his chest, but he carries the pride of an entire nation on his back.
How do y'all feel about Gen.G?
Texture versus Aspas, that's a banger.
Texture. He now stands proud as the ace of Gen.G. Close to history in Madrid. Now on the road to redemption in Shanghai. A battle of two of the world's strongest duelists. Team Heretics return with a fire to make it farther than they did in Madrid. Farther than they ever have before. DRG has ascended and are now prepared to level up at home in Shanghai.
Gen.G.
When you think of heavyweight matchups, a few names come to the mind, but in Valorant, most definitely, you think about names like Aspas, names like Texture, Gen.G, Leviathan. It's about to go down, and we just got our maps in Icebox, Lotus, and Breeze if necessary. I'm seeing a lot of opportunity here for some Rays, seeing some opportunity for some Jet, so we're gonna get a good mix of pretty much everything you could possibly want coming into this series.
Yeah, we absolutely will. I think these teams have a lot of maps where they play very similar styles, right? They're both teams on their attacking side that love slow, kind of contacty attack sides with these mid-round ideas for taking space. Gen.G will have a lot of those set plays, but Icebox is one where their comps differ a lot. LEV has stuck to playing this Harbor Viper, and Gen.G was the innovator of the KO Gecko comp that has really taken over on this map, and that comp tends to play really well into Harbor Viper.
Yeah, exactly. And also, we need to keep something in mind. I feel like yesterday we breezed through it, but actually the changes to Viper, even though people might think they're not too strong or too big, I think they played a big role. And when you're thinking about a composition like the Harbor Viper, I think it even becomes more important how we're going to see that slight, but definitely very, very important adaptation.
Yeah, for sure. Something I did notice as well in the map draw was that, you know, all season long, we've just been getting a Leviathan just perma-banning split all the time. They floated it.
Gen.G doesn't tend to pick into it, so I think they were just willing to take the risk that Gen.G wouldn't pick it first round.
That is fascinating.
Which I think is a good decision.
I think that they were counting on Gen.G going for Lotus because they've been extremely successful in it. Like, they feel just way too comfortable.
Yeah.
It was a risk, but maybe a risk worth taking.
Yeah,
and
and
maybe
I think
we will see it, you know, next time they play.
It was proven too in Split not coming through in this pool. Lotus as well has been a map where I think we've seen some struggles for this Leviathan team, and it's definitely not been a stronghold for them, whereas Gen.G has a great record. I think 10-2 across the year.
Yeah, and I do have to wonder if Leviathan kind of felt like it was going to be an inevitability that they would be running into Lotus here, just given Gen.G's, ability to play that map. And
it's definitely something they will have been focusing on coming into Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, most definitely. This is going to be a great matchup here. Both teams just ready to go. You got really, this could go either way, honestly, and I think that's what makes this just such an awesome game and a great way. Just day 2 of this event, and you're already getting such a profound matchup here between two heavy hitters that could have deep runs in this tournament.
It's absolutely a good one to get out early here. We are going to focus a lot on this duelist head-to-head, but two players that I'm really looking at in this match are the Sentinels, Tex and Meteor. Both these guys have stepped up and been able to carry games on their own at moments. If they can have that impact today, that could be make or break. But in this Agent Select, we get exactly what we expected. LEV going back to the default Harbor Viper, and Gen.G picking into that KO Gecko that has defined their year.
Yeah, exactly. And with Gen.G starting on the defense, Mimi, I'm gonna pick up on something that you said that I think it's very important. I want to see how, like, the level of micro that Gen.G is going to put into their defense, and when are they going to try and slow things down? Like, how is their reaction going to be against Leviathan? Even though they got that experience in Madrid, I feel like Leviathan is a different beast.
Yeah, Gen.G's comp on the defense is defined by these flood retakes, setting up with the double flash combos and letting Texture in. The key to success for Leviathan is disrupting, getting forward, and stopping those retakes. And Aspas, he's one of the best in the world at doing that.
Well, I hope everyone's ready for a damn good match of Valorant, because I know I am. So let's go ahead and send it over for the first pistol round. You got your casters for this one. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin. Have fun, fellas.
Thank you very much, and how could we not? This is a matchup. As soon as we saw it on the schedule, all eyes went to those duelists. Texture versus Aspas, the new record holder taking away from the original guy who said it. Now, let's see how they clash against one another. This is going to be one hell of a battle.
Yeah, these are two incredible players. I think most people would consider these the two best duelists in the world right now. They are absolutely in form in both respects, and we get the Jet v Jet matchup to start between these two. Should be very excited. A quick dash up on Aspas, getting a lot of damage into Munchkin.
Well, he does. Munchkin going to be whittled down to 15 HP. Absolutely has to pull back, and no damage in response received, but then the double push up here through tube. Lakia does manage to find that final shot. Charon, however, does take an immense amount of damage there. As Meteor now tries to hold the line over here. Green, back yellow. Looks to try to still maintain this position, but it's being encroached upon. Finds one. They line up for him, but he's unable to find the final shot. Tom takes it down. 4v3 now. These things very much get slowed up. For now, King still on this lurk, working his way up through mid, but there's two players nearby. Munchkin working his way down through tube at the moment. Might just end up clashing against him, but for now, wants to just hold this position, it seems.
Yeah, King just waiting this out, expecting somebody to make a rotate here, and he's gambled correctly.
Looking for the shots, and he eventually is able to find it. King taking just a little bit of damage. Lakia out. Also working around back yellow. Let's get pinged out, and Lakia's not ready. As he swings out around the side. Texture now, gonna be the last one standing. Sheriff still in hand. Comp swapping out a weapon. Turret set up. Texture waiting out as long as he possibly can. Clear on the recon, 5 bullets remaining. Just around the corner, there's the first shock dart. He moves up in front of that one. They know his position now. The swing out, he's able to find one, but cannot get a transition to the second. Calm will be the last one standing as Lev claimed the pistol round.
It's just a great pause here for Lev after trying to get Aspas heated up early. You know, the desk was talking about this, that Aspas is a player who likes to go out on his own sometimes, try to create his own plays. Goes up on top of tube, gets identified, gets taken out. Gen.G so good at first contact. That's one of the hallmarks of this team, is that you have so many players who can take first contact duels extremely well. However, Lev says, okay, let's pump the brakes. Let's watch for that inevitable rotate. They've already identified the tendencies of players like Munchkin, players like Meteor, who like to go for those mid lurks as early as they can.
Look at this, though. Very heavy stack over onto A. Reading that this is where the pressure is going to be coming through from Lev. Texture trying to set up that headshot, but it's only going to be one into the shoulder there, Mazzino. Overall, it's going to be sitting pretty. 82 HP remaining on him. Aspas the dash, ready to go. Guardian in hand. Biggest bit of firepower they have, aside from that Bulldog.
Trying to figure out if there's any more Gen.G players here. I'm sure they're considering a rotate. Off that contact with Texture, you don't want to run into the death ball of Gen.G. They are widely known for their thrifties. They are so darn good at it. Gonna check with the drone. Very wise here.
Yep, drone to lead. This is spot of the lockdown. Aspas able to claim that kill. Mazzino finding himself a third as Munchkin and Karen will both fall. Now it's all on Meteor with just that Marshall in hand. Loves to play into this one, but Aspas just set up on the line. It is a flawless round as Lev move up 2-0.
And I'm loving the patience we're seeing from Lev early here. You know, Texture comes out, they get him off the top of pipes. The whole time I'm watching Tex, he's sitting in their spawn, waiting for somebody to try for a fast lurk, a fast rotate, and they are waiting until kind of all their utils ready to go. They've kind of identified how they want to set up this execute. Throw down the drone, go on in, knock players down quick and effectively. Very nicely thought out here by Lev, and in particular, being so wary of those lurking players of Gen.G. That's one of those things that gives teams a lot of problems. Aspas back up on the tube, trying to push the tempo a little bit here. And Nano up to clear. Boiler over towards B now. We have the alarm bot on the other side. Meteor waiting, still watching under tube. But Aspas has already rejoined the rest of his team over by containers. Munchkin over flash, looking for a player in mid. As this B hit right now being read by Gen.G, and LEV doesn't like that utility. They don't like seeing that flash from Munchkin.
The counter rotate back, not necessarily being read. We see everybody from Leviathan shifting their way over towards A. There is no one there to read this at all. They take a quick peek out over by Green, now kind of assessing, okay, they've actually outdone us here. So the rotation working a treat, but it's still a slow move here from LEV, so they're not taking that much space here in the site, and Gen.G are going to be able to arrive in time to get a contest against this one. Texture now lurking around the backside, makes his way past Garage.
So Reckoning from Azino here as well. This could be really difficult of a retake here for Gen. Just going to use that Reckoning to buy space to get the plant down. Going to throw the molly, try to prevent them from planting. But right now, LEV setting up, expecting this rotate. So well prepared.
Yep, there's the alarm bot alerting them, but Munchkin's able to find first kill as Osman's going to be taking down Lakia, able to find King. Munchkin does get traded out by Mazino. Tex finding Texture. Now Meteor caught. Calm jumping up into the back rafters, but can't steady that aim. Lakia does manage to find the kill. It's all on Tex. He's got the Vandal in hand. Swing onto the corner. They know his position now, but they still have to try to get this defused, and that's additional damage dealt now to Charon. Down to 30. The tap, the nano swarm coming in. They try to clear that one out. He finds the headshot. Charon taken down. Now all on Lakia to try to be the savior. Tex just buying time, playing around with this one. The wingman going for the stick. He's to try to clear it out. He cannot. Headshot will come through. Gen.G will get on the board, but that is a devastating bonus there as LEV. They cannot convert, but they take away 4 weapons.
Dude, I love what I'm seeing from LEV. They're so aware. They've got util to cover their backs. They're working the map really nicely. They're reading the tendencies of Gen.G so well. They don't have a ton of information on where exactly the players are set up at the beginning of this round, but the flash over from Munchkin, I think, made them decide that, okay, there's too many players here. We're running into a trap. Let's go over the other way. Let's use that Reckoning to clear space. And they make it an extremely costly round for Gen.G. Yes, you've got the Thrash. Yes, you're able to carry over a couple rifles. The Guardians in the hand of Gen.G. Well, we all know, if you've been watching Pacific, that Munchkin is absolutely filthy with that Guardian.
Once again, just looking to try to force out this lurker. Texas hightail it out. Recon Dart going to be cleared out for now. Only Meteor on this side of the map. Texture and Munchkin both eating a decent amount of damage there. 3 Guardians in play here for Gen.G. Tex now looking to lurk elsewhere. Works his way up through tube. Nothing going to be spotted. He's going to hear some of this movement. His Texture comes bouncing his way up into kitchen. He is not ready for it. Minor readjustment, finds the headshot, locking out. Wanted to try to challenge, but Aspas up on top of Yellow. He's able to find another one. Meteor going to be taken down. Dizzy going to be cleared out. Full flash does connect there on a Mazino. He manages to tuck back long enough, but look at these shots coming in now. Locky with 2, Charon with another. 2 players left standing as Charon tries to keep them in this round.
Standing ahead.
Calm and a 1v2 clutch with HP bars low on the opposite sides. We've seen this man pull off magic before. The shock dart works a treat.
It's not half, too. Oh, it is up.
He jiggle peeks out. He knows that he's not on it.
Oh,
he's just gonna take him down through
what
the
a
corner.
shot.
Red Bull clutches calm.
So we basically have like
beautiful stuff here
team comp-wise, we have like the
classic
classic Sentinel comp
Tex
with
Com's turn to step up and get the win this round. Gen.G getting
with
read really
Gecko
well right now by LEV.
And for LEV we have the Loud comp.
And LEV is finding the right timings to punish them, catching the rotate
like
so
the
nicely
outbound
here
set of
is
the
Tex up into the
the
kitchen.
kill.
And yeah, both players already very weak. Com knows it, and he's able to find a great shock dart, and then just knows that Lakia is in trouble as well. Takes him down. We move into the next round. A little bit of congestion here towards the front of A. You have Texture up on the pipes, trying to see if he can get that early pick again. Aspas going to be contesting him over in that nest potentially.
Now just everybody hanging back. That 0 point did alert the presence of a couple of players. Actually, just with some blind spray, trying to see if he can find anything. Dash at the ready. Once again, on a peek, spots one.
Okay.
Swing out,
I don't
has
know.
to back away. Doesn't take any damage for it.
Fucking mic, man.
That fucking mic.
Is he going to be sent out? Now they know they confirm that presence there. Meteor making his way, prodding over towards that A site, but will be held at bay. Now has to reroute, work his way all the way back around. It looks like widely LEV playing this out patiently, not liking what they're seeing. They know how Gen.G can be when they have shares in hands, when they're playing these thrifty rounds. They can come away with them.
They gave over intentional information there, trying to show that they were staying
They are
at A.
pulling people
Now
from
they're doing
A.
the double pump. They're going back towards A, so they're really working the map here, trying to keep Gen.G confused. Doing a good job of it. Gen.G here, the hero rifle onto Texture, because he's going to have the Blade Storm one way or another next round. Let's see if he could come up big. So Sheriff's so powerful in the hands of Meteor and Charon as well.
Quick tap of the rope. There's the Hunter's Fury just opened up. Texture gonna be the first one to fall. Ospas. Everybody just comes spilling forward. Lakia still able to find two with the classic in hand. Just managed to make this a little bit more even.
Yeah,
But
no
Charon
time.
absolutely nutty with these Sheriff shots. Swing out. Spots multiple players trying to get that wall bang kill, but only does a smattering of damage, and now it's all on the Munchkin, who just doesn't have the firepower.
Okay, I mean, two people dead,
Not
that's
allowing
like
for the thrifty Kings
fine
to
for
find
LEV.
the value. They continue, now 4-1.
And we're seeing so many different looks here from
I have
Leviathan.
Gen.G winning.
They'll push B and then go back over to A, or there'll be a fast hit onto B, or it'll be A, and then they'll double
And I have
pump back A.
Gen.G and
every
LEV
round
going
has
out.
been very different from them. They're always
Of
accounting
course.
for the lurks. Once again, I believe it was King this time who was watching from spawn. All the players in the right positions, doing the
And we
right
have
things, doing their due diligence, and now they've got a
Kid
bunch of
Dre
ults to
ultimate.
try to shut down this buy round here of Gen.G, put them right back on the,
And our
on the back
ultimate.
foot. And Gen.G has some ults of their own. Texture pops the blades, looking for some early
He has to
pressure,
because he
but
bought a
Cascade,
rifle
I
last
think we're
round.
seeing anything just yet.
Ospas matching, there's a second Reckoning now in play. The dash back, Texture just having to play elusively as that dart does connect. He manages to pull all the way out the safety. As up over the top, Ospas wants his pound of flesh and he has it. Charon gonna be taken down. Got the headshot and now the positions here on this
Nice
defense
shots.
are absolutely nasty. Dizzy Blind will come through, but it doesn't matter as Ospas mows down another. 3 for him, Meteor, the last one standing, and Ospas will claim it as well. Flawless fashion. Leviathan are here to play.
And
Well,
the
the
Chinese
first big
crowd
hit
seems
between
to
these
like the
duelists
Jet.
is going towards Ospas. 8-4 right now, off of that 4-kill round. The dueling blades, and it is going to be Ospas who comes up huge. Just brilliant cascade there. Lakia tries to get ahead of it, pays the price. Texture looking below, as there were so many players of LEV already onto the back site. Too many angles for Gen.G to worry about. And LEV looking really good, but a wry smile on Munchkin's face. Gen.G, look, they've started like this before and turned it around, so you never know with them. They've got some big ults, they've got the no command, they've got a lockdown of their own, so does Tex, but that's a huge part of this round for LEV. The previous round for LEV was that they kept their lockdown. Now they're one away from a Viper's Pit as well. So really great ult cycling here for Leviathan.
Drone coming through, Meteor having to back away. No one fast enough on the chase to find that punish, so he is able to escape. So much space being taken at the moment over towards that B site here by LEV. Still this lurk. I think the Texture has to be concerned about. Goes ahead, drops that alarm bot. I'll know that Tex is going to be playing not too far away from it. Forced him out. Tex now starting to work his way over towards B to join in with the rest of the squad, but in the meantime, the plan is now coming through. Push back, Munchkin able to find one. Ospas forced under the volley, and Charon gets a 2-for-1 with the Sheriff. How do they keep doing this? Tex now, last man standing, and Texture whipping on the shots, but it doesn't matter. So much damage dealt, and somehow it is a flawless Thrifty presented by MasterCard on the back end as Gen.G will find their second round win.
How do they keep doing this? I mean, time and time again,
It's an anomaly.
It is an anomaly. They are, but a consistent anomaly. So many times, and these are the rounds where Gen.G often turns the destiny of a map, turns the tide of a half, and now they've got a bunch of ults. Disgusting.
They just lined up.
Disgusting. Charon, absolutely nuts. Wants to show that he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world. You've got 2 world champions on LEV. Gen.G, a couple times where they've been close. No cigar here this year. We're going to turn it around, and what a match to start. And a great opener for Texture.
Been trying to get that catch, and he finally has found it. Tex taken down. Feels like really the first round that Gen.G have had a man advantage off the rip. Still though, big push coming through here on to B. Nanoswarm set up, looks to buy some space. Flash at the ready, sends it. Doesn't manage to get the full blind, but because of the harbor wall, Gen.G are not able to try to go for a punish there. Busy now up over the top, Meteor winning out the duel. Ospas going to be taken down. Now the rest of the team making their way out of B, joining in with King, who has been lurking forward, but Texture as well. Look down here into mid as he decided to go for the swing out. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Just wants to slow play this. There's a turn around the corner, but with Tex on the floor, he doesn't have to worry about that one. So now it's on LEV to really be cognizant about this backside approach that can come through. Meteor able to find one before getting traded out. King, however, doubles up. Gets Kara on the boot. Texture still working his way forward now, and Mazzino is the last one standing for Lev. He will fall. Munchkin able to find that. The backstab from Texture not really necessary. Gen.G string two together. They had a little bit of fun with the thrash. They'll close the gap a bit. 2 rounds still separating.
Yeah, and now Gen.G is starting to get the feel for the pace of this game, get the feel for the way Leviathan wants to work this map. And Texture does a good job getting that early pick, kind of taking that early space to keep track of the movement of Lev. Here's the footsteps through spawn, able to identify that they were in fact all going back to the A site. Yeah, King able to get there, get a couple kills, get some good info. But the fact that Gen.G is winning on the point of contact a couple times, that time Meteor out-dueling Aspas, and now we have Texture with the operator in hand. Very, very firm and steady with the operator is Texture, no doubt about it. Drone to try to get some info, but the toxic screen not giving much away. They know Meteor's back there. Now they want to check some of these close corners with that recon. And it's going to be just showing a little bit of presence with Calm, trying to fake a little bit with that Sova utility.
Curious to see what the approach is going to be here. Tax could just go ahead and invest that lockdown, create some space, get King forward onto the site, and then just invest the pit for the post plant. Granted, Meteor does have a lockdown on the opposite side, so curious to see how this rock, paper, scissors battle of ults could come out in this round.
I suggest you
Person will be reckoning another one available. Malakia up over the top is able to find that kill, but it's going to be quickly traded out as Aspas. Answers back in time. Push forward. Calm somehow just plus pouring his way in, is able to find Munchkin. Meteor now taking down Calm, but there's that lockdown investment. He's finding one. Aspas takes out the pit. Kara now on the floor. Viper's dead, and Meteor having to pull back. It is a 2v3 with an op in play here for Gen.G, who might just end up having to make the call to go for the save, but looks like the answer, that's not going to be their solution. Lockdown does come through. But how do they rescale back into the site?
Just seeing if they can get a little bit of extra space, get this op going. Gonna have to push through for those long angles. Texture gonna hold on to it. Oh, he's shut right down by Aspas.
Immediately taken out. Meteor now everything to do in the 1v2, and he cannot find another. Mazzino will put an end to that, and Lev will stop Gen.G from building up this steam. 6-3. More rounds we've played on the half. Lev still very much out in front.
You can see that Gen.G's just willing to go for it here, feeling the pressure with the scoreline already 5-3 before the round started. They're investing all their ults trying to stall this, but Aspas able to slip right behind. A couple big kills on the back of that site, left Charon on an island. Not much he can do. And then Meteor says, well, let's go for it. Let's see if we can get that op. You know, confidence here from Gen.G, going for that play. Appreciate it, but it just wasn't quite there. Lev's so ready for it.
Nar out as Texture peeks in the main. I mean, this is a big investment. Munchkin dumping 7,200 creds just to be able to get this operator back into play once again. Cleared on the drone, going to be able to spot 2 players. Texture still relatively unscouted, but it seems like Lev have a very firm idea as to where this operator could be positioned at.
Well, I mean, it's been almost every round that Gen.G's put some player up on top of pipes, so they're being very cautious of that position. However, Lakia did get up into Nest, and Lev doesn't like what they see. They haven't been able to really get any pressure, gain any space, so they're going to go back over. But this should be a quick, easy read here for Gen.G. You can see the rotates coming through from Texture, and mid has been under Munchkin's purview the entire round. So now let's see what Meteor can do. He's been pretty decent about playing his life on this site. Going to be a lot of pressure on him here shortly.
They'll win forward. First op shot not connecting. Meteor able to find one. Calm not ready for it. Does end up getting mowed down. Mazzino now falling. Tex trying to drag them back into this one, but now he's all on his lonesome in a 1v3. Be a monstrous clutch, but as the snake bite lands at his feet, Munchkin will swing out and find the headshot. Gen.G answering back in time, trying to keep things as close as humanly possible. 4-6.
Meteor finds such a good timing here to take out Aspas. Aspas is going through a smoke, jumping up on that box. He catches him. Calm's trying to get over the nano swarm. This is just so well played here by Meteor as a side anchor. I mean, he used to be a duelist, and sometimes he still is. Occasionally for Gen.G, depends on the map, but
they split, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, we won't be seeing it, but he is so tremendous as a Sentinel as well. Another one of those star players that we've seen this year, shifting over to that role. Saw it yesterday.
Wait, is Split still disabled or some shit?
Now you're seeing it here with Meteor again today. Just phenomenal instincts. And of course, Gen.G as well, reading that map, gaining that space off of those pipes positionings. That's part of the game plan for them. You know, get that info, be able to make those quick rotates, because often they're setting up in a 1-4 or a 1-1-3, and they need to be able to mirror their opponents on this map to not get caught, you know, with one player on their own getting swarmed by the heavy forces of Leviathan. Those opening picks so crucial in a map like this.
You can tell how much Lev want these last 2 rounds in this half. Calling the timeout, they're still at a lead, but they don't want that lead to be shrunk down at all. They don't want to end this half at a 6-6, even a 7-5. That's not good enough for them. They want that 8-4.
I want to give a shout out here to Lakia. 11-6 right now, having a great map so far. He said in the pre-tournament interview that the thing that one of the things he's most focused on for this event was just improving his own mechanics, improving his own abilities, and so far it's looking good. So credit to him, having a pretty stellar map. Just going to clear the turret in mid is Texture, but right now all of Leviathan is just fanned out, just trying to get some info, trying to find the open space here of Gen.G. It's going to be where Gen.G has left the minority of their defenses. It's just Karon over there right now. However, with all this util coming over from the side of Leviathan, you've got the Sova util, you've got a few other pieces coming through, and that's fought the attention of Gen.G, and that's fought a lot of open space on the A site.
It very much has right now. Only Karon there to try to hold the line as they continue to push forward. Decent amount of util used by Lev just to clear out the alarm bot. Shock Dart as well as a nano of their own taken out, but here comes the entry. Karon now sounding the calls for reinforcements. Here's them stomping forward, Pit coming through, but Ospan's gonna be taken down ahead of that. Drop down, Karon tries to get himself into a good position. He's managed to find another kill. Com gonna be taking down the snake fight. Landing there, searches around the corner, but Bazzino spraying away, able to find one, but now Karon comes over the third. King gonna be taken down, now the Pit drops Bazzino out into the open, and he will fall. Meteor to claim that final kill. The round is Gen.G not getting shook up by that timeout. Karon just firmly plants his feet and shuts it down.
What a huge step up from the rookie, making a case that this guy, Rookie of the Year in my book so far on the global VCT stage. What a play there, stepping right into that Viper's pit as it was coming up. Com caught once again a little bit off guard as he's running towards the back of the site to try to deal with Karon. And then King just trying to hold his ground. The angle just not quite in his favor. Able to spam him through the wall. Lakia with an outlaw.
Yeah, big change up. Zorb gonna go flying in. Lakia pulling back to a bit of a safer position. Does have a backup weapon. So that was just for the opening peek, but there's the Hunter's Fury coming across, and Cobb, he's always good for one. That final shot nearly getting a connection on the 2, but already 2 picks gonna be found. Lakia not able to hold the line there as King does get taken out. Texture finding one. With that up, tries to play a little bit more mobile, tries to keep himself elusive, but now he needs to be hitting every single shot. King down to 2 HP. As they work their way forward, the plant getting ready to come in. King up over the top, will stand tall. 7-5 at the half. Lev still out in front.
Love this from Lev. They're on a weaker buy, and that's why the Outlaw is purchased here by Gen.G, because they saw the economic situation that Leviathan was in, and what Leviathan did instead was just went for full armors and a Sheriff and a Spectre. You know, kind of maybe anticipating that was going to be something that Gen.G would consider, so they had a little bit of extra armor to survive those outlaw shots. Now, it didn't really come into play, but then you get that Hunter's Fury from Com to open up the space. King just pushing right in there, doing some serious damage on the back of those ultimates. Beautiful stuff here from Leviathan.
And it is 7-5 at the half. Lev out in front, and the desk has plenty to talk about, so we'll pass it over to them.
Not a shocker that the game's already awesome. You love to see it. Out of the break, you get 2 teams that are just gunning for one another. Let's just go ahead and dive into our Verizon high-speed moment. You know what it's going to be. It's going to be Aspas popping off as he always does, having those moments. What was that? Oh, yeah. Hira Aspas.
Is that Gira in Spanish?
Hira is a spin. Hira.
Yeah.
Hira.
Hira.
Aspa,
Oh,
like Aspa is we'll have this conversation later because Verizon high-speed moment has been amazing. We were talking about how he can go by himself, even though the rest of the teams is having their duties. He was just keep pushing forward. It's very interesting to see because to me, the fact that Gen.G adapted into going from and stepping aside the floated over retakes, they never wanted the spike to even go down. They knew that was the #1 priority for them.
But that initial game plan was from Lev was good enough to get them those 7 rounds, right? Not investing a ton of utility into their side hits and instead using that second wave to fight deep and disrupt off that retake was great. It was shutting down the retakes for the whole first part of that half. But you're absolutely right. The adaptation from Gen.G has brought this to a salvageable place now. Playing on site, they're up to 5, and that actually, I think, puts them in a pretty good position going into the half.
Yeah, exactly. And the risks were very, very well measured, right? Like, let's try and get a kill, go back to the position, just try and get the read onto them, but play very, very patiently.
Yeah.
I want to give credit as well to Karon. Winning that critical round, him anchoring on site, where I think he gets 3 or 4 kills. If he doesn't get that round, this is an 8-4, and, you know, LEV then wins 1 pistol, and it snowballs. But he kept Gen.G in this, and now they have a chance in the second half.
Oh, indeed they do. Let's send it back over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you guys very much. Yes, let's see how things pick up as we get ready to go into the second half. The crowd roaring, but in favor of LEV. Everybody, these fans, they have been geared up wanting to see aspas on stage in front of them, and they are being treated to it.
Yeah, the global presence of that superstar felt here in Shanghai. King gonna be sneaking all the way up around the corner, heading to the back of garage.
So aggressive. I mean, he's completely unescorted. There's no one else here alongside him. aspas not too far away, but do they read this at all? Karon about to make first contact. King quick on it. He almost comes away with a second. Texture going to be knocked down to 40, but in the end, it's going to be a 1-for-1 as the Vipers get taken out of the equation.
Nice shot.
Quick
Holy.
Looks for the flick attempt, and one would have done it to take down Texture as well. Plant in the meantime going to be coming through. Texture
Nice
able to find
sense,
that headshot. Let's bring it back to parity. HP not in their favor here. They do have a decent amount of firepower, given that they have those 2 sheriffs in play, but they need to be accurate with the shots. First one going through. Mazzino going to be whittled away. Yadislakia looking for the timing there, but even though he catches Calm out with Util in hand, he's unable to find the kill. Quick reactions from Calm, brings it back. A 2v2. Texture out of the open, trying to get the timing shot, trying to have them swing out into him, but they will not.
Okay.
Kills found, pistol win. Once
So for
again,
LEV.
going the way of LEV.
And it's these
It's the
early
second one,
lurks
right?
from King that sometimes throw teams off guard. He loves to do this. This is why the Desk was talking about that him and Munchkin have a really similar play style. There's a really interesting battle going on between these 2 IGLs that they love to lurk around the maps. They love to get into positions to catch their opponents off guards. And it works pretty well. It gets the opening kill, and it gives just a little bit of extra time for Leviathan to get into place. Now, you could argue that this round might have still gone Gen.G's way if Lakia is able to connect those shots onto Calm. However, he can't. Calm with a fantastic reaction there. Able to swap back into his gun and take him down. Now, Outlaw for aspas. Guardian protects. Spectre, Stinger, Sheriff. Smorgasbord here for Leviathan on their bye.
Right here.
Early wall set up, but widely being disrespected here by Gen.G. They push up past this one. Another one coming through as Dizzy goes up over the top. Rotation's not yet in, but Texture again starting things off with a low HP bar as Texas is able to find him. Lakia taken down moments before. Karon with 4 HP, gonna see if he can do anything at all, but he ends up just getting mowed down by the Stinger. And that suddenly leaves Meteor all on his lonesome. Mentioned to find one, but there's a player up above. The knife is coming through. Calm looking for it. This time denied.
Oh, I love it. I love it. But what I'm really loving about Leviathan right now is the way they're swinging together, the way that they're finding great timings here. We saw it in the pistol round to close it out with those final 2 kills. Here, you're seeing the swing out as Gen.G gets in towards the site, trying to find some kind of damage, and it's just immediately shut down. Just phenomenal teamwork right now for Leviathan. They're really feeling it. Going to be able to carry over that Outlaw. Guardian,
Yeah, I mean, it was
Stinger.
an equal, so...
It's basically the same buy as the previous round. Coming into their bonus.
You can tell how much they're feeling. I mean, Calm going for that knife kill, that's just bringing back memories of him stabbing Buzz. That crucial moment on Fracture many moons ago. Man was looking for that same energy.
It's a full buy for Gen.G as they look, see if there's any more trickery. And with that cascade there, gonna have to be a little bit cautious of it, of course. You might be trying to sneak a player somewhere in there in green, but Gen.G though, happy to take their time, happy to wait this out. Meteor just looking around towards mid, seeing if anybody's coming out of 2. Now, for Leviathan, they don't have much info either. I know there were a few players over at B, but right now, Calm up on the pipes. What an angle.
There's a swing in. First 2 shots going to go a little bit wide, but now they know that that Outlaw's in play. They know that aspas is here, and they very quickly evacuate the site. Start working their way across over in towards B. Quick peek into mid. Clear out that turret here. This Knife not going to confirm any forward presence. I know that there's going to be no one in back yellow, but Zeno playing that close corner, gets a little bit of damage across, has to back away. Makes it out to safety.
30
avoiding a lot of the mollies being sent in, and while he gets flashed, he's still able to find one. King up over the top, the headshot comes through. Lakia going to be taken down. Munchkin does manage to find him though. Brings us back into a 3v3, but once again, the bonus. This could be catastrophic for Gen.G if they continue to lose members, and now Meteor is gone. Texture, he sees the gun barrel, he's able to find the headshot, but not before Tex gets a hit off. Now Texture whittled away at that Sheriff will kill. Comp having to be respected, he just swings out with the stinger and finds the elim. Spike now taking a fragment in hand. Munchkin tucked back behind the box. They are very much aware of this, it would seem. They want to go on the push. They rush forward. 6 pulls remaining. He tries to get the knife again. Come, you absolute lunatic. But it doesn't matter. The kill is found, but as he tries to hold in for the defuse, the time has been bought. Munchkin, he did his damnedest. He did his job to be able to get them over the line for the Red Bull clutch, but everything, once again, taken away from Gen.G.
It's just so expensive for Gen.G, and Leviathan is just so disciplined right now. They're not giving anything over for free almost. I mean, there's a few kills here or there, but Calm doing such a good job playing his life. Beautiful shock dart as well, and then he knows that he can just run in the face of Munchkin, and that maybe could have given him enough time. It was just 0.27 short. Love the attempt, no more bullets. Might as well body block for your teammate so you can get a little extra knife damage in there. Now, quick push out. Leviathan and a great shot for Aspas.
What a way to kick off the round. Another full pie as he goes ahead, swings the corner once again. And that's the dynamic duo. Taken down, full flash connecting here on Mazzino, but everybody having the back pedals. The Hunter's Fury coming across, tag on a 1. Looking for that follow-up, but unable to find it. A rare killless Hunter's Fury here from Calm, but still damage dealt and a message sent. Gen.G having to pull back and play this out much more patiently, much more quietly. Calm in the meantime, droning out into mid, gets the spot here on the Munchkin. Didn't see anybody else, but looks like they're not fully biting on this being a rotation, and why would they? They've got so many players, they've got everybody alive. They can continue to just be fanned out, and there is another one for Aspas, who just looks like an absolute god.
And this Outlaw, so
They're
devastating
chanting
when you
ace.
know your opponent can't afford to go for those full armors if they are going to invest in rifles. You can see the economy of Gen.G is
He's gonna
in
go
tatters.
for it.
100 for Meteor, 150 for
30
Texture.
seconds
Everyone
left.
else
No.
brought down to 0, and Gen.G is going for the save. I don't think they're going to give that ace up over to Aspas easily. Certainly, they might consider looking for it, but LEV looks like they're happy to just kind of fan out, make sure there's nothing strange going on. Aspas just going fishing, nothing to be
10
found.
seconds left.
Couple more bullets in that Outlaw. Let's see if he's going to get into spawn, and Maki is trying to tuck himself into the corner.
Just not enough time.
Yeah.
Won't be able to find it. The crowd was chanting for the ace, but they'll have to just settle for the 3K here from Aspas, who just holds down that site and goes ahead and upgrades to a Vandal now. LEV, they get themselves up to double digits, and what an incredible pairing of shots to start things off.
He's just insane. Always has been.
The Outlaw Demon.
The Outlaw Demon. No doubt about it.
Oh, he is indeed. It's Gen.G gonna be pumping the brakes, calling a timeout here. Now that LEV gets themselves up to 10. Ran it back decently well in that first half, but right now, given the pace that we've been seeing, given just the early forward value that LEV are able to find with these picks coming through, this is a very different situation for Gen.G to try to course correct.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see exactly, what they're going to consider, how they're going to come back from this. Are they going to try some kind of, set execute play that, the Korean teams are very well known for? Are they going to allow maybe Meteor and Munchkin try to spread the map, try to go for some lurks, try to put some pressure through tube up towards kitchen? Those are some ideas that I think Gen.G might be considering playing with into their next buy round. This round here, with the economy the way it is for Gen.G, they can't really invest a whole lot. You can see that everybody is struggling to find any value right now. Yeah, you've got the Thrash, you're one away from Munchkin's ult, but right now you just got to put the big guns in the big players' hands, so Munchkin and Texture are going to be getting it. Texture so far not matching up with Aspas, his duelist across the stage, trying to find some value in this round. Gonna get the full armor as well, so putting your eggs in the Texture basket despite a slow start here on map 1.
We've seen it, that switch get flipped very quickly. But right now, it has not been a good look. I mean, down by 10 kills. It's a massive delta between the two Jets. Aspas has just been very much looking to affirm that he is the superior. Flashes now start to come through, and they are just met with an immense amount of death. Texture going to be taken down. A blink and you miss it. Round. Lev completely ready to intercept this push.
Just beautiful anti-flash positions played by Lev. Yeah, one of them gets caught by the Dizzy, but at that point, the round was basically over.
What a read.
Just, yep, perfect read. Knew exactly what was coming. And now you do have the Blade Storm for Texture. You have rifles mostly. Munchkin going to go for a Guardian, but just, yep, just perfect.
Disjointing this thing, you know, being seen here though, pushing ahead of that wall before the Dizzy starts to come through, not getting any kind of identification as to other players' positions. Knife's now going to be pulled out here by Texture as they look to work their way over towards B. Munchkin maybe sending a couple shots over towards Mazzino. They will go ahead and pull back, but that Reckoning is also available for Mazzino to make things a lot more difficult for them. Meteor creeping forward, tries to get the catch, but Tex is just so ready for this.
New.
Shuts him down. That's the deep lurk now taken care of. And for Leviathan, you know that everybody is just going to be pushing forward here. Straight up through main, throws past yellow. Cloudburst thrown down. Texture looking to take some deep positioning here. Over by Snowman. Karen Snappy with that headshot. Snappy with a second. Takes out King as well. Swing onto the corner. Mazzino will go ahead. Bring that to a conclusion. By taking him down, but now we've got the no command. The Thrash coming through to try to buy some space. Check out around. Make sure no one is close to this spike. But here comes the lurk from Calm. Munchkin seemingly aware of this, wary of it. But can he win out the fight? Has that Guardian in hand. Wall now coming through. The setup there from Mazzino, and now with that fragment coming in, aware that there's going to be somebody at back yellow, and he's going on the hunt, and Munchkin is not ready for this whatsoever.
They have no
He
time.
gets taken down. Little minor spray coming through with the recon, able to find the pigs. They hold it up.
They have to stick it. They have to stick it.
Takes out Lakia.
Oh, he got him.
Take them off of the spike.
He got the bomb.
Now the time. It is dwindled down, and they cannot escape. It's another Red Bull clutch that results in all of Gen.G being left on the floor, but they do get the round win.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where Gen.G is able to get just enough space. They're able to get the plant down, and they're able to push Snowman. They love to do this. Texture loves to do this, especially when he's got a Blade Storm in hand. You have phenomenal angles from the back angle to really just rain down destruction, updraft, up and over a lot of those toxic screens and other utils. Get some damage. However, it's more about the positioning in this case. They're just in a spot where Lev has to push them to clear this, to get enough time to get the defuse. They get it to half, that's all they get.
Oh, Munchkin spotted and tagged up significantly. Swings back out, and Mazzino, I mean, I think he could have just firmly planted his feet and found the kill, but opts to go ahead and back away, play it a bit more cautiously. Aspas position forward, Texture just around this corner, swings out, and of course he's ready for it. Nails the flick, takes him down, Tex holds Meteor at belt. Aspas re-peeks for another. And Leviathan, they look like they are done with this round. Spike can be picked up, it's there. Munchkin has it, but what do you realistically even do?
And you
the
know,
only call is to save.
Yeah, you know that there was a Guardian in place. You can just watch these guns, make sure that Gen.G can't upgrade. As you're going to assume at this point, they're going to go for a save. Not much to be done after you get those opening 3 kills. Great job by Aspas and Tex. I mean, just watching the angles, understanding the way that Gen.G likes to play. I mean, Tex in the previous round, catching Meteor through the window. They have just a phenomenal read. So impressive is Leviathan coming into this icebox.
30 seconds left.
Certainly their map picks, certainly they've been pretty good on it so far this year, but they're 4-2 in this stage. They are just really making Gen.G scramble to get rounds.
Here comes the hunt, though.
Yep.
Horn's been sounded, and they're starting to really encroach on this position. They want to take these weapons away.
10 seconds
Lev get themselves up to 12. Munchkin able to find one. Dart going to be lobbed in, trying to get the reveal, but they are just getting pushed now in towards Aspas. Munchkin trying to stay alive. He's able to take a couple players down with him, but it doesn't matter. Lev get everything away from Gen.G once again as they move up to map point.
And Gen.G's economy is once again in the gutter. Every round that Gen.G has won in this half has cost them other players. And it's amazing, it's astounding the way that Leviathan is able to find these kills, find these early picks. A little bit of frustration on the face of Texture. hasn't come out the way that he would have liked. And a final timeout here for Gen.G to try to see if there's any way they can get this to overtime, get those 5 rounds in a row. A nearly impossible task, it feels like, Achilleos.
And this would be one of the most miraculous run backs, because it all has to start from a Thrifty. And granted, yes, Gen.G, historically, they have been so consistent being able to pull those off, but we've been also seeing the shutdowns here from LEV. And even if they could take that first step, you'd have to start cleanly winning rifle round after rifle round, 5 consecutive, just to get into overtime. This is LEV's game to lose. If they drop this one, it's fully on them.
Yeah, oh no, totally, dude. And I mean, especially with Aspas having an operator and a Blade Storm to back up this round. I mean, it's going to be an absolute miracle here for Gen.G. Sure, they're capable of it, but with all these things that Leviathan has, they have a lockdown as well, a couple away from Hunter's Fury. I mean, it's going to take everything and more for Gen.G to find themselves even this round, let alone 5 in a row. A bit of a setup now. Gen.G thinking about going for a pretty stacked push towards mid. Texture and Meteor, but oh my god.
Just trying to rush out of garage, and Aspas is having none of it. Spots ahead of another, but cannot find the shot. But already damage dealt further. Found
Tex.
Guns down 2. Push on a tube. He thinks not. The jiggle peek out. The knives now pulled. Aspas wanting to put a finish to this. They still have a lockdown. They have every.
Oh my god.
Because I can see your traces. I can see through you.
Unreal.
And does he find the final? Charon now ushered out towards towards Tex, and it will be Tex to go ahead and clean it up. The up team's flawless of the map to close things out. 13-7, LEV making a statement here on Icebox.
Their map pick looking oppressive. Gen.G never able to find much comfort, especially once they went over to that attacker's side. Impressive start for Leviathan.
Absolutely incredible beginning here for the side of LEV. We are just getting started. We've got Lotus coming up. That's going to be Gen.G's map. We'll see if they can equalize the score when we come back.
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with? Are you constantly changing your sensitivity because you're missing? Introducing the Universal Sensitivity Finder in AIM Labs. Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform best with, then bring it into your next ranked game and dominate. Now available in AIM Labs Plus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
just want my baby always like me，兄弟嫂子妹对不过 like me。他们很卖力，感觉到费劲，我不太在意，任何的规定，不管到哪里去，为他们 AT 带，想看他挂，轻松的他，你们等到买菜。当我陷入虚幻跟现实交错的林林当中，只好找不到我自己。在迷失的漩涡中，沉到海底，走到3万公里，我却只为了找到你。身处在每个灰色地带，我们都会被历史记载，他们都感觉到很意外，的 feeling 感觉就像爸爸。Check my pocket with the people like me， 我也明白我会变得 like me。I just want my baby always like me， 兄弟嫂子妹对不过 like me。Keep it on the lane, take my 50 with my boo. I got 100 bands on me, this split like 1 or 2. You only steal my way, got my respect and my cool. I just kill my enemy, they say yadi yadi do. Check my pocket with the people like me. 我也明白我会变得 like me。I just want my baby always like me， 兄弟嫂子妹对不过 like me。
Hey, the Clutch King is back!
Come on, boy, the gringos are here.
The Gringos have done it again, haven't they?
What a fantastic start that was for Leviathan here at Master Shanghai. I'm now standing by with their coach, Gokid. You guys looked so comfortable out there. Why do you think you were able to win so dominantly on map 1 right out the gate?
I think it was a combination of us having good reads on them, but also all the players playing fantastic. They have a lot of experience in international, and they're showing it right now.
Oh yeah, the fans absolutely love them here as well. Best of luck on map 2.
Leviathan pick up the dub, and they look good doing it. It seems like they truly are just clicking, and that is a scary thing for a lot of the teams in this competition.
Yeah, and what Goked said showed. This team looks their best when they have great prep on their opponent, and that's how they won this match. We already talked about their attack side, but on defense too. I think showing in the first few rounds a look of really heavy, on-site defensive play against the hard execs that Gen.G are sending, and then varying that up with these really forward ideas, embedding Ospas deep, and it was punishing Gen.G consistently.
Yeah, exactly. So my question here is what happened with Gen.G? Because it looks like the mid round, when everything was going down, they just decided to take it up a notch, to take it up a little bit further, and it wasn't really working. Even though they felt they were gaining that map control, it really felt like all the time LEV were very, very conscious and aware of every single thing that they were giving up.
I think Gen.G is a team that relies a lot on kind of getting set up for their set ideas.
We did talk about beforehand.
Yeah, especially when they play this KO Gecko. They love playing their set retake, they love playing their set side execs, and I think LEV's biggest strength in this match was being super disruptive to those plans.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and I mean, the guy disrupting.
I mean, I was going to say, part of the reason why they were so disruptive is because Ospas just decided to go out there and have a field day. I saw one of the tweets come in, and it was like, I'm beginning to think this Ospas guy is good at the video game. I agree with you, my friend. Quite good at the game. But I think what was really standing out was just the fact that so many of those rounds, you were just seeing Ospas just get in front of them. Just get in front of him, just disrespect him a little bit, not give him that space, not let him feel comfortable. This Outlaw round was just so great as well, because it kind of illustrates exactly what was going so well with this Leviathan round.
Yeah, and it's also in the moment where it comes. It's not only that he has that strength to just go and perform that kind of round and be so successful. The follow-up from the rest of the team is also there. Homie is using the dart and just following. There is no moment for Gen.G to adapt to everything that is happening within the first 15 seconds of the round.
Yeah, this is Leviathan looking in their best form. And that is wonderful to see for this squad coming into Masters Shanghai. We have to give credit to Ospas diffing in that head-to-head, but Calm had a fantastic performance this map as well. Every one of his sub ults was finding value. His util was consistently perfectly timed with Ospas's aggressive looks, and he was shooting too.
To quote my boy, the Gringos have done it again.
They've done it. They can't keep getting away with
it again. I love it. I love it. Well, let's go ahead though and jump over to our Aim Lab shoot around. We got Big Tex on the board. And we're going to go ahead and check in with him. It gives us an opportunity to continue the conversation because Leviathan, they come into this one. I think this is a squad, as we had mentioned, multiple times now, that, the preparation, the focus on making sure that they're getting things right. But it's also the way that they're able to kind of rely on kind of the mid-rounding, just being a little bit more clever with like how they're approaching things, and it just shows in that in the results of that game there, right, Kukuka? Like they really dominated it when it came to that.
Yeah, totally, and especially on that second half when we're looking at Tex, he was getting those first kills most of the times because he was just being a pivotal part when Gen.G wanted to work the map a lot. He was being literally the perfect killjoy, the kind of killjoy that you want to have on your team, working as a perfect sentinel.
Oh yeah, and for people who aren't familiar with him, last year he was playing on the guard, ended up winning Ascension with that squad that then became G2. He was the primary duelist player for that team and took the role swap to the Sentinel expressly to play for this Leviathan squad, and he has meshed into that role so well.
Yeah, well, now, of course, pressure is going to be on Gen.G. Let's go ahead and jump over to Yinsu. He's going to get some words from their coach.
I'm now standing by with Coach Solo ahead of Map 2 and Jen to do some translations as well. Now we're heading to Lotus. You guys are amazing on this map, but after facing Leviathan on Map 1, do you feel like maybe there's some weaknesses perhaps you can exploit from them?
네, 1세트 레비아탄을 상대해봤잖아요. 2세트 들어가기 전에 좀 노려보면 좋을 것들이 레비아탄 상대로 어떤 게 있을까요?
저희가 뭐 로터스 항상 자신 있고 잘하니까 뭐 레비아탄 아스파스 선수 좀 잘 견제하면서 네, 준비했던 대로 하면은 네, 좋은 결과가 있을 것 같습니다.
We've always been very good or strong on Lotus, so you know, make sure that we focus on our own game plan and make sure that we don't let Aspas just frag.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Solo. Thank you very much, Jen, as well. Let's see if they can bring this back on Map 2.
It's going to be a tall task, right? I think that goes without saying, especially considering that we praise Aspas for his jet, but his raise is also very good as well. So, I mean, curious to see how that plays out, right?
He's going to be good. He's Aspas.
He's good. He's
That's
good
my
at
take.
game.
Yeah, exactly. But on the on the side of Texture, right? He has to forget what just happened on Icebox here. He ended up like 0-4, I believe, in first duels. He was not feeling himself, and now moving into Lotus, that has to change. We talk about how Gen.G is so good at setting him up. That has to flourish here. This is literally the #1 condition for them.
And he tends to play well on Lotus, right? When he's playing on this map, he has looked great. When we talk about this team being one that has a lot of these ideas for kind of mid-round setting up reclears and enabling him, this is where I think we see them do it so often, right? When they play their defensive side of Lotus, they're going to be fighting back into Mount, fighting back into Rubble with really good utility, but that is going to be reliant on Texture actually following that up and having a good match, and credit to Leviathan. They shut him down Map 1.
If you're a betting man, though, right, and you look at this stage, I mean, it's been flawless on Lotus for this team, right? They've looked so clean on this map, so you kind of have to lean a little bit here on Gen.G.
It's the perfect map to bounce back.
It really is.
Yeah, exactly. But when we talk about the preparation, yes, it might have been perfect, but they all have already shown everything that works for them. And if Leviathan is as well prepared as they were for Icebox, if they can read onto every single thing and they can see this place, how they're going to be retaking the map, how and when they apply the pressure, especially on both extremities of the map, you know, it's from them starting on the attack. I feel like the momentum is on their side right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Here comes the agent select now. This is pretty much what we had expected to see. You know, the star duelists on the raises. Nothing really too crazy out of this one. It's what you come to expect out of the Lotus map. But yeah, this is really just going to allow these guys to, we'll see what ideas they implement here.
Momentum-wise, starting on defensive side for Gen.G is going to be tough. This is tended to be the most attack-sided map in the pool right now. But Gen.G actually wins a lot here, a surprising amount when you see them play in Pacific. Yeah, well, you know, we don't talk about yesterday, but when Gen.G plays in Pacific, this is their strongest map. They have looked flawless on it thus far, and their defensive protocols look really good. So if there was a team to be able to get a leg up here, this would be their chance.
Well, folks, we were promised a banger. Let's go ahead and see if we're going to get that third map. I know we all want it, so send it back over to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is what we're looking for to turn this one into a banger. First half of Icebox delivering on some of those fronts, but things fizzling out as LEV asserted their dominance. As though Lotus, the map pick for Gen.G, a map where they most recently were able to take down Paper Rex. Curious to see how they fare versus Leviathan, because there is, again, plenty of tape to watch.
Oh, no doubt. And even though Gen.G hasn't dropped this map in stage 1, they're 5-0 on it so far, beating Paper Rex twice, in fact. They even beat them when they faced each other during the weekly series of the split. It is going to be very interesting because Leviathan looking very informed, looking like they have some great reads on what Gen.G wants to bring. Just the fragment out early, just to keep them pressured towards A main. Prowler sent to keep a few players in place, but Meteor right around the corner.
Tucked away, playing this out patiently, looks for Aspas, whittles away at him, but cannot find that kill. Tex, in the meantime, Nanoswarm takes down Munchkin. Aspas turns back, finds Meteor, and suddenly, LEV are getting the spike planted here on B. This one very much getting away from Gen.G. Aspas still here at 7 HP, but massive man advantage here for them as Mazzino looks to force them back. Texture with a nice headshot is able to find King. Lakia about to be crunched on here by 3 players. All lurking just around the opposite side. There's the jump out. He's not able to find a single kill. Texture now looking to try to take a forward position, but the paint shell's going to come flying through. Han getting the reveal. Calm able to find them both. That's going to be a damn near flawless start as LEV will take yet another pistol.
It's a beautiful start here for LEV once again. Finding just enough space to get through. Meteor can't quite snipe Aspas out of the air. Some beautiful blast packing to get deep onto the B site. Then he's just going to be able to swing back through that smoke. Meteor had to turn his attention, some great patience to wait for Aspas to be able to re-clear, and a beautiful haunt from Calm. Having a great map 1 and continuing it here right into map 2. Everybody on Leviathan looking so in form. And Gen.G, nobody on Icebox was positive in their scoreline. Rough start once again, but last time they faced off against Paper X, they lost the pistol. They dropped the first 4 rounds. They're able to turn it around, but this Leviathan team feels like they are a different animal right now.
You get Aspas, you get Calm over onto an international stage, and it seems like something just clicks. Lakia taking a lot of forward space. He wants to try to lurk up here into A lobby. King there to meet him, but Lakia wins that one out and somehow doesn't take any damage either. Comes away with the kill, but going for the Sheriff recovery. A bridge too far, so he's unable to claim that for himself to get that extra little bit of firepower.
There's a stack here for Gen.G though, and LEV doesn't like it. They're gonna pull back, trying to see if they can clear Lakia after that opening pick.
Oh, the crouch, unscouted. Calm just playing this very patiently and almost gets the catch. It's a good amount of damage there on Lakia. As now they'll start working their way here into the site. Still, the reinforcements needing to come through, and Lakia, he's in a committed position. Getting out of here is going to prove to be nigh impossible. He has to just try to take the fight, see if he can deal any kind of damage here for the rest of his team to play off of. Waits this one out. Plant coming through. Still tucked around the corner, and somehow he has gone completely unscouted. Tex watching over towards stairs would be a very quick adjustment for him to be able to find the kill. Some push starting to come in. Tex able to win out that fight. Calm finding one, but then take it down as Texture finds another headshot here. Sheriff doing wonders, but Aspas 1-2 tap Tex with a finisher. They'll clean him up. 2 members dead, 2 rounds now. LEV starting things off wonderfully once again.
Yeah, I like the way Lakia played that. He really kept himself hidden. Could have caught Leviathan off guard, but Tex was very ready for it. Able to clear that angle nicely, and as per usual, Aspas is absolutely nasty. A great opener there for Lakia to win out with the classic. Texture able to find another with that Sheriff, but otherwise, great coordination. Seen great team play here so far from Leviathan. Rarely are they giving opportunities for Gen.G to find those trades that they want to get. A little bit of spam out the opener here. Calm just grazed a bit. He's going to slide back towards A main. Gen.G able to take full A main control.
Everyone's being pushed over here in towards C. Turret to try to play contact, but the alarm bot is set up on B. They spot out that Nanoswarm. Paranoia across. Now Gen.G going to be realizing that they're very much entrenched here on this C site, and retaking it can prove to be very damn difficult.
A lot of teams will go for that B hit on their bonus. But, oh, Lakia with the spam!
Manages to just come away with that one. So Mazzino on the floor. That does stop the spike from going down, but King in a very forward position comes up with 2. Munchkin and Lakia both falling. Tex now looking for a little bit more as that spike plant comes in. Haunt out. Texture still looking to arrive. Tex just using that high penetration of the Guardian. Takes down Count on it, and now it's a 2v3 as LEV looks to try to convert the bonus. Texture inching forward, able to find one. Sends out the satchel, looks for the 3rd, and he's got it! Texture maybe seemingly coming alive. 2 players left surviving as Gen.G not allowing for LEV to convert that bonus, but it was still damn close.
Yeah, great read on the positioning there by Texture. Knew that there could be a player tucked in that corner still, through the blast pack just in case. And I think that gave him the win over Aspas in that duel, as the showstopper now as well. But still, I like what LEV is doing. I mean, those Guardian shots from King are absolutely disgusting. I mean, if everybody on LEV is firing like they are so far, it's going to be a rough map for Gen.G again. Just tremendous stuff from Texture. Needs to get firing here for Gen.G to get them back into this. Gonna be looking towards that A main area, see if he gets an opportunity to fire off that showstopper. You're gonna see him and Karon working a lot together to control that rubble space. Even Lakia considering a shift over, just throwing the haunt out, but Meteor gonna be playing pretty far back on C, giving up a lot of space so far. Letting some of that util give him the early warning, and then he can peek those corners. Just everybody on Leviathan taking their time. You have to be so cautious against Gen.G because players like Meteor, players like Munchkin love to try to find those early picks. They've got that duelist tendency still inside of them, and they have been really good at it for most of the year.
Pushing their way up, trying to see if they can get anything out of Gen.G, but right now they're not really budging. Slow, steady rotate from Munchkin and Lakia to start making their way through B. Meteor joining in as well. Texture just waiting for this peek out. Ball comes back up. Already do have Aspas in front of this one, just watching that baby door. Aaron with his paranoia. Depending on when he wants to send it, could find an immense amount of value. There's the swing out. Decent damage dealt, and yet the kill found on the Tex, but now Texture gonna be taken down 12. King finding one, finding a second. Lakia dead. Haunt forward, Munchkin, quick clear on that. What did LEV decide to do? 24 seconds remaining. Feels like it's gonna have to be this A-site hit. Aspas now looking to lead the charge. The showstopper coming through. Karon with a quick little pump on the TP. Rocket gonna be sent up towards heaven. Nothing gonna be found as Munchkin makes his way now down into the drop, but swinging out. Karon able to find the headshot. Claims the first kill. Meteor on the lurk, finding one, finding a second. Now it is all on Mazzino to see what damage he can deal. He finds the first one. Pivot back over, 6 HP remaining on him. Karon just sprays in the smoke, manages to find him. As the defuse comes through, Gen.G, again, another bloody round. Not able to keep too many players alive, but they do tie things up at 2-2.
And another tremendous sight hold from Karon. We saw it once over on Icebox with that Viper play on A. This time around, he's being really cagey, finding good timings, hits the paranoia. Gen.G isn't really able to follow up on it the way they want, but that fake TP completely wastes that showstopper from Aspas, and then he starts winning some battles. Good swing with Munchkin as well there. After Munchkin went to drop to make sure that they could clear Aspas. Oh my goodness. It's pretty loud there, HSK, but
sharp, sweet, and to the point.
You're able to win that round, even though you lost that showstopper early for Gen.G. So that's the feather in your cap, but like you were alluding to, Achilleos, had to drop down to a couple Guardians, even though LEV is on a very weak buy.
Quick jiggle peek, goes out wide enough. Paranoia not getting the connection there. As the last pack going to be sent in, trying to disrupt him. Karon with a nice headshot to stop the exit. The showstopper goes a little bit too deep, and Texture ends up getting punished. Weapon now handed over. The Rocket not getting anything. Suddenly that is the man advantage here. The Phantom being passed over into Mazzino's hands. And as they continue to creep up in towards B, it's going to be another one recovered as Tex also grabs a Vandal. That much more pressure now put on the remaining players who seemingly have no idea where LEV are going to look to go.
There's not much info here for Leviathan on what's going on in that C site, so they're just being cautious. They haven't revealed any presence. This time around, Meteor set up that KJ utility over on A site. Now they're starting to get a sense because Calm hasn't been pressured at all.
Look at Munchkin's position. Okay, he's going to start backing away over towards Ben, ready for the snake bite to try to slow things up.
30 seconds
and then as soon as he hears the haunt hit the sky, snake bite going to be sent through. Calm just backing away for now. Time bought. Now the quick pivot in towards B. The spam across, and Munchkin somehow comes away with 2. Now suddenly Gen.G in with a man advantage. Calm going to be picking up that rifle, but it's going to be put right back down on the ground. Mazzino swinging onto the corner, Phantom in hand, the pullback from Meteor. He's on the hunt, he's looking for the kill. He's going to be able to find him, and now he has to face against 2 from behind, and he cannot make it happen. Gen.G off the back of Munchkin with some just great games since playing off that audio timing.
Yeah.
They win the round, now they find themselves in a lead.
All it was just utility, throw out your Molly, and then start spamming with the Guardian. Just going for it, sees the shots come through, and tracks it down, gets Tex on the second, and Munchkin able to turn that round on its head. It looked like Leviathan might be able to sneak a thrifty in themselves. But Munchkin standing tall, getting his first 2 kills of the match so far. A couple big ults, but Texture out aggressive. There's no real contestant here from Leviathan, so Gen.G gonna be able to get this space. Once again, Meteor immediately sliding over to B. So there's a read here for Gen.G that there could be fast hits coming towards B off of that early A main control.
Prowler spots King. I don't know if he's going to necessarily read that there's multiple players here, but now he can confirm that, given the shots fired. Everybody else, though, positioned very much up front towards this C site. Placed on the alarm bot. Meteor not having line of sight. Can't go for a quick clear on that.
Recalling my bot.
Time to recall it. Has that lockdown available. Does he feel comfortable enough trying to go for a tempo play? Seems like for now the answer is going to be no. Munchkin wraps his way around bottom of bend here. Swings out, catches the timing. Ospos distracted, ends up falling. Munchkin just looks for the next target. Sees sent, no connection to be found there. Quick spot out on that Omen. Multiple heads out in front of him, but he's unable to claim either of them. Meteor now trying to hold a hard line, but with the TP coming through, it distracts him. It pulls his attention over to the side, and King is able to capitalize. Now the pit going to be invested. 28 seconds remaining. Plant still not there. Texture arriving, finding Mazzino, but Lockheed going to be traded out. Man advantage still very much here for the side of Leviathan. And they also have that lockdown, and it's going to come into play. Tex investing, wanting to very much secure this round, wanting to tie things up. They wait out a little bit longer. Now the plant coming through. Texture playing aggressively. He's going to give his life for this one, but doesn't find any value. He ends up falling, and now it's all on Charon in a 1v3 into a pit.
Looks like it should be a save to me, but right now he's thinking about it at least.
Has the paranoia trying to escort him at least a little bit further forward, but as that orb blooms, he says, okay, there's nothing that can be done here, and just has to back away.
And I love the way Leviathan works together as a team here. They make it so hard for these players on site to really keep their aim steady, to just pick out a target and then lock it down and take it out. Sure, you get the early one from Munchkin onto Ospos, but then there's like 3 or 4 players that are always in the face of whoever's on the site, and it makes it really difficult for those players to kind of figure out the timing on when they can go for those sprays, when they can go for those big moments. Leviathan's being really cagey, moving back and forth into cover so that you don't give these opportunities for these massive multi-kills to Munchkin and Meteor. And it's just wonderful. And the Nightfall as well makes it tricky, of course. You get that Viper's Pit down, and it's nigh impossible for Gen.G to do much. Texture just going to see if he can do any damage. Maybe get the Spike Planter as they go for it, but it's read by Leviathan. And it has to be a weaker buy for Gen.G. Marshall, Guardian, Karen with the holdover Vandal, and a Sheriff for Texture, Ghost for Lakia. See if this time LEV wants to make a bit more noise. They do. Just a little bit of armor damage to calm there. Still, just keeps playing with Gen.G. Keeps throwing out his utility at the beginning of these rounds to keep Gen.G players focused on this A main area as they make their way over towards C and B. They cut sound and make it really difficult for Gen.G to get a good read on what exactly Leviathan is doing on their side of the map.
Oh, another orb pickup coming through there as Prowler looks for the hunt, and Comp does get tagged up. Meteor able to find that shot, but cannot find that kill. Ospos, smooth quick entry up on top of the box. Draw here with that Marshall, though, and he's unable to find the kills. Karen will be good for one before falling as Tex just mows down 3. Swing around the back of sight. Ospos swiftly deals with Munchkin, ensuring he can't get anything done with that Guardian. Only one player dead. LEV reestablishing a lead for themselves.
Yeah, and it just really feels like Gen.G is having a hard time keeping track of Leviathan's movements. These executes are so well coordinated. There's always more than one. I mean, Meteor, sure, he gets a couple tags. Karen tries to swing in to take advantage of that early damage that I'm sure Meteor was calling out, but only gets one in the exchange. And now, yeah, 47 kills. He's definitely getting the better of his rival duelist so far here today. They both have 6 kills. Now, you do have the Odin in play for Gen.G. Lakia gonna scoop that up. Couple big ults.
Oh my goodness, Ospos is able to take him down. Karen only able to find the one. That's 2 players dead. They do identify that the Spike is over on this side of the map, but now the entry has come through. Paint shells over towards Waterfall. Munchkin needing to get ahead of this. Does so, but now has been spotted. The Prowler as well, noting him. Swing up over the top here on site, and Ospos will swiftly take him down. Showstopper at the ready, but Showstopper unnecessary. It's a third As he continues to push forward, the Odin will be able to shut him down at long last, but the spike is planted and Lakia is hightailing it out to try to hold on to this ever-expensive weapon.
And it's going to be tricky. Certainly Leviathan is aware, and they have the creds to go hunting, no doubt about it. And King is hot to trot, trying to get to him. Lakia a little bit late on the ADS.
All destroyed, but still the flank coming through. Sees gonna be lobbed in, tries to get the transfer over to Tex. A couple shots found, but ultimately the Odin cannot be retained. Lev now moving forward 5-3.
And it's just, again, these multi-man pushes. It's hard for Gen.G to isolate targets before they're getting taken down. They have to hit their shots instantly. They can't do it. Meanwhile, Aspas is. He is fast. He is hitting every shot he takes, it feels like. And Gen.G is going to be taking a timeout, it looks like.
Starting to let the team get away from them here. Granted, yes, it is Lev on the attack. That's where they're likely to be the most vicious, but with the way that they're playing at the moment, with the way that some of these shots are just not coming through for Gen.G, a timeout does feel necessary. As of course, Aspas, ever represented by the fans here in the audience. These guys have been wanting to see him perform here in Shanghai, and yeah, they're being treated.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He is on one right now. And certainly for Gen.G, you'd like to turn this half around, of course, but so far in stage one, Gen.G mostly at least able to go even against teams on their defender side on Lotus. The Des talked about it as well, that the defensive protocols generally are pretty good for Gen.G on this map. The only team that was able to break their defender's side was Paper Rex the first time they played him. Otherwise, it's been, at worst, a 6-6 affair. Seeing with a couple ults still in play for them, but the weak buy behind it. A couple stingers, 3 sheriffs, half armors. Just want to get into those ults for the next round as well. You will get the Nightfall most likely for Lakia. There's that showstopper to consider. Quick clear of Baby Door as everybody is here at A main.
And the gamble stack from Gen.G is correct. They do manage to assess that this is where the early presence is going to be, but as far as finding value is concerned, it's going to be a bit of a util dump, and well, they will stave off left from this side of the map. They're not going to be rewarded with any kills nor any damage. Orb take does come through. Texture going to be one off that showstopper. But now everybody starts storming their way in towards C. A couple nano swarms to try to buy some time, buy some space. But showstopper comes out. Oh, Aspas messing up the timing on that rocket. Does it devolving as they go ahead. They push down right up in front. Meteor claiming 2 kills. Rocket does get taken down. Munchkin now pay them in hand. Clearing out on the Prowler. Tap on the door. A rotate through here from King. But already you have Count-On situated just up along the side. Looks like for now it's going to be a reassess from Lev.
Oh, able to clear that boom bot. Rare mistake from Aspas. Sends this round into disarray for Leviathan. They are going to be rethinking this C site hit. Too much pressure, the upgraded gun, potentially 2 upgraded guns, in fact. It's going to be near and dear for Gen.G. Instead, there's going to be a rotate over towards A, and they throw the Viper's Pit?
Throw the Viper's Pit just to try to really ensure that this rotation over across the map is going to be coming through. You know, they still have the alarm bot set up as, okay, tempo lockdown going to be used. They know that they desperately want this round win. As Charon is able to put up 2 fantastic shots with the Sheriff.
10 seconds left.
King now, the IGL last one standing, spots the glimpse there of Texture. He himself, of course, also spotted, but there's the first, but there's just no time remaining. Wants to hold on to the weapon, wants to try to take any additional creds away from the team here. Build up towards his own Viper's Pit. But in the end, it's going to be a MasterCard thrifty here by Gen.G. Close the gap a little bit more.
I mean, you got to like what you saw from Gen.G at the beginning of this round. Meteor finds a great timing to swing in with that stinger, catches the player TPing right up on top of the box as well. However, 2 big ults invested there at Kilios. The Viper's Pit and the lockdown to guarantee Gen.G that round. I mean, certainly the ult cycle is in their favor. They have the showstopper, they have the Nightfall as well to back up this next round. But that is a heavy investment after what looked like a surefire win for them. Cutting down so many players early. Of course, the Odin spam now begins. A little bit of damage done here towards King as A once again being seeded by Leviathan. And they really just are always kind of doing the same thing. It's A and then over to C and then kind of feeling out the defenses that Gen.G sets up.
Smokes just being cycled here. Cutting off that C access. Tap on the door. Doesn't spot anybody out of place. Texture just going to be flush against the wall on that left-hand side on B entry. Looks like ultimately this might end up being another rotation back across over towards A, where Lakia is still situated with that Odin in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that they're working the map. They've rarely tried to commit back towards these A hits after rotating through, so nobody here from Gen.G to help out Lakia.
Very far forward, but the Prowler tells him all he needs to know. He's able to back away. Just trying to get himself over in towards the site now. Starts up that Odin spray, but multiple players playing over towards the door. Nightfall now coming across. That's going to catch on to everyone. TV across the map, just throwing in, but the headshot from Tex is absolutely gorgeous. Takes down Lakia. Otspaz, he's just running forward. He's the one who doesn't have audio, but Gen.G is still getting caught off guard. Rocket from Texture, however, able to put down Calm. 2 kills from Karon as he looks for a third. Swings in. Karon continuing to be an absolute demon. Texture holding the opposite side. Will be able to get that final kill. We are once again tied up at 5-5.
That's a
I mean, every
competitive
time
half.
it feels like one team has an advantage, the other kind of swings it the other way. Tremendous firepower on display. Karon able to catch players trying to come out of tree. Turns around, able to deal with the sneaky Aspas. Gotten onto the back of the site. Gotten a big kill of his own. Gen.G able to hold on. Lakia playing pretty well there to save his life as long as he did, but couldn't quite ADS with that Odin fast enough. Was just a step behind of the pace of play that Leviathan was bringing, and they are now bringing a timeout of their own.
Yeah, similar scenes that we saw in Icebox, wanting to have as firm control as they possibly can on this opening half. Just deciding, okay, let's just go ahead, stabilize, take a moment to reassess what the game plan is going to be for these next couple rounds. Because right now, a decent amount of cash to try to get a buy going was, a little bit short on funds. Losing this one, not going to set up for a very good finishing round in the half. Looks like they'll just try to work out the game plan here a bit more. Because they have drawn out all of the ultimates from the side of Gen.G. And they are very dangerously close to having multiple high-impact ones for themselves. That pit, that lockdown, just one orb away, one kill away for LEV.
Exactly, you've got some real good opportunities here to maybe now consider a B hit. You've been conditioning Gen.G that you're doing AC, just kind of ping-ponging between those two, and you've got some great ults to make that happen if you can get into them. Get control of an orb early. The A orb, generally you're gonna have to cede that over to Gen.G, but the C orb has been firmly under your purview. For Leviathan, it is kind of a bit of a attempt at a B push. The spike has been left towards spawn though, so this is all just pressure to, again, try to feel out Gen.G's defense as Meteor tucked himself into that corner.
A little bit more of a fan out here. The Prowler doesn't go deep enough to actually check for Meteor, but he should be somewhat suspicious as to his positioning. Hit onto the door. King still just outside of a lobby. Mana Swarm going to be thrown in just to try to clear out the opposing one. They do so.
Now, they did snag that orb to get Tex the lockdown. That's the first piece of the puzzle here for Leviathan. Looking for lurks, looking for pushes. Love this from Leviathan. You never know when a player like Meteor is going to take that lack of contact over towards the front of B and think about starting to try to push through himself. However, Spike retrieved, Bound now being taken under control by Leviathan as it looks like they're setting up for a C hit.
Munchkin not too far away. Meteor's well still there at B, but here comes the hit. Clear out on the turret, entry around into the back. Karon going to be struck down. Texture able to find one. Looks for a second. Finds it. Push coming through. The covering fire from Munchkin is absolutely gorgeous. And it's just a meat grinder on that C side.
I mean, it's not a flawless, but
swiftly dismissing LEV.
It's a super clean arm for Gen.G.
LEV, plenty of ultimates to try to work with, but cash-wise, it's a bit lacking.
Felt like for a moment there, LEV was going to break that site open after getting that first kill.
Damn.
But Texture gets snappy with the Phantom, finds a couple of huge kills, sees the TP, able to immediately anticipate the re-swing from King. Really well handled there by Texture on site. And I saw the ping come down from Gen.G as well, expecting that lockdown in that corner right outside of the C door.
Well, got to be expecting it now.
Yep. Here comes that lurk.
Lurks forward. Meteor thinking about swinging out wider and does back away. But this triple push is coming through. Texture now in danger of being crunched. But looks like the first one always just got the Guardian. He's unable to find the headshots instantly. So he ends up falling down. Lockdown now out of the equation. Pit can still be in play though as that spike is planted here on A.
Gen.G is gonna win the defensive side.
Now invested. Spike crossed on Mazzino. Falling one by one, getting picked off. Ospas and Calm, King, the Heroics resting on their shoulders. The turret alerts, they know that one's going to be playing over towards that B connector. Ospas looking to reroute, pushes his way up through upper. Munchkin tucking away inside of the pit, gets the jump, gets the timing, and Calm's going to be taken down. Now 2 players left. Getting ready to arrive towards rope here is Ospas, but there's so much work for him to do. Looking for the target, but the spike is just not planted for him. He'll only be able to find a singular kill as Karen will fall. Meteor will take him down. It's going to be 7-5 with Gen.G out in front of the half.
Yeah, and Gen.G finally decides we're going to push from C and B all together. Everybody, everywhere, all at once. Decides to swing in towards the spawn. See if they can get some picks. They're a little lucky to avoid some damage from Tex with that Guardian. That's the benefit of being able to force your opponent onto that weaker buy, make it a bit tougher for them to find those shots. And then they do a phenomenal job clearing the Viper's pit. Locky on point with his utility to help out.
Yeah, very good scenes here from Gen.G, looking to bounce back after that Icebox fiasco. Still, Leviathan, a team that you cannot underestimate, a team that absolutely can bounce back into this one as they themselves get ready to move over on to that defending side. Here's to see what the game strategy is going to look like, whether or not they're going to be able to deal with this one, because we have seen incredible scenes from Gen.G. This is a lot more of the map that we've wanted to see between these two squads. We'll see if it continues to heat up, but we've got Dryad standing by with the CEO.
Of Leviathan, who are looking pretty good. So what I want to ask you here is, this is a team that it is all Americas, and how do you feel about even having the Chinese crowd on your side?
No, la verdad que muy contento, la gente acá es maravillosa, me hacen sentir en casa, locales, y representar a toda la región es un gran honor. La verdad estoy emocionado, y bueno, sufriendo un poquito ahora el segundo mapa, pero vamos que se puede.
It is an honor. It feels like home with all the fans cheering for Leviathan, going on our side, and a little bit stressed out this second map that is not going completely our way, but it's all good. And now I want to ask you, when it comes to this map of Lotus, you're talking about it. It's a little bit stressful. You don't know what's going to happen. But do you think it's fine on the defense? You think this is a team, and who's going to be the one player that's going to turn it around and make sure that defense is nothing to worry about?
Yo creo que podemos ganar cualquier mapa, estamos muy bien preparados, así que nada, con mucha confianza, y si no es el segundo será el tercero, pero como dijo Aspas, no viajé 40 horas de avión para irme con las manos vacías.
Yeah, he's saying just we can win any map. Even if it's not the second one, it's gonna be the third one. It's all good. And as Aspas said, I didn't fly 40 hours to go home empty-handed. Now for my last question here, or actually we don't have anything else. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Obrigada. We're here for all Americas and also having all the Chinese crowd. Thank you so much. Y de vuelta con ustedes.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Good to hear from him. Good to see that, not getting too wavered by how things have been going on this second map. Says, even if we do drop this one, we're confident that we'll be able to close out on the third. But now we go into the second half here of Lotus. Gen.G over onto the attack. Let's see how they do fare.
I mean, Fernando is pumped up in the crowd. King here sets up the one-way around the corner. They just swing through and take him down.
And just kind of disrespecting the angle. Texture able to find that headshot. Calm now situated with the boombot, allowing them to know that he is there. This fine one, Mazzino taking down Munchkin. A 3v3 now as the plant gets ready to come through. All of LEV starting to make their way back over here towards this site as they look for the recontest. Couple shots across, some damage. Mazzino gonna be falling low, but Tex, the instant headshot. Lakia, it's knocked out of the park. Karen now trying to hold this corner. It's gonna be good for one, good for a second. Looks for the third. The Meteor is able to find it. Narrow margins there, but it's going to be Gen.G, I believe, picking up their first pistol round win of the series.
I believe you are correct, and that's
really Lotus should go
Gen.G to keep this momentum going.
Attack side is favored. They won the defense side, so
Karan somehow, some way stays alive.
It's gonna be a tough game to win for LEV.
Gen.G just doing a good
They're gonna have to show a lot of
to
resilience.
swing through that one-way setup that King had. That's amazing. I love the art. Love it.
Heavy investment here. As Texture's okay. Big on the haunt, doesn't matter. 2 kills. Spray across there. And Texture with some very nice value early on. Grabs the orb, really wants to fast track that showstopper, and he's already beyond the halfway point toward it. Lev now just looking to early rotate these players around. Themselves situated here on the site. Texture checking things out. Waiting. Using this smoke as much as he possibly can to gain information. Yeah, they really want the showstopper, so they even pass the spike plant over to him. As that one's situated now, paint shell still in his hands. Zeno works his way over towards drop. King just waiting for the smokes to dissipate. He's got an angle to actually try to play off of. As there's a reveal on the one. Paint shell's now going to be sent. It's looking for the TP, but will just end up swinging out as Texture claims himself a third. Tex now last one standing. It was Crispy with a ghost in the previous round, but it's against significantly stronger firepower here, so Widely might just want to tuck back and wait for that spike to detonate.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be Gen.G's round, and Texture on Icebox. It was Ospas's first round win in terms of the bout between these two players, and this time around, Texture is starting to take control of this map. He has been instrumental, those opening 2 kills, and then he's just swinging around the site, looking for more, looking for those extra alt orbs to see if he could get that showstopper. He's only 1 away, so as long as Gen.G can safely and securely claim an orb, we're gonna have a very strong round here. Potentially could take this bonus. 3 Bulldogs, a Vandal, and a Phantom for Texture. And Leviathan left hoping that they can keep this snowball from continuing to roll downhill.
Heavy investment, but because of the cleanliness of that previous round, and given the investment that Gen.G had, they have pretty good firepower to try to match on the opposite side. Texture again, just getting marked, not too worried about it. Just playing with confidence, but Aspas now holding, tries to find another kill, can't quite make it happen. Mazzino is playing in behind the door, trying to keep himself alive. Doesn't want to over-challenge, doesn't want to get taken down. Swing onto the corner, and Calm gonna be caught. Munchkin finds that kill. Mazzino, though, reopening, does manage to find a pick. Munchkin now dead, a 3v3. The double swing around the corner, and Lakia claims the kill. Texture already situated here on the site. The paint shell's going in deep. Gets it out in front, and he cleans up the final 2.
That's a bonus.
Gen.G now starting to run away with things as they move up to 10.
Yeah, unbelievable pressure that Gen.G's able to create here to get Texture onto B site and make this so tricky. They swing together nicely on Mazzino after he hit a good paranoia to take down Munchkin. This is just beautiful stuff here. That nade forces the second player out right into the open arms of Texture. Now he's got that showstopper. Let's see what they want to do. 4 Sheriffs and a Stinger for Leviathan. The bonus does indeed go the way of Gen.G, up to 10-5 now.
On for Haunt. Texture again, just consistently being spotted as Carolina, quick peek out. Paint shell's now going to be lobbed in. Showstopper as well. Sends it back box. Somehow only comes away with 1, but the paint shell explodes, and Texture finds a 3rd. And just like that, the crunch dealt with. As Calm will be the last one standing, just sat here. The baby door not even broken form. Could rotate around to upper to try to get himself over towards that spike, but seems like he's just going to stay stagnant here for the moment. Remain quiet. Now we'll start moving, but he's expecting the crunch. He's expecting them to come out hunting for him.
Let's see if that's what they want to do. But man, the tempo here started to be turned up by Texture and Gen.G. He is feeling himself. He doesn't care if he gets hit by those haunts. He wants to challenge these players right now because he is on fire. Baby door cleared. Calm stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Makes him a lot more concerned, but he is able to find 1. But Texture will just counter swing in. Cleans it up. A 4K for him in the round. Already 3 towards that next showstopper. As Gen.G, they move up 11-5.
Oh me, oh my. And a much needed timeout here for Leviathan, because this is a runaway freight train that Gen.G is piloting. And it has been all them for the last 8 rounds in a row. Just starting to get that teamwork together. I mean, starting.
that is one of the scariest teams you would ever see in the world.
Just all Ospasses.
It's too powerful.
Yeah, the science has gone too far there, my friend. We can't have that. That's just unfair to every other team in the world.
The reason we stopped after Dolly the Sheep.
I mean, but truly, just This is the Gen.G that you kind of expected. I mean, they looked a little flat coming into Icebox, but how many times have we seen that this year, Achilleos, where Gen.G just kind of comes into a match, doesn't look great, they drop the first map, the second map starts out a little rough, and then they just turn on a switch and they're a completely different team.
It's happened moment after moment. I mean, just feels like at least in every single series that they've been playing, that has happened. But I don't know, Lotus maybe just a little bit of a different beast here for them, but they want to get themselves back over to Breeze. As the crowd here tries to spur on Leviathan off the back of this timeout, would be a monstrous run back for them. Need 6 to tie. Let's see if they can take that first step. It's at the moment still a ways away from some of these crucial ultimates. That Nightfall going to be maybe the first one that they're able to get online.
And the last time Gen.G played this map, Texture had 28 kills on his way to setting the best of 5 kill record in Pacific. Oh my God!
What in the hell? A fadeaway shot, Calm taken down. I think Munchkin himself probably surprised that he was able to find that one. Basically just catching a stray. Texture now looking for the entry, spots King, takes a bit of damage. King tries to hold the line, finds 2 for himself.
Spike down.
Doing his damnedest to keep his squad in this round. Texture reading it, expecting it. Finding victory in it. Mazzino struck down on the approach. Now Ospas as well, swinging out of upper, unable to find any value there. Tex now hightailing it, trying to survive, trying to keep himself, this weapon, alive. As the spike will get pivoted over to A. He's recalling his youth, Dylan. He is pushing forward, but Texture, he's watching this position.
Pinged it out.
Does he read this? Texture statuesque. 2-tap, the kill found. A paint shell in celebration as Gen.G get themselves up to map point.
I mean, they're being so decisive right now. Munchkin gets this early kill, and it's an immediate pivot over towards B. Texture identifies the player on site, King. King able to find 2, though. The swings out of the toxic screen, a little bit slow there for Gen.G, and they pay the price. They had an opportunity here, but you can see 1-2. They give him the opportunity. Caron finally able to stabilize. This is a great angle for Texture because Mazzino has to be wary of that corner. That's where you're expecting that player to be tucked in, and Texture gets the better of him. He reads Mazzino's mind a little bit there, and onto this last round, a lot of weak weaponry.
A bait out on the TP, and then Munchkin just takes advantage, gets the reveal there on a Mazzino, and Mazzino's just not ready to 180 pivot back. It's another early advantage as Gen.G look to bring this map to an end. Clear out, Nano Swarm gone here in front of C. Alarm bot as well taken down. Gen.G finding everything that they're looking for at every corner of the map.
Poison's off.
Just amazing. The util from Lakia has been so good, clearing corners.
The A site right now is open.
Yeah, wide open. There's nobody there.
If Munchkin continues to work forward, he could just drop a pit and say, oh, come on in, guys.
Yeah, no, I mean...
The water's warm.
But he's going to do what Munchkin does, and he's going to try to push towards spawn.
Going on the deep lurk. Nightfall going across.
Oh, they have no idea.
They managed to dodge out on that one. No, never mind. Kill still going to be found. Ospas taken down, and now Calm's attention pulled in so many different directions. Has his Odin in hand, but he's not sure where it's all going to be coming from. King does manage to find one, but there, Munchkin makes his presence known once more. 3K for him. King and Tex, the 2 players left.
Leviathan is really
so
like
many obstacles
absent.
in their way. The pit now invested.
Like they are not there.
It's going to take a miracle.
Double push downstairs.
They fade the attack side, and then
the outskirts of this one, but Lakia
they got smashed in
hand.
defense.
That could be costly for them if they went rushing forward, but ultimately they're swinging around the back, but this is costing them so much time. A weapon pickup, but now everything heard. Tap onto the door. They are so wary about this deep lurk coming through from behind. They just don't have the time.
This reminds me of
First kill is found, but this is already done and
G2T1.
dusted. King will try to put up another couple of
Yesterday.
kills, but he cannot make it happen. 13-5, Gen.G bouncing back after.
We wanted it, and we got it. We got ourselves a map 3, but the way that Gen.G did it, absolute decimation when we flipped sides, and that is what Gen.G needed. After losing that first map, you could see them just reinvigorated, and now we're getting ready for a clash in map 3.
Yeah, Gen.G, if their approach on Icebox defensive side was all about the flood retakes, on this one it was all about the hard anchoring on sites. This team's synergy is so strong when they're in like these team fight positions. Well, everyone's kind of flooding in to support the anchor, and those anchor players were stepping up. Guys like Karon in particular having great rounds to catapult them to that massive defensive advantage.
And it's also amazing to see, right? Because we're talking about them starting on the defense. We know that they have a flawless record. Well, starting from the season, I think they're in the 6th win in a row here on this map. But starting losing that pistol, and as you're saying, Mimi, learning how to anchor the sides. We saw a couple of rounds where Leviathan were having too much of an easy time running onto C. Like the utility they were encountering, it was not that much. It was not really stopping them. And that anchoring actually, you know, took them off guard. 7-5, that is outrageous. And then a second flawless half for them. I mean, they have to be proud of what they did.
If the first half was about the anchors, the second was all about texture. He had a rough map 1, but he came out and was ridiculous on this second map.
Wow.
Nearly 400 ACS. He's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, hey, guy who tweeted about Osmos, Texture's very good about the game, too. He's very good. I mean, absolutely mind-blowing performance there from Texture, which is exactly what the doctor ordered for Gen.G. But it's also just the fact that, like, you're able to flip that switch like that so quickly for this team just goes to show that when you think that they're out of this, not by a long shot.
Yeah, but hear me out. They were trying some things on Icebox when they went onto their attack, and most of the things were not working. Like, the synergy was not really there. You could see that Lotus is just a different beast for them. They feel too comfortable. The way that they walk around the map, the way that they gather the information, the way they execute, all of those protocols that we talk about, Gen.G, everybody knows what they need to do every single second, so everything looks flawless from the outside.
We also see with LEV kind of this comparison, right? When they have a really good game plan, when they have the perfect prep coming in, they're really good at executing on that. But I think this team tends to struggle a little bit more when they start to lose that momentum. And we saw it here, right? Starting to kind of take more risks on their defensive side, going for these forward plays, and the timings are a little bit off. And Gen.G's synergy and their fundamentals are just so strong that they are going to run that over.
Yeah, definitely feels like Leviathan, once they get rattled a little bit, right, it's really hard to unrattle them. And that is at least what I pulled away from it.
I don't think it's like rattled as in like nervous or off, because all these players are so experienced, right? But I think it's more so
the game plan was rattled.
Yes, once the game plan doesn't work initially, then you see more of these individualistic moments, which are sometimes winning them rounds, but are a lot less consistent, especially against a top-level team like Gen.G.
Yeah, and I also think in a map like Lotus, you cannot rely so much on that, because if a team is very prepared on the map, like the way that you can move around it and cut your opponent off guard, it's so big. Like the variables are so many. It's very difficult for it to go your way.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we were talking about that flawless half that we saw from Gen.G, and I think we have our breakdown there to kind of illustrate it, because it really goes to show you just like you thought that going into it, sure, Leviathan had a few things that they needed to try and like clean up going into that half, but it really just felt as if Gen.G just said no, just not today. It ain't happening. We're winning this one. And as we had talked about before, and you guys alluded to before as well with the 6-0 record, like this is a great map for them in this stage. It's dangerous, like can't let them have it. But there's so many other things you got to worry about with Gen.G.
I think also now heading into Breeze, this is the final map of our series. Having Texture in the form he's in right now is a scary prospect. That guy kind of needed to heat up. He's done that now on that flawless attack side. He was a guy who was catapulting Gen.G to get all those opening kills. And Breeze, it's always defined by those star players.
Yeah, exactly. And if yesterday was all about the preparation from the other team cutting their opponent off guard, I feel like they were very secure, very safe in what they wanted to do with this maps. I agree. Breeze is going to be a different beast, and there is something that I love about it, and I expect that we see the Astra. I think
what do you love about Breeze?
Nothing.
Thank you for being real. Thank you for being real.
Hear me out. Whenever I play Breeze or whenever I see it, I feel like the sun is blinding my eyes. I hate it. I just hate it.
Okay, don't like beaches, confirmed.
And that's based, and that's true, and I agree.
Have you tried not looking up?
However, that's corny. No. However, the reason to be excited.
I'll punch you in the neck.
Don't do that. We've talked about it a lot, but this is where the duelist head-to-head is real. This is where players like Texture and Aspas will feast.
This is where you earn your paycheck.
Both had their individual. My paycheck is what? Being the person
them.
to
That's
talk.
where they earn their paycheck.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, continue to earn your paycheck. Keep talking. But yes, you're right. I mean, this is going to be where these two players are going to have to shine the brightest here, right? It's a jet map as well, so you're going to be seeing just a lot of that activity. And I'm curious to see, how this all closes out. What you got?
It is a jet map, but Gen.G are a team that plays it differently, right? This is kind of they've had two trend-setting moments, right? The KO Gecko, which we had as an example on Icebox already. Everyone picked that up. This is their other trend-setting map where they've been playing the Astra Yoru, and they have some fantastic coordination with the stall from the Astra as a global stall agent, and also as a lot of set plays around the Yoru. I love this map from Gen.G.
But that's it, right? I think like the innovation from Yoru, especially on this map, has already been coming from different regions. I think that people can expect it, but it's very, very difficult to be prepared for everything that can happen. The amount of combos, we saw it yesterday, like also the impact that a Soul Sova can have helping those duelists is massive.
All right, well, there you go.
I love this composition.
And yeah, so this is
absolutely
the Yoru's back in play. We saw a little bit of that yesterday as well, and how that could really help out, especially with setting up some of those big trap plays as well.
I think the interesting thing, too, is other teams have adapted the Gen.G comp to play with the Cypher instead of the Jet. In their classic form, which we're seeing from them again, they've always played with that duelist and given up that Sentinel. So on their defensive side, I'm looking to see how Leviathan can try and fiddle out that gap and get Tex embedded in these deep positions, which he's really good for.
Yeah, I'm looking at the head-to-head with the Sovas in this case. Again, I think that yesterday, and especially on first map, we saw it coming in from Com. I want to see it from Lakia this time around. I want to, I feel like I want Gen.G to win now.
There's just so much. Hey. Well, okay. She's changing her predictions here on the fly. I'm sure there are two people who are very happy that you changed your predictions and they're about to cast this game. Let's go ahead and send it home. We got Achilleos and Paper Thin on the call. Fellas, over to you.
Thank you very much, GP. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean.
I don't think...
I'm coming into this one unbiased and just approaching to see who is going to be playing the best Valorant, and so far, it's 50-50. It all comes down to this final map.
Yeah, in this heavyweight bout, it's been haymakers thrown by each side, but nobody's been able to land that knockout blow just yet. And we look to see here who is going to be the better duelist. Aspas on Icebox, Texture on Lotus, and now we look to Breeze. Find out who is going to be able to take this series and go 1-0. That crucial 1-0 here in this Swiss stage. It's going to be Leviathan on the defense. Gen.G on the attacker side. Leviathan, this is where they do their damage on this map, is on this defender side. So a lot of pressure, I think, particularly onto the Yoru, onto Meteor, to try to slip the net past Leviathan's defenses and cause some disruption. But an early establishment of mid-control.
Nebula ends up falling, and Aspas able to come away with one, but the dash not taking him out far enough. But Tex, what is that shot? It's a finishing blow to take down Texture and keep Lev in with an advantage. Munchkin now looking to set up the wall here. It's a crossover in towards A.
Could be a fake.
Trying to, but you can still see that the Lev players drifting their way over towards B. At least we'll now split up and try to just go 2-2 on these sites.
But Munchkin didn't get the attention he wanted, so he's going to try to go towards that link angle. See if he can go on a bit of a lurkabout. Now they start pressuring the front of that site.
Com, first line of defense, tries to find the kill, but Count eventually finds that headshot. Now the approach coming through, but Tex very much aware of this. Does take him down. Karen at 10 HP. Meteor needing to find some impact. Tap on the spike, trying to see if he gets any forward pushes coming through. Lev still playing this out very patiently. Now Meteor in a very dire position. Two around the half wall. Here's that Cyber Cage getting tossed, and Tex is going to be good for it. This guy's been putting up numbers this entire series so far. He starts off the pistol round here on Breeze, just as strong.
The awareness just phenomenal from Leviathan on this mid-cross. Nebula goes down, and they're ready for it. It looked to me like they might be swinging back towards A site to try to set up a pinch on an execute from Gen.G. But when that Nebula goes down, they are fully prepared. Even though it's a trade, Tex so ready for that Munchkin change of direction. Munchkin didn't get any contact over towards A. Didn't get that pull off of that toxic screen like he would have liked. Now you got that outlaw again for Aspas.
Oh. Dash at the ready. Meteor making some noise as he works his way up into the Nebula. Aspas now gambling, trying to figure out where exactly he's going to approach from, but Meteor does decide to just go ahead and back away.
Still looking to see where exactly Gen.G is considering. They're just looking for somebody to get aggressive, seeing if they can maybe find that opening pick. See if they can get Texture set up with this Sheriff. Even Charon coming out towards mid, but didn't really see much, so it's going to be the spike pickup for Meteor. Heading back over towards that B site, but again, the toxic screen seemingly a ruse from Munchkin. So far, hasn't paid off for Gen.G just yet. This time, Calm going to be kind of the pivot man for Leviathan.
Akia with a very deep lurk up here into this A site. 3 players on the opposite side and plenty of covering fire. Here's some footsteps, so even if he was able to try to get the jump on the one, he wisely needs to try to wait and see if he can pull some rotations, but now they know that he's in.
30 seconds
Akia
left.
trying to cut back the opposite side, but he's not ready for the swing around. Aspas makes his presence known, and you can see Gen.G in the minimap scrambling now to assess how they want to go on this approach, where they want the spike to go, and they are running out of time. 18 seconds remaining, so it's going to have to be this A site. Teleport set up, smoke coming through, looking for that concuss. There's the TP in, but Meteor turns back around, the opposite side. Now it's a little bit too late. Aspas finds it. Calm and King get the rest of the eliminations, and that is going to be a flawless anti-eco here from LEV.
Wow, it's a cute attempt at the Nova Pulse into the TP. Almost gets Aspas, but he's able to sneak behind Meteor. And Meteor isn't aware until it's too late. Aspas able to switch over to the Classic, take him down. Gen.G kind of second-guessing themselves. They're trying to get a little tricky. They're trying to throw Leviathan off, but right now, Leviathan's doing a really good job of reading into Gen.G's movements. They don't move a muscle, even though all that space is gained by Lakia unaccounted for. They're just willing to hold. Gonna dodge the knife early. Oh my God, he's up on top of the map, looking to get some more value out of this outlaw.
He is, and while everybody on Gen.G, aside from Texture, does have full armor, Aspas' accuracy, those headshots could very well come into play. Cam gonna be set up. Xeno working his way around here towards tunnel. Aspas now reinforcing as the plant. They're gonna be stuck. Does so, but Tex! 1-2 punch! Knocks him out! Scoops up the weapon, now a Vandal in hand. He doesn't even take that much damage for it. Aspas now with a deep line. That jiggle peek Tex should have noted. Ahead there of Lakia. Does manage to go ahead and find a kill. Calm gonna be taken down now.
Enemy mark.
And drone forward, gets the tag on the one. Charon with a very deep late lurk. Does find the headshot, picks off King. Adds a little bit more chaos into the mix here for them to try to deal with it. Munchkin with that Guardian. Always a deadly foe. Puts a shot here into Mazzino, swings out, challenges for the fight. Aspas able to find one, but the shock darts are lobbing through, and Charon on that hard right flank does take him down. Gen.G, they will be able to win out this third round as Charon desperately tries to scoop up a rifle that isn't a Guardian. Cannot do so, but again, 3 players dead.
Yeah, just phenomenal patience here from Tex. He's doing such a good job against Gen.G on this map so far. Just waits it out until the very last second. That internal timer was perfect. Even the ADSs for that second shot. But then it's Gen.G's turn with their Guardians. Munchkin so good, so stable with that, helping keep Lakia safe to set up those shock dart lineups. And now you have the op already for Aspas, looking to get aggressive here, but all of Gen.G on the other side of the map, looking for this A crunch through door.
Playing away from this one and just not really having any ambiguity. They're just stomping their way forward. Cloudburst down, trying to escort forward. Shock dart looking for a little bit of damage. There's the entry. Cloudburst gonna be fading though, and they're not ready for Mazzino over here by double doors. Texture the first to fall, and they still have King over at back pyramid. This is very much gummed up the works here for Gen.G, and now the neural theft built up very swiftly here by Tex. Goes into play. They managed to identify the positions of everybody of Gen.G.
The longer this takes, the worse this gets, because Aspas is encroaching towards Gen.G with that operator. He might catch Munchkin on the cross.
0 point, might have caught a couple people with a shot, not going to connect. Munchkin can breathe a sigh of relief, at least for the moment, but there's still a gap that he's gonna have to try to cross. Aspas set up on it, so yeah, the Nebula has to come through just to force him off the angle. But now he can just try to rotate around in towards elbow and get a better line.
Yeah, that execute just not going their way.
They should read this. They should be privy to it, but as they just slow walk out, it's an easy shot for him to make. Aspas finds the kill. Count on out, hearing the rotations coming through, but there's still 2 players situated here on this A site. You can try to find the opener. Maybe Gen.G can get this plant coming through, but oh, jump peek. Mazzino revealing his position, but Karan, there's still a lot more that he has to try to investigate here, but now there's just 10 seconds remaining. Meteor, he needs this escort forward. Attention has been drawn, but they have to go for the plant now. They still suspect somebody over towards A main. Meteor tucked away just alongside the pyramid. Tries to get the plant down, swing out, King finding one. Meteor trying to back away. Does manage to break line of sight in time, but now it's just he and Munchkin, who's still a world away, to try to clutch this one out. Meteor finding one. Has the dimensional drift. He decides to pull the trigger on that. Munchkin does manage to get the catch. Calm now going to be taken down as we have ring around the rosy here, the pyramids. Aspas makes his way over towards the site. I don't think he saw him. Certainly didn't see King in that moment. Aspas up into the air, tries to get himself up on top of the pyramid to get a better vantage point. He ends up getting sniped out. Munchkin finds it. Meteor gets King, and somehow, some way, Gen.G convert this round into a win.
I mean, I'm fooled as well. I feel bad for Leviathan. That was them reading this so well. It felt like they had Gen.G trapped. But the fact that Aspas doesn't get that shot onto Munchkin, he was just a little bit late on the scope in. That allows Munchkin to go on a bit of a walkabout, try to clear some space on the map. And then somehow, some way, Meteor's able to get that plant down and just outguess his opponents and where he is going to be. Just slow walking around that pyramid, never giving up his location easily. Knife out early, a lot of players contesting overhaul. Bladestorm pop for Aspas.
Yep, slow creeping forward. Meteor gonna be the first one to try to intercept, but here comes the push. Util in hand, doesn't manage to find the flash, but he also catches it onto himself. So now pinged out, knives thrown. And he's got 2 players challenging and hauls, finds the first one, Aspas pushing forward, finds the other, right clicks coming across, tries to take down Lakia, but is only able to find a smattering of damage as he falls down to 72.
Unbelievable. Ooh, nice shots for Lakia, gonna get that kill. Now, B site under Gen.G's control. Hello.
The second glance, and Mazzino will fall. Lakia. Monstrous round from him. Hunter's Fury now going to be online going into the next, and the B site completely opened up. Tex trying to make the decision as far as what he wants to do. Sit back, wait for the spike to detonate, or go for some damage.
Spike planted.
Either way, Cash is starting to build up decently, but that's a great dink. Takes him down, but unfortunately it's not the kill.
Heck of a shot. Here's those footsteps.
Two quick shots, Lakia falling. Now from here, options a little bit more opened up, but with Karan finding the kill, denies him being able to recover the weapon and just tuck away.
Yeah, it's a scrappy start to the round, we'll say that. It's just, you know, Aspas there just catching Meteor with the flash in hand, but Meteor's able to pop that flash in time to, you know, get them both fully flashed with it, so they have to both reset in that fight.
I assume Aspas was fully flashed.
I assume.
Couldn't quite tell, to be honest.
It looked like it got him enough that he had, you know, he had to back off. Let's put it that way. It was good enough to back him off.
It was an intimidation flash.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just try not to die. To scare him off a little bit. Just a lot of ults for Gen.G is what my eyes see. Everything but the Bladestorm. So, Dimensional Drift, are they going to combo this into the Hunter's Fury potentially? But Tex just sat way back on this B site. Tries to spam through, but plant should be good for Gen.G.
Texture just dashing in, getting the plant down. Drone now coming up through that Cosmic Divide. Seeking target as the fake out is walking its way through 4 players. Now gets a ping onto one, and Aspas, oh, the wallbang shot to take out Meteor. That is gorgeous. Now he's posted up on top of the half wall, finds another. Texture dead, man advantage here for the side of Gen.G, but there's the pull that bites up into the air. The delay tactics here for Gen.G are aplenty. They even have the Hunter's Fury. Starts now flying, Tex, hounded down. Swing out from Munchkin, shot doesn't connect, somehow he gets caught. Now the Hunter's Fury layered in on top, and this round, it cannot go the way of LEV. The early kills from Aspas to get them involved, to get them up close to be able to get onto the site. They don't mean anything because the post-plant util from Gen.G is just too thorough.
Yeah, I love the save here for that Hunter's Fury for after the plant goes down. Feeling comfortable enough that they could get in just on the Dimensional Drift. do what they need to do. Tech's doing a good job keeping himself alive, keeping himself obscured behind that cosmic divide. So yeah, Gen.G knows they can get this plant down comfortably, set up into these post plants where they have so much deep utility to use. You have the shock darts from the Sova. In this case, you have the Hunter's Fury. You've got the Viper util. You've got the Astra util to completely stagger out these post plants. Yeah. Leviathan is going to have to do something about it.
Yeah, and it looks like right now they want to go ahead and try to assess, figure out how they're going to be piloting against this one in these post plants. Because not every team out there is going to be running Astra when it comes down to this map, so might be something that you don't have the most experience with. And there's just many, many layers to this here from the side of Gen.G, even with that Viper only having the singular bite.
Correct. It's still very effective, and Munchkin is so good at range. He's so good at those one-taps. And he's got a Viper's Pit as well coming into this next round for Gen.G, so a lot to consider here for Leviathan to try to stop the bleeding. 4 rounds in a row for Gen.G after they strung together, I think it was 10 in a row on Lotus. I mean, it's a streaky team as Gen.G, and once they hit that next level, it's hard to take them down from it.
Well, Operator still carried forward here into round 7. Half armors for damn near everyone aside from Mazzino. It's a very heavy stack here from Gen.G, and Aspas starts things off right foot forward. Texture going to be taken down there in elbow. Peeks across in the mid. You can already tell this is very much disrupted what Gen.G wanted to do at the start of this round. So now they're just going to start hightailing it back, cross over towards A.
Just trying to find some open space. Have to be a little bit considerate. They don't have a lot of info on what's going on. And Meteor setting up the fallback TP, just in case they don't like what they see on this site. And also set himself up potentially for those post plants. Good flash.
Fake out coming, Turbid King still able to find the headshot, looks for the second, but Lockheed storms his way forward, does find that pick. Occupying space here on the site. Looking to be reinforced as Charon gets the spot there, but yeah, he's like, that's Aspas. He's got an operator. I'm backing the hell off.
I'd rather not.
And wisely keeps himself alive. Xeno spotted, Charon able to find that first kill, put some nasty damage here on a comm. They do find some more, and Aspas gets the headshot just over the top of the stairs, but now Munchkin playing forward, finds Aspas. Lakia finds comm. 2 players standing once again, but cash aplenty. Gen.G carry on their merry way, now up 5-2.
Yeah, fantastic work here. Lakia quick with the follow-up to take out the player right around the corner. That leaves Mazzino kind of on an island for a while. Yes, it's a nice opener for Aspas, but then Charon able to identify Aspas's position, set himself up nicely for this crossfire towards the site. Munchkin just so ready for it. This is the Gen.G that gets scary, is when they start covering for each other like that.
Very steady on the aim there from Munchkin. It's nasty to see, but now straight into round 8. Multiple Sheriffs, 2 Vandals here for the side of LEV. The operators finally being wrested from their hands. Slow creep up though as Charon plays out on an island by himself.
Aki has got the spike there right at the front of A main. Could be...
You're just sat behind the bricks.
I'm just waiting this out. The gate crash just to see if there's any early pressure, and you can maybe TP behind if there's like a heavy push through A main. So you could set up a crossfire, but instead, Leviathan continues to play fairly defensively in terms of their positioning on the map. Charon, though, going to be holding down this elbow angle from Cannon.
There's 2 players just the opposite side there of elbow. For now, it's like Gen.G going to start trying to work their way forward, but that 0 point is very nicely timed. Xeno putting an end to that push. Speedy just takes a couple shots, trying to that isolated pick there onto King.
Well, you know there's at least 2 here for sure, probably 3. There's the Hunter's Fury to try to slow up this hit.
30 seconds fishing, trying to see if he can find anybody at all. It's actually going to be a concuss thrown at him. He's trying to lock him in place, and King's going to be taken down as Meteor goes on the entry. Open sinks up there, back pyramid. Tex lingering forward, but Carrot very much anticipating this. He is ready to get the catch. Finds it, turns back. Aspas taken down low, but eventually does find a headshot to reply. Now he's the last one standing, given that this is one of the rifles they invested in the round. He wants to try to hold on to it. Gen.G is going to be allowed to move up to 6.
You can afford to send a player or 2 out looking with the economy that Gen.G has. They can try to take this Vandal away.
Yeah, he already has the Blade Storm. I'm not worried about handing over that ultimate whatsoever. They're having a very difficult time trying to determine where Aspas has gone.
The pings were all over the bottom side of the map, and that is not where Aspas is. So should be able to save his gun, I believe, unless Meteor catches him over at Arches.
He's working his way forward, but I don't know if he's going to get swung out wide enough to actually find that pick, and looks like the answer is going to be no. Checks in towards Nest as well as Halls. Spike detonates 4 players alive this time. Gen.G significantly cleaner round here versus this basically thrifty attempt from the side of LEV.
Yeah, just a good, well-coordinated execute here. Everybody doing their job for Gen.G in terms of covering the proper angles, hitting good shots.
Starting to read them really well.
They are. They really are. They're starting to get a feel for this map. They're starting to understand that they can take their time at the beginning of these rounds to identify the positions of Leviathan, take control of their side, take control of their space, and make decisions off the back of it. An immediate Viper's Pit pop here for Leviathan.
Oh. He finds textured elbow once again, but this time there's somebody alongside him. Go ahead and just trade that out. So 1 for 1, jetless now. Are both squads, but still Gen.G have Meteor for that potential entry power on the Yoru.
Look at Lakia. He's tucked right outside of this Viper's Pit, hoping that he can catch King.
Double push out into mid and count. He's over here grabbing orb at B main. Does he just see tucked? Oh, well now he's in a much riskier position as the neural theft does come through. Lakia as well, forced off his position. Helen though, snappy on the comment. Have to see that one back.
Need that back.
Just absolutely destroys him there. Now Tech spotted, noted around the back of pillar. He's in a rough position here, trying to do-si-do against all of Gen.G. Finds the first one, finds the second. Tech's again looking good, now reinforced as Mazzino arrives. Meteor taken down, it's all on Lakia. Spike never got planted. He's got full util, but being able to utilize it here, being able to isolate these fights, it's just not possible. As he creeps forward, Mazzino will strike him down, and LEV will finally get themselves another round win.
Yeah, I mean, Tex is playing these angles so well for himself. Yes. Just able to quickly take out his targets, then re-swing. I mean, this is just phenomenal. The shot through the box. Gets a little bit of help with a flash, I believe. Yeah, Mazzino's flash got in there. That's great support from the KO. That's okay. Some smiles from Karan. Having a good map. It looked like Gen.G was going to be able to break that site open off the back of that pick from Karan. Shock darts at the ready. Right now, once again, just Lakia. Oh boy.
I'm trying to force him away from that orb. They do so successfully. They might be anticipating. Oh, Mazzino full flash, but still pushes forward. That's the spike now. Stranded.
That was a clown.
Trying to re-challenge, but King is there. Texture around the back, able to find Calm, pinching in. But they still have to break their way into shop. And Aspas, he gets ready to reinforce their position.
Oh.
Texture with a one-tap, takes out King. I'm worried about this approach from behind, but Tex still a ways away. A 3v3 somehow. This Cosmic Divide going to be coming through. Mazzino just playing in front of the wall, can tuck back behind this one very swiftly, but another orb set up, trying to get the grab well across. All command thrown through, catches onto them both. No easy exits here for the Yoru. As Spike does get retrieved, and it looks like they just want to leave Meteor in there, lurking.
Fantastic use of this Cosmic Divide to get this spike
planted.
And get these post-plant positions set up. 2 towards A main, Karan on point, defending the spike. The Blade Storm for Aspas. He's looking to go hunting. No updraft though.
All right, null command popped. Oh, my util gotta be
Oh.
limited. Oh my god. What a shot. Karan gonna be taken down. Man advantage now here for the side of LEV. Meteor on a deep line, not quite reacting fast enough. There's a swing out, comes through, and now it is
My
all
gun,
on
main,
Meteor.
they
Finds
know
the first,
Aspas.
the jump out, Aspas will dice him to pieces.
Okay, and we kind of have the opposite scenario, where like
They're clawing it back.
It's great.
Gen.G starts
understanding
strong,
of the ult economy here.
and then slowly,
They know that dimensional drift is close, and they challenge
very
for that
slowly,
orb. Take Lakia
LEV is
down
coming
and the spike
back.
with it and force out that big ultimate of the Cosmic Divide from
Damn.
Karan.
What a shot.
That is just ridiculous, Aspas. Just one tap with the blades. Unbelievable how clean he is. There are
Man
a
is
few, yeah.
an absolute menace.
He is. Now he's got the operator again. But you have some ults for Gen.G.
Yeah. It's going to be the Dimensional Drift now coming through. Lakia still off that Hunter's Fury, so not going to be seeing that combo together. It's just going to be a scouting mission here for Meteor, who's widely not seeing too much of anything, but Aspas, oh, he is seeing Munchkin. Takes him down, pop flash out. Meteor looking over here towards those double doors. Counter swing getting ready to come through. They're trying to get the catch here. Pop flashes out, catches two people, finds one through the smoke, tries to tuck back, but Aspas does manage to pursue. Finds that kill, but now Karon swinging out of elbow, finds one. Lakia! Takes out Mazzino, takes out Calm. The drone gonna be cleared out. Swings out, Aspas gets the headshot. And now it is he versus Karon. The spike is still here. Lakia in control of it.
Oh my goodness, Aspas. You absolute madman. Swaps over to the Vandal. Just gonna be able to try to hold this spike under his view. And Karon has a lot of time to work with Achilleos.
He does, but it's Karon, the Royal Roader, coming into kickoff, joining Tier 1 for the first time, going up against a world champion, somebody who has been on so many international stages.
30 seconds left.
Now head-to-head in a very important 1v1. Aspas checking around backside. Nothing noted. Karon continuing to inch forward. Every angle needing to be checked, but the time now starting to work against him. 16 seconds remaining. Aspas starts pushing forward. Spike in hand. A quick check around the
10
back.
seconds
They're
left.
just dancing around each other. The Nebula coming through. The plant being held. Aspas slow, creeping
Spike
forward,
planted.
allows it to go off. He's expecting it, but Karon comes out on top, dissipates, gets the headshot, and clutches it for Gen.G.
And Karon was looking to get his chance to go head-to-head with Aspas, and he gets it, and he makes the most of it. 12-7 for Karon on this Astra. I mean, Aspas doing everything he can. Just brilliant positioning with this operator. Brilliant shots. Lakia keeping this round alive, and then Aspas immediately turns on him. Lakia had a chance in that swing. He had a split second, but you cannot give Aspas those split seconds. Oh, what a push out towards the window. Quickly identified still. The hit seems to be on here for Gen.G. They're looking to go full throttle on the B.
There's the entry. Tex sending out a couple shots as Hunter's Fury now opened up, trying to cause some further chaos here on the site. Meteor, fragment landing at his feet, but Tex now caught up. Wall drops. Meteor able to find the shot. Calm going to be taken down. 3 players left here for the side of LEV to make this a 7-5 half. Aspas takes the shot, dashes out, sends another one just blind through the smoke, trying to see if he can get any kind of straight connection. But so far, they are eluding him. Meteor continuing to creep up, but so too is King, making his way forward. But look at this, they have this watched. The double stack as Lakia just instantly finds the headshot. King taken down. That was a contingency here for LEV. Mazzino swings out, Meteor says no, and it's now all on Aspas. He's been doing everything that he can, but Meteor will not give him the time of day. It's a flawless way to end the half as Gen.G are up 8-4.
And it's a brilliant start here for Gen.G. Generally, defender side is better for Leviathan on this map, so they've got a real advantage, not just in the scoreline, but in the flow of how things go for these teams. Oh my goodness, Lakia, great start, obscures the position of Meteor enough. Meteor so good. Close contact, getting Aspas at the end as well.
Coach is obviously quite happy. Lakia as well, having a whale of a time here in this game.
So lucky, bro.
But for LEV, they're at the halfway point here of this game to try to close things out, but it is not over yet. But earlier we had Doug catch up with Texture and get his thoughts on going up against Aspas.
We've heard from Aspas, and now, of course, we've got to give an opportunity for rebuttal. So, Texture, thank you so much for joining me. I want to show you a clip of Aspas's, and I want you to tell me what you think about the clip.
You're in 2, and now there's only 3 standing, and it's all building towards this A site.
They've got so much utility to work with again. Bagala and Aspas have both found one.
It's all on one. The last man standing, F&S.
되게 움직임이 진짜 좋은 선수인 것 같아요. 뭔가 위로 올라갔다가 또 스모크 깔리니까 또 스모크 이용했다가 또 킬조이 궁 기다렸다가 또 꺼질 때쯤 또 안에 들어가가지고 또 뭐야 상대방이 예상 못하게 또 위치 잡고 막 이렇게 움직임이 되게 좋은 것 같아요.
He likes how Aspas is doing everything, you know, utilizing what's going on. So like updrafting up, and then when there's a smoke, hiding inside, trying to be unpredictable, and then waiting for the Killjoy ult to go down, and like also dashing into the site again after the ult. So basically just, making the most out of whatever utils or like the situation that he's been put in.
Texture, obviously you guys are going to face up against them. Last question I have for you, and then I'll let you go. You've seen his clips. You've probably seen him play before. Who's better, you or Aspas?
Aspas.
Thank you so much. It was good to chat with you. We're going to throw it back to you guys.
All right, well, I mean, Texture's saying, you know what? I got to give it to Aspas. The man's achieved more than, obviously Texture wasn't able to get the trophy over in Madrid. Aspas, a world champion. But right now, Texture, even though he is at the bottom of the standings for Gen.G, he hasn't needed to really pop off to give Gen.G this 4-round lead that they have.
No, it's been Lakia, Munchkin, and Karan in particular doing a lot of good stuff, and this is the typical setup here for Gen.G. Karan putting a couple of those stars right at the front of A main, trying to play for himself. A good knife to eliminate the ability for him to use his util.
Swinging around, but Aspas already dealt with. Lakia able to find that shot. Recon will get a ping on the 1. Swing out, Lakia looking to re-challenge. Karan will fall. They know that King is going to be over on this side, but Munchkin slow creeps his way up through double doors, looking for the moment to strike. Meteor will find one. Lakia being encroached upon. Meteor going to be taken down. A reload coming through. Spam across, but it's going to be Texture who bails him out. And now it's Mazzino all on his lonesome in a 1v2. Texture and Munchkin both relatively healthy. Ghost, Sheriff in both their hands. It needs to be some quick taps there from Mazzino, but he won't even be given the opportunity. It's a team ace as Gen.G will win the second half pistol.
I appreciate the idea here from Leviathan, using that 0 point to try to make Karan uncomfortable. Karan has gotten a lot better using that Astra utility at the front of A main, and then he puts one oftentimes right at the front of this pillar, or the pyramid, excuse me, to kind of give himself an extra angle to work with. And they use that 0 point to try to slow him down, but it's a little bit too late. And then on the execute, there's already a lot of help, a lot of crossfires for Gen.G set up to cut down those players. Aspas trying to push through the middle of the pyramids themselves, gets cut down. And then it's just Lev just trying to be scrappy. Gen.G, they're darn good at being scrappy too. What a shot from Texture!
Gets the follow-up as well, the re-peek. Delivering devastation. Meteor lurking, spotting one, but a warning shot will be given over to Tex. Leaving him to back off. King now trying to make his way over here. But Lakia up over the top, catching Aspas, catching the spike, drops down, and eventually is able to realign his aim. King now dead. Meteor on the catch this time.
And Taiko for Gen.G.
It's gonna be a flawless round. Gen.G, they get themselves up to 10.
And now, big bonus.
Very clean. And Texture finding some big impact with this Marshall off the rip. Loves to push this angle with those snipers. Gets 2, and that allows for Lakia to more comfortably push up those halls, find 2 himself. Shut this round out. 3 Guardians, a Phantom, and a Spectre for Gen.G on their bonus. Versus the full rifle purchase. A couple half armors.
I mean, I had Gen.G win.
See how they want to navigate this. Lakia could be watching this hall angle. I think very crucial here.
I had Gen.G winning.
For that to be under Gen.G's control.
But Lev showed a lot of good stuff on the first map.
Control, but Lakia actually went over to the other side, opened the door.
Tap on the door. Lev here. Full weaponry. They need this round. They need it to be clean. Start the long trek to try to run this back, get themselves once again into the driver's seat.
Just gonna hide for now. Leviathan though, just completely huddled in A main. Haven't given much over. It looks like Calm thinking about throwing out some of that util. Gonna use the drone to do a little bit of scouting.
Grab well just to try to slow up. Texture playing anti-flash now. Tries to move up into the nebula, and oh my god, he's just gifted him a kill. King able to take it down, full flash connecting here onto Karan as now the ping's coming across. Identifying 2 players here at back pyramid. Still though, not into the site, now the spike. Stranded, the scope in, and Lakia just clipping the head of Calm. Now the 50-50 set up. Saying good luck, trying to break your way through here, and Lakia, yep, pinging down, expecting that push coming through the bridge. Still watching for it. Knows that it has his teammates covering, but oh, turns away for a brief little moment there, and now this might have cost him dearly. Lakia, however, still finds King, looks for a little bit more, can't quite get it there. Aspas staying alive. Karan now getting pinch Tex, finding the elimination. Munchkin sprinting away wildly with that Spectre, but Aspas will be able to get the final shot. puts him down. Time was dwindling. And LEV, with 2 players left, will be able to get themselves back into this.
Okay, Texture, sure. Just walk through your own grab well and go for it. Why not? I mean, it's the bonus.
Feeling confident.
Yeah, I know. Like,
it was
sure.
ill-advised, let's say.
I mean, then it gets real scrappy, though. I mean, and Leviathan is kind of
Holy
like, what
fuck.
are they doing? We just got to go, I guess. And, you know, Tex there able to find just enough of a timing. I feel the same way, Com.
Yep. Lucky again, tapping the door.
Texture's got the Outlaw.
Outlaw in hand. Shot, not going to connect, though. 0 point to trying to just force them back for now. King lingering here in mid. Meteor looking to try to challenge, but it's going to be Aspas. On the first one, but snappy from Meteor. He does manage to find the enemy Viper. Cage lobbed in. Lakia is re-tapping the door, looking to shut that one. Wary about this approach on the bridge. Just underneath of Aspas now. As he gets ready to climb up, he'll hear the drop down. Meteor in the meantime finds another one. Now Lakia strikes. Aspas fallen. Recon up over the top, not going to be cleared fast enough as there's the double ping. The Hunter Sphere going to come crashing across, but it's not even necessary. Meteor with a third, Karen with the final. 4 players standing as Gen.G move up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, Lakia, just great senses here. Here's that drop down, waits it out perfectly. You know, Aspas trying to wait for the rest of his team to get through the front of A so he can then set up that crossfire. The Meteor, oh my, so snappy with that shot on the Tex. Once Aspas is taken out, and the ping comes through with a beautiful recon dart. Lakia, a Sova specialist, just like Com. But Lakia right now, 16-9, having a tremendous performance on this map. Really, really making it challenging for Leviathan to do much on this attacking side. And it has to be a timeout because they are 2 away going into that 0-1 phase of the Swiss stage. And Fernando, he's not worried.
Yeah, believes in the player's ability to run this one back. But even if they start getting close, one of the big concerns will have to be that double timeout still available to Gen.G. Haven't had to really pump the brakes at all. This is the second one invested from Leviathan, and they need to start seeing that turnaround coming through. Money right now not in a good spot, so in all likelihood, this could just be a plan for the next round, but if you're not winning this one, that's Gen.G locking in 12.
Still have that Outlaw to consider. The Texture's been able to keep over. Everyone's going to be 1 shot to that. A 2-shot operator in the hands of Texture. Dimensional Drift as well for Meteor that you're going to have to be very, very wary of, but a 5-man stack on the B side of the map right now. This looks like it's going to get hot right off the start.
Texture just creeping forward. There's the first. They line up, but not able to find the collapse there. Still gets himself a second. Now Munchkin just looking to try to pre-fire a little bit. Sends out the snake bite. Does go for the challenge, but Tex, he punishes this. 2 quick kills found. Suddenly we were in a 2v2. The Outlaw's now scooped up by him. This has got the neural theft reveals. Shots coming through. Tex going to be noted up here on the half wall. Lakia swiftly dealing with that. Now sending the drone out. King trying to find a timing, trying to play around that one, but Karen once more out.
Okay.
Tunnel does manage to find that headshot. Gen.G get themselves now up to match point.
I mean, Tex has had some really impactful rounds, but it's still just not quite enough. Lakia playing so well off his own utility these last couple rounds himself. Gets the spot onto Tex, makes it easy, able to counter that neural theft.
Living up to the name. He's drawn down with a 6-shooter. Tex
like
looking, I mean, he's just been incredible the whole series. I mean, a hot start.
Hello?
Felt.
Gonna give me a
quick clear
nice
out on
shooting
that.
Tex.
Well, now I can't. Stolen.
Good. That's why I did it.
Okay, well, just going to be sending out another one. This time, they'll leave it be. There's okay, no command coming through. That's going to interrupt Meteor. Unable to get the flash off, unable to put the mask on. Aspas drifting up over the top, hearing those footsteps, and the headshot again is immediate. This guy's an absolute monster with knives in hand, and then Tex finds a headshot. Munchkin going to be taken down. Karen noted over by the archway. As Lakia tries to go on this approach, and King pulls off the angle. ADS in, does he look back towards Beaches? He does not, but he still is able to respond. Lakia struck down. Now it's just Texture and Karen. The ladder noted, position very much known. Texture does manage to find one. King gonna be taken down.
Last player standing.
Now Charon found. Calm will be able to get it. A team ace to keep them alive. Gen.G still up to match point, with Lev starting the long path back as they look for overtime.
Yeah, and the null command is beautiful here. It shuts down anything that Gen.G wants to do on this site, and it allows this flood to happen. Makes it so comfortable for Aspas to do what he does best. Use that Blade Storm to knock players down on the way in. And then it's just great coordination. A little bit of a scrappy fight with King, but still wins it. So a breath of life for Leviathan. Still 6 rounds to go just to get to OT.
Well, Knives now pulled Texture's a turn to make a big impact attempt. Quick entry over here in the shop. Nothing going to be spotted. Mazzino just going to be slow creeping his way up through Hall. Thrown across, spotting one. Munchkin as well going to be noted here on this B site. They know there's 3 players here now. Flash out, Tex taking the brunt of that one. Scrapwell unable to find a catch. Meteor swinging, looking for it, but Tex again. Solid with a shot, but does get traded out. Karen able to find that kill. Door tapped here from Mazzino. See, I think everybody's evacuated this A site, and he would be correct about it, but Knives in. Texture goes past to Mazzino to find Calm. Drops the spike there on the ground. We now have Munchkin swinging all the way out around, working his way in towards shop now.
Is there enough room for Munchkin to sneak through this?
I don't believe so, but Lakia either way does get taken down, so now it's a 2v3. He's working his way forward. He cannot find the shots. Only a smattering of damage realistically found there onto King. A lot of those bullets just whizzing past. That's going to lead Karen to just go ahead and back away. Doesn't want to give over any needless ult charge here. We'll just look to save this weapon. So Lev continuing on the run back. They'll get themselves up to 7-round wins.
Yeah, this is just... Gen.G just kind of forces themselves back this entire round. A little bit of damage.
Looking for the punish, and he's able to find it. That would be huge. He hears the updraft. Takes out Aspas and says, you know what? The rest of you can stay alive.
I mean, Charon has been so clean this map. Can't even take him out. They're just trying to take the gun away. But Gen.G just really falls back to their spawn. They're so cautious in this round. They give up so much space, and that allows Mazzino to just push up through halls, push over to A, take control of the site, and then make it a lot easier for Leviathan. The Viper's Pit comes down, able to account for Munchkin's lurk really nicely. Great senses there from King on the timing to take it down. Operator now for Texture.
And the judge. To Munchkin.
Is he close to the pit? No.
It's 3 away.
Yeah, this is just Munchkin things then. He's a little weak on the money, I guess.
Drone over the top. Dart not going to connect. Lakia still just trying to hold with this door open. Prevent Tex from creeping his way forward. Suppress from the 0 point. Does expire. Texture just clearing out Cam. Letting them know that they have that off in play. Maybe making them think twice about where they want to try to go. But for now, it looks like Lev wanting to just cut noise relatively and then just get ready to steamroll their way through.
Meteor
tucked out. Tex going to get caught unawares. Now the dimensional drift coming through as Meteor will be moving in behind them, trying to scout things out. Hunter's Fury going to be drawn through, looking to try to find some kind of opening tag, but Meteor now gets out of the gate crash. Gets out of the dimensional drift, finds the kill. Kong going to be taken down. Karen here, mid pyramids, only able to find one. Lakia, however, finding the other. Now it is all on Aspas. The one before, clutch to try to make it happen, but he won't be given the opportunity. Texture will take him down, and Gen.G will win the series 13-7.
Just a brilliant final round there from Gen.G. Meteor able to creep up underneath the chute and waits it out and takes Tex, who thinks that space is free, and it was not. And Gen.G gets the run back. Lotus and Breeze go their way. And even though Aspas has a tremendous performance here on Breeze, it's Charon, Lakia really doing a lot of damage throughout this match.
Okay.
Phenomenal util from both of them.
I mean,
great shooting,
outside of foot trolling.
Gen.G Right back in it, man.
Meteor as well, solid impact with that Yoru. We've seen some really soft starts from him when he's played that here on Breeze. I mean, you think back to the last time they played against T1, granted the whole team wasn't really looking like themselves, but Breeze was one of those maps that they did drop 7-13 over to T1. They come back into it, retooled a little bit, studying Leviathan, and it's enough for them to be able to get this win. So for Gen.G,
And now Heretics Dragon Ranger gaming. I have Heretics winning because Root is insane. Party Tech is also really good.
They have played so many maps throughout so many different phases of the events this year. And they once again show that they have tremendous tenacity. Time and time again, they get pushed to the limit and they stand tall. And they are just seemingly unflappable for the most part, except in a couple grand finals. That's been about it.
Well, overall, you got to give props here to LEV. The prep that they had on Icebox and some of the moments that we were getting from the players here, just phenomenal to see. Tex, I think, across the board, fantastic performances from him. Aspas was being Aspas. He puts up incredible numbers no matter what the match result is. I mean, 8 first bloods for him here on Breeze. He just continues to be such a solid foundation here for the squad. But Gen.G just kind of taking turns with who is going to be popping off, who's going to be clutching this round. This ends up being a bit too much for them to deal with. So Gen.G able to get themselves that 1-0 start. One more match for them. Get ready to advance forward into the playoffs, join the likes of Paper Rex for Leviathan. That's going to be back to the starting board. But hey, we're going to throw over to the stage where we've got an interview, post-match interview, Rise and High Speed.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再次恭喜 Gen.G 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Meteor 选手来接受我们的采访，而且这样会做一些翻译的工作。那首先肯定是要恭喜他们获得了比赛的胜利，同时我们也很想问一下，因为每次看到 Gen.G 这支队伍，我们不可忽视的就是这支队伍非常擅长去找到一些特定的角度去给予对手一些惊喜，可能会在一些特定的角度去对他们进行击杀。所以我们也很好奇，在每一次这些灵感来的时候，到底是谁的意见？到底是教练给他们的一些想法呢，还是说他们自己的意见去达到的这些特定的角度，去找到这些特定的角度的 ？So welcome to the post-match interview, and now we have Meteor joined with us and Jen for some translating. And first of all, congratulations on this win. And every time when we saw your game, this is only one thing we cannot ignore, is that you're very good at position yourselves and like to beat your opponents. How did you manage to find these angles? Is it your coach's idea or anyone else?
승리 축하드립니다. 우선 항상 젠지 경기를 보면 좀 잊을 수 없는 게 젠지의 포지셔닝이 굉장히 좋고 또 베이팅을 하는 포지셔닝도 굉장히 눈에 많이 들어오거든요. 그래서 이렇게 포지셔닝에 있어서 좀 어떤 연구 과정이 있는지 코칭 스태프의 역할이 큰 건지 좀 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
일단 전략적인 부분에 대해서는 코치 감독님들이 대부분 다 준비해 주시는 편이고 베이팅적으로는 그냥 팀 게임, 인게임 안에서 이제 팀원끼리 잘 조율을 하는 것 같습니다.
When it comes to strategies, before the match, it's coaching staff putting a lot of work in, and when it comes to baiting the opponents, for us, it's just, we do it on the fly with, nice communication and the teammates just chipping in.
他说，每次在比赛之前的时候，其实这些所有的特定的角度也好，包括赛前的一些战术准备也好，都是他们教练组的意见。但是在当来到比赛之中的时候，可能在面对很多情况的时候，他们每个队员的沟通是非常积极，并且非常高效的。所以说，在这种状态下，他们每次可以达到一个更好的沟通，同时也可以达到一个非常好的效果，随时进行调整。那接下来也想问一下，因为其实对于 Gen.G 来说，这几次的大赛经历可能都稍会有一些遗憾在的。从马德里大师赛的亚军到太平洋赛区的2号种子，可能每次距离冠军都只有一步之遥。那这次来到了上海大师赛，也想问一下他们的准备工作有什么不一样的地方，让他们这次可以拿到一个更好的成绩，或者说可以距离冠军奖杯更进一步。So there's always a little regret for you guys in recent tournaments, like runner-up in Masters Madrid and the second seed of Pacific region. So how you have prepared differently in Masters Shanghai to get close to the champion trophy this time?
먼저 젠지가 올해 보면 마스터즈 마드리드에서도 그렇고 또 스테이지 2에서도 그렇고 한 끗 차이로 아쉽게 우승을 놓치고 있잖아요. 이번에는 챔피언이 되기 위해서 좀 어떤 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 저희가 집중력이 좀 부족한 것 같아서 중요하고 큰 무대에서 집중력을 기르는 게 가장 중요한 것 같고 그리고 2등을 했다고 해서 무너지는 게 아니라 성공을 하기 위한 발판이라고 생각합니다.
Well, something that we focused on hugely coming into Masters Shanghai was having enough concentration and that stamina to put us through and get ourselves across the finish line. That was one thing that we really focused on and emphasized on. And I feel like, missing out on the trophy and being the runner-ups, that doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. It's only going to make us stronger, and that it's something that somewhere we can start on to build up our game to make sure that we win the trophy this time.
那这回来到了上海大师赛，其实对于我们来说，准备工作更多是更集中一点，相对于以前来说，把更多的准备工作做得更细致，才能达到一个更好的效果。可能确实对于我们来说，这几次的大赛都是有一些遗憾在的。对于世界赛来说，可能我们最后只能进到亚军啊，或者说这每一次对我们来说会有一些遗憾在，可能这也是在这个世界上对我们来说可能无法承受的一些事情。但是对于他们来说，这也是他们可以重新开始的一个很重要的一个经历，而且对于他们来说，可能成为亚军在很多时候也会对于他们来说是一个重新的开始，也相信他们在这一回可以有一个更好的表现。So that's all for our interview and thanks for translating. Thank you for joining. 那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，还有一场精彩的比赛等着大家，大家不要走开，拜拜。
When you think of heavyweight matchups, a few names come to the mind. Names like Aspas, names like Texture, Gen.G, Leviathan. It's about to go down.
On this defense, they're absolutely nasty. Dizzy Blind will come through, but it doesn't matter as Aspas mows down another. Meteor, the last one standing, and Aspas will claim it as well. These flashes now start to come through, and they are just met with an immense amount of death. A blink and you miss it round. But already damage dealt further found. Tex guns down 2. 13-7. Lev making a statement here on Icebox. Cherub doing wonders, but Aspas 1-2 tap Tex with a finisher. They'll clean him up.
This guy, let's go.
The 2v3 as Lev look to try to convert the bonus. Texture inching forward, able to find one. Sends out the sad soul. Looks for the third, and he's got it. Texture maybe seemingly coming alive. Clear out on the turret, entering around into the back. Karen gonna be struck down. Texture able to find one. Looks for a second, finds it. Push coming through. The covering fire from Munchkin is absolutely gorgeous. 13-5. Gen.G bouncing back after that icebox. They take us the distance. They take us to Breeze. Looking to be stuck. Does so, but Tex! 1-2 punch! Knocks him out! Munchkin playing forward. Finds Aspas. Lakia finds Calm. Spacino swings out. Meteor says no. And it's now all on Aspas. He's been doing everything that he can, but Meteor will not give him the time of day.
Gen.G, they're darn good at being scrappy too. What a shot from Texture!
Gen.G will win the series 13-7.
Red Bull gives you wings.
the future. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution. This is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Shanghai and our second match of day 2. It's Team Heretics taking on Dragon Ranger Gaming, making their debut at an international event. And just gonna flat out say it right now, just awesome name, okay? I
Best
just love
name,
it.
best logo.
Yeah, for real. Where is it? I want to. We'll see in a little bit. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here. We got Mimi also, as well as Kukuka. We're gonna dive into this one here, and let's go ahead and start things off with Team Heretics. Of course, they're returning one of our returning squads from the for the global stage here, which is obviously a massive plus for those guys. I mean, what a win for this squad here. But the thing is that this team, you know, when they come to these international events, they got to make some changes, unfortunately for them. But even then, they still managed, Kukuka, to find success with these change-ups.
Yeah, exactly. So as you're seeing in your screen, Masters Madrid, it was the lineup with Patitech subbing in for Woods because he wasn't old enough to play. And then during mid-season of the EMEA Stage 1, he joined in. Patitech subs out. But now Minibu, due to exhaustion and probably having to do with his he's still studying, he has exams and all of this, so he decided to take some time off. We actually have the tweet where he's just saying, hey, I need a break. I'm not, especially after how intense the playoffs were, and I think specifically them not winning that final that might have given him some extra days to rest off. He decided to step down. Heretics understood it, and then Patitech comes back in.
First off, credit to the Org and him in kind of recognizing those signs of burnout and not pushing it and kind of taking that responsible decision.
That's right.
But also for this guy, it's so hard to be a student and study and have all of that pressure alongside the pressure of competing.
Of being that good.
I mean, it's a full-time job to play at this level. And doing both of those things is incredibly difficult. So honestly, it's good for him to see that opportunity to step back and focus on his studies until he can finish school. But
and
it's definitely going to be a big hole to fill for Team Heretics. So much of their ideas were built around this guy.
And I'm just going to say, you know, stay in school, kids. Okay, you know it's good. It's good for you.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Education's helpful. It'll pay off in the long run. Well, let's go ahead and learn a little bit here today about Heretics. Why don't we, look at that segue. We'll dive into this one here because Heretics are, coming into this event. I certainly was really high on the supply of Heretics, but now that we are getting these, now we're getting Patatek, who's the GOAT, by the way, just coming in with these substitutions, man.
Honestly, it's the best case scenario for them.
My guy is thriving right now. He just comes in, he plays well, it still benefits the team. But yeah, I'm really, really excited to see what this team could do, especially now that Woot's playing with the squad.
I mean, ever since Woot joined, Heretics has looked unstoppable. The only time that they lost was in that final of the playoffs. Again, I think it might have been very taxing for them, but ever since he joined, they just look revitalized. I think, and I was saying this best case scenario, because even though you're losing a player, you're coming up with someone that was supposed to be subbing in, maybe thinking kickoff was going to be quick and brief, and it wasn't. And it took you to Madrid, and now he's coming, and everything that is going on. But it's going to be very exciting to see them and to see if they can keep that level that they were showing in EMEA.
I think it's also going to be interesting because it is pretty likely that we're going to see Woot. At least I would expect him filling into that duelist role that Miniboo was playing instead of Patatek. Okay, it is official then. So he'll be playing into that role, which when he was playing in Tier 2 EMEA, he was playing on duelist. He switched over to kind of the scan initiator role for Heretics, and he was so sick.
He's
even playing on that supportive role. So now getting back onto that dive role, I think he's the perfect fit to play into that one.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead though and hear from Patatek, who's standing by with Yinsu.
I am delighted to be joined by Patatek here before your game against DRG. Now, you've been on this team before, but when you were on this team, we still had Miniboo at the time, and I know I've heard that Woot is going to be playing the jeweler this time around. So what kind of Heretics are we going to see? How much does that change you guys as a team?
I think we're not going to change much, especially because Woot has a similar playstyle to Miniboo, and they are both insane. So I'm going to be on my role, so probably nothing will change, but we'll see. Maybe we'll solve something.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Patatek, and good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into Woot. You heard Patatek say he's going to be playing, a very similar role to Miniboo because they have similar play styles here. And yeah, I mean, he comes into the starting roster stage 1, and you already felt the impact that this guy had on the team.
Absolutely did. I have a question for you, Bea, though, because when I watch Team Heretics, the thing that I see as being their like strong suit is like their little set plays to take space in the mid round. They have a lot of these set ideas around usually Miniboo. I think they're like Sunset, where he's playing the Neon, is the best example of that, where they have all these little set ideas.
Especially on A.
Yeah, how well do you think that's going to work out implementing a new player into that position? Because it feels like a role that has a lot of the pressure for Team Heretics.
So hear me out. My response is going to be, if you had to put anybody in that situation from the entire of EMEA, you would put this kid.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's not only
how high are you on Woot stocks?
Extremely high. Like however Golden Moon is times 100.
Nice.
I am telling you, like the way that this kid play, even like talking to him, the way that he feels on stage, him saying, I've been literally grinding ranked every single day since I couldn't play with my team. And the only thing that scares me really about this is that they haven't had a single minute to crack with this roster. So
what did you say the nickname was for this team?
Los Niños.
Los Niños.
Los Niños. Yes,
they have all the youngins. They have all the fraggers on this squad.
They really do. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on, though, to their opponents. Dragon Ranger Gaming is going to be China's number 3rd seed coming into this event. Now, 2023 Ascension winners are making their first global appearance here. So actually quite fascinating. Similar to like what G2 experienced now, you're seeing the same thing here with DRG?
Yeah, I think the story for DRG is pretty cool because this was a team who came up, who grinded through Ascension after really not making the cut to get into partnerships and impress people there. And then have been on the rise in China. They were a game away from qualifying to Madrid, ended up losing to FPX and not making it. So they've kind of always been the squad who's like the bridesmaid of the Siena region. They've been close to being in that top 3, close to competing with, your FPX, your EDG, but they haven't quite made the cut until this event where they, at that last second, find that big upset over Trace and make it into the international event on their own home turf.
That's the thing. Hear me out. I was talking to Ryan, you know, when I started like studying the Chinese region, and I was like, Ryan, tell me what is going on? Like, how did this guys make it? And he told me, yeah, actually, everybody expected for Trace to be that third team, but they came in with a surprise. So the expectations are they going to be as crazy as they were in the Chinese region, or is this just going to be a disappointment?
Yeah, and honestly, it's probably the best case scenario for Heretics here, having to, you know, rework their system a little bit, and then they're going to be going up against a DRG that could very well benefit from a little bit of chaos in the Team Heretics roster.
Yeah, I mean, but let's be truthful. Everyone has placed DRG as their 12th pick in power rankings, and I think it would be surprising for anyone to do otherwise, because this is a really unknown quantity. The majority of these players are making their global debut, and they're also playing a style that's very different. I think still very much in development compared to other teams. They're not really playing meta comps, but I also don't see like their own like crazy identity like we see from some of these other squads.
Yeah, exactly. I think that of course there are some highlights on the players, but they're, to me at least, too unstable. Like the performances itself from like individuals to perform this big on an international stage.
But they have some sick players. When Luke is good, he can step up massive, and Vukashu is so good. This guy's been grinding in tier 2. This is his chance to show it on a global stage.
All right, well, it's time for walkout, so let's go ahead and send it over to stage and get this one started.
Dragon Range Gateway. Team Heretics.
An unlikely contest between two teams here that I don't think anyone had on the bingo cards meeting at an international event, but here it is. You got DRG on one side, the third-seeded team looking to shock everyone with a potential win here. And then for Team Heretics, it's about getting their system in place and getting Woot activated. You can see the breakdown here. Icebox, Sunset, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Split.
Yeah, we were kind of ending this conversation before we threw into that one, but DRG play a very different style than everyone else here. They don't play a single map of Gecko, which is completely unique, because that is the agent who is, I really think, defining the meta in 2024.
Do you think it's going to sting them, though, potentially?
We have to see in the long run. To me, it's not that much that they don't play. I want to see what they do against him, you know? Like, I want to see, because these are teams that are very, like, they have a lot of experience playing the agent. It's a pivotal role for their game style. Now, talking about the maps, we see, like, the permabans, no Ascend, no Lotus. It's very good for both of the teams. Now, Icebox being the first one, we were talking about Vukashu and the impact that he has in every single game. Sometimes he goes a little bit too crazy. We claim him because he comes from the Spanish league. Everybody, that's Mini Boo did in the top back in the day.
That is a sweet taste of irony, though, that he comes from the Spanish league. He's playing in a global event for the first time.
He found his way, Alex. He found his way.
The Spanish team.
Also, by the way, this guy's story is crazy. He's not a fluent Mandarin speaker, so a lot of the time...
Look, it translates for him.
Yeah,
it's
either
crazy.
that or sometimes they'll just be calming in Mandarin, and he'll just be out on his island. And you kind of see it in how they play, too. They play a ton of 4-1s where the team's like death-balling together, and then you watch Vukashu on the map, and he's just off lurking, doing his own thing. He's a complete wild card player, where some rounds he's completely useless, and some rounds he's taking over, finding a massive lurk timing, and then they're calling back into him, and they're winning.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about, going back to the conversations that we were talking about, this is the one map where Vukashu doesn't play the Viper, the Cypher, right? That we're going to see him in every other map. And the changes are going to come in. Woot, of course, is going to be playing on the Jet, and Patek is back onto that Cypher.
All right, well, KO actually for Patek there. But yes, either way, the switches are starting to come in here. I'm stoked to see how this one works out, man. DRG on the big stage is going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to watch these guys debut. They play the Harbor Viper comp, and, you know, I think it's a solid one against especially a Heretics who's playing that kind of older comp with the KO Sova. This is one of the maps where they're not playing into that Gecko instead. So I'm looking on their defensive side still to try and see how well they can flood and fight back in, and how well the synergy is with Woot. When you watch Woot and Gen.G as the Flash Initiator and the duelists together, the synergy was always perfect. We need to see that with Patatek and Woot as well for this new Team Heretics.
All right, well, we are ready for map 1, so let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. 2 Dragon Rangers in training. It's Doug and Baby Bay. It's morphin' time. Last one, I swear.
Unbelievable. It's impossible for GB not to just be GB, and quite frankly, we love them for it. We have a banger of a matchup ahead of us. So, Dre, we had the opportunity of watching a Chinese team play here yesterday and make history. Now, DRG taking the stage in front of this crowd again could be something special.
Yeah, they have a chance to do something really, really funny here, and the home crowd advantage is a thing here. Yep. But something that I noticed was there was a lot of fans on the walkouts for Gen.G Fishy, which is kind of unique in this scenario where, you know, we have a Chinese team playing against him.
It's easy to like the kid, I get it. But DRG starting off on attack. They run this Harbor Viper comp with Lukashu on the KJ. And it seems like he's going to be the tip of the spear with Luke not far off. Meanwhile, Heretics have taken a lot of space mid already.
Yeah, this should supply them with all the info they need, that this is going to be a lean towards A, especially with that KJ turret being broken. And that's going to force DRG to have to speed up into Gen.G, who gets the entry.
And then you've got the flank coming in from the other side. There's just not enough mobility coming off of that to stay alive. Woot with the dash forward. Xion 7's already fallen. They're slowly kind of being picked apart here. And the thing is, they've got pressure coming in from spawn, from both spawns. You've got Woot who's playing up top, who's just crunching them, and there's nowhere that's safe for DRG right now.
Wow. What a convincing pistol round for Team Heretics. They took all mid control early on and then actually kept pressing the fact. And honestly, DRG was really slow to make a reaction there. They didn't speed up after that turret on the flank was broken fast enough.
Yep.
And they also didn't re-clear their flank at all. Patatek actually went huge here, even though, you know, Woot missed a lot of those deagle shots there. It doesn't matter. He's going to warm up a little bit here and get in the motion of things.
Yep.
We'll see what the investment looks like for Heretics. This is often such a pivotal decision to be made. How much do you invest wanting to secure that you're going to win the round without over-investing?
Yeah, 4 players are on light armor right now for the side of Team Heretics, so if it gets really scrappy and DRG deathball up, they can do some real damage here.
The problem is they're deathballed up and they've already taken so much damage off of that shock. But it seems like they're intent on going A.
Yeah.
They're all playing backside. Luke is going to be the first to fall.
Nice shot.
You imagine the rest will be just a formality. But again, this is where things got really messy yesterday. TZH getting the best of Patatek so far.
And that's exactly what I mean by investing only light armor. Yeah, they're only classics, but it makes it so much easier to be dropped.
He doesn't have a dash.
Oh my gosh.
He's got nowhere to go. Those 2 shocks are going to hurt. But he's able to survive, fortunately.
Wow.
For him, Gen.G Fishy with 3. And crisis averted. TZH with nothing but a Sheriff. Trying to catch some high ground and land a shot, maybe 2, to make this thing interesting, but just so heavily outnumbered, so heavily outgunned. He doesn't even have the spike in hand right now.
Left. Yeah, and look at the discipline from Team Heretics. This is what I like to see. They could easily run him down right now. TZH only has a Sheriff to his name, but why? Why even risk the fact of losing another gun in this scenario? So a very big round here for Gen.G Fishy, who has been honestly very,
yeah, I mean, it's an eco round, or an anti-eco round. So.
The last, like, 2-3 matches he's played, he's been phenomenal, dropping bombs on the Sentinel roll.
He's been very good for the squad. So it bodes well for Team Heretics and really for fans around the world if he's putting up those performances already. 4-1 to kick things off for the youngster.
Ready. And so far, Doug, DRG has done 2 A defaults. You know, yeah, the last round was an eco round, but now they're already mixing up the pace and they're going to do a B default. And I actually really like this. I like the change of pace. They want to see how Team Heretics are going to control this B side of the map. Wow!
That's how they're going to do it. Xion 7, the first to fall. Marshall put between his eyes. And DRG at a numbers disadvantage. They're really split here too. Trying to feel out the map as best as they can. Gen.G tucking tail and getting out of there.
Look at the respect that Heretics is showing DRG right now. They understand that, yeah, they're up numbers right now. Why even press for more? Let's just play back and have DRG actually commit to the B site.
Yeah. Very similar to what we were talking about at the end of the previous round. Yeah. Just not really forcing anything, not choosing to push the limit too much.
This turret should give info if anybody pushes through mid, but it's not broken.
Look at how far up Patty is, bro.
Yeah, and he, keep in mind, he killed somebody from heaven at A. So there's no way someone's gonna be ready for this.
If he plays his cards right, he can get, I mean, at least 2.
I think TZH might have.
I don't think so, man. This would be devastating. 1, 2, there they go, they fall. 3 on the round. TZH sucker.
And that's a
punches
bonus
it, but
for Heretics.
The way of Heretics.
Yeah.
Very clean
Another
too.
Very
No
convincing round
plant.
for Heretics. And Woot, who, you know, on that eco round,
Nothing.
who was whiffing a bunch of martial shots, he actually just instas one of the players from DRG right off the get-go.
That was an excellent open.
Yeah, this was so sick. Nice shot. And then Patatek just anchoring this A side of the map. Beautiful.
And then, like you mentioned, the space that he filled in after getting that kill from Heaven, pushing in past 410, getting into jail. You don't expect something like that.
Exactly. And that's all because Woot actually re-cleared that entire yellow area.
And Tart finding so much value, too. I think it tagged 3 of them. You've got Woot, who's close by. The ult online for Patty.
Oh, Woot wants to smoke.
He's going to get it. He got it. It was a cool setup. I mean, there was a flash over the top for him to take a quick peek and get out.
Wow.
But a great shot from Luke as well.
And an upgrade for Luke.
Spam not connecting, but damage has been dealt. Warning shots delivered. Numbers the way of the attack. A 5v3 here, but Patty with ult online. You imagine they invested. It's early in the half. Why not?
Oh, maybe not anymore.
Yeah, that might have been what decided it right there.
This has been a good round so far for DRG. I mean,
and it, honestly, in an unexpected way. This isn't.
Wait a second.
Oh no, it's getting messy.
Are they gonna go for this?
If you're gonna pop it, you gotta do it soon. 2v3.
Info gathered.
All 3 of them tagged.
Okay.
But Patty just gets dropped by 2 of them.
It's gonna be a 50 for
Benji in a 1v3 will not be
DRG.
able to convert the MasterCard Thrifty for DRG to get on the board.
Nice. And Woot, I mean, he's been going really aggressive in all these rounds so far, and I don't blame him. He wants to get the feel of things. You know, he hasn't played Duelist other than like Reyna in such a long time. And this is kind of like new territory for him. So he's really pushing the limits early on.
That's
and why
a
not do
pixel
it?
bro.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot from Luke.
But yeah, you're right. Set the pace.
Yeah. Why not see what you can get away with early on? Yeah, it was an eco round and you lost it, but you know what? I mean, the last 3 rounds were so convincing. You want to see what you can actually truly get away with.
And I think on the other side of the coin, it's important for DRG to get on the board, but to get on the board with that round, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a round that you're not expected to win.
Exactly.
That just does so much for confidence and momentum early on.
Another full commit here onto the A side of the map. Woot with it up. Misses his first shot.
Might be better with Marshall.
So far, you're right.
Remember, Patty still has that ult, and he's here now.
Oh, Woot is so aggressive here. What a shot. Onto Nick. Another one.
Delivering under the pressure. Oh, I thought he was going to hit the 3rd. But Patty takes the one who drops Luke.
Oh, man. Woot right now is looking so good. But Bukashu has an answer back.
He's able to get both. Bukashu. He's going to have to 4K to win the round with Boo on the other side. 7 bullets to his name. Both players healthy. Armor aplenty. Spike out of reach, though. And time just to cause misdirection, just to introduce doubt. Where in the world could he be? Bukashu certainly not trying to concede.
Nice shot.
And he snaps on the Boo.
What a round for the Russian. What a beast. That was beautiful, bringing it back for his team. And that discipline from Heretics lacking a little bit in this moment. The last 2 rounds, not as clean as the previous 3. And what shots. Whew. That was clean.
I think if there was one big takeaway from that player, from Bukashu, as I was prepping for this tournament, is he might have some silly buys at time, but the dude can shoot.
Oh!
Well, it seems like Woot might be able to do a bit of the same.
Yeah, speaking of shooting, as I said, this is something new for DRG, though. They did another A default, but now they actually have a lurk. TZH hasn't really been playing on this side of the map. DRG in general have been doing 5-man approaches in all these rounds, so I think Heretics might read into that a little bit, but on the opposite side, we do have Boo here, who is just maintaining this control, trying to jump spot, and he will get the info.
As soon as he sees that, the orbs go up. The thing is, they're making plenty of noise on both sides. The drone's out towards A, and that should be
Nice shot, Wood.
That's where the hit is headed.
All right, this kid is unreal. He didn't even see him.
Woot stepping up in a massive way for Heretics this round. And the truth is, he was massive for him in the previous round, too. The 2-3 kills he got with the op.
Yeah.
He did his job. He got his.
With that being said, Rians will close out the round, and honestly, Woot right now is playing some of the most aggressive Jet on defense I have seen on Icebox in a very long time. I mean, there's so much utility being thrown at him there, and just to have the poise to be able to do what he just did, that was cold.
Well, and I
What
think
the
where
fuck is
he
that
did it,
crosshair?
When you think about just taking early space on defense, you get up to 410, and that's really about as far as you want to venture. Maybe a peek into from Hell right in towards
so
main, but
weird.
for him to go all the way past 410, to go past the gap, to get into jail and then fight there is just crazy.
And it wasn't like it was like a clean crosshair placement shot. It was
No,
a very
it was a flick.
It was such an awkward angle.
Yep.
Like that easily could have gone the other way, but everybody knows that this kid has so much mechanical talent. He's ridiculous. And that will promptly cause a timeout from the side of DRG. But they have so many ults available right now. I mean, both teams right now, I know the viewers out there can't really see it, but both teams right now are nearing 5 ults apiece, honestly. And Pad Attack right now is also having such a good map so far on this A side of the map. Doing such a good job of filling the role. I mean, many different roles, right? It's insane.
The second dance with the squad. 7-4 so far. He's been holding on to that ult for a couple of rounds now. He had it, what, round 3?
Yeah.
Something like that. Still holding on to it, waiting for the right moment. But as you're mentioning, there are ults aplenty on the side of DRG. 4 of them, you imagine Luca's gonna pop blades here.
I can't use that.
Waits the knife out first. This timing window is interesting. It's gonna stall things out for just a moment. Yeah, now Blade's online. But remember, Paddy's ult here cancels that.
Yeah, he can deny so much. And the question is, are they gonna save their ults for the retake, or are they gonna try to match them and flood in? And it looks like they're kind of positioned to do either or.
Yeah. Or perhaps even a stagger. I think as soon as they're convinced that that's where the hit is headed, Paddy can pop his ult. But he's still waiting. Shion's the first to fall. There's the ult. But Luke still manages to upgrade, get a weapon, ultimately dies anyway. And they're not fully convinced. They're not confident in the safety that they have. They're gonna have to give up the space.
Yeah, and now, on the opposite side of the map, Woot is gonna get all the info that there's no one B.
And the knife just tagged 3 of them.
Yeah, they're just about to be in close. That's why you see Woot just knife out right now on that flank.
Well, he knows it's safe.
Yeah.
Dash proc now understanding there's likely somebody headed back, and he's right.
30 seconds left.
Bukashu on the prowl to see if he can catch the rotate.
They still have a
I
pit
mean,
though.
Heretics don't even need to move right now because Woot can just play this B area very passive. All the Killjoy utility is still up.
Are they gonna invest the Killjoy
Just the fact
ultimate?
that he showed presence and clear turret was enough for
Yeah, no.
Bukashu to head back, and now with 13 seconds left, they're still trying to make their way past
Done.
410.
Okay.
Heretics just did such a good job of delaying that round the entire time. They staggered with Paddy's ult, waited for a little while, then used Benji's ult, and that was enough to essentially win the round.
And on the opposite side for DRG, I understand what they were trying to accomplish. They wanted to walk into the space, try to catch a kill off guard.
Right.
But Heretics are waiting for that moment. They're dialed in on their crosshairs for that to happen. So I honestly would have liked to see DRG maybe use that harbor out to bait out that KO out early and then just have a stalemate.
Sure.
Because the ult economy is in their favor. They could have just kept cycling the ults until they had full advantage. And another 4-1 default towards the A side of the map for DRG, and it hasn't really had a lot of success. Patatek has been such a good anchor on this side of the map so far.
Takes a little damage, stays alive though. Meanwhile, as all of that is going on, Heretics aggressively take space B.
Look at Wu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's a free kill.
Poison's gone.
It does not get any freer than that.
This kid is so confident right now.
What can Patty do here? He's in a really difficult spot, 35 HP, but he manages to find safe passage, not able to land the shots. But Rian shows up and saves the day. Xion7 managing to get the spike down, but there's just not enough in this fight. There's not enough here for DRG.
Yeah, I mean, they're running into a blender every time they go towards this A side of the map. They haven't really tested the waters at B enough yet. So maybe they need to change up the game plan. Do something more on that B side, not let Heretics have full info on that lane.
Right, exactly. They've been able to do so for free these last couple of rounds, and that just suffocates their attempt at A. Right? When you don't have a second layer to get to a plan B in case things go sideways, you're just kind of funneled into death, and that's why Heretics seem to be having fun with this.
I mean, they have literally had 4 players on the A side of the map for the last, I don't know, 8 rounds.
It does not look like the approach is changing for the attacking side.
Still a lot of ults online for the side of DRG, though, which is promising.
And they keep getting tagged by the same dart.
Yeah. Maybe some nerves on the side of DRG.
They looked really good when Bukashu popped off and hit that 3K or 4K, but since then, they've looked real slow. The Hunter's Fury
almost connects. Not quite yet, but that will give them the psych, though. So they will get bombed down.
They still have the turret controlling the flank, but Gen.G Fishy looks like he's going to be the one to try to find him. Meanwhile, Xion7 will fall at the hands of Rians. They're able to wait this out, and then they're going to flood. They don't really have any ult on the defensive side to help with this flood attempt. DRG wisely having to account for the fact that the flank that's been coming in through spawn has caused them so many problems that they've got to play back. Heretics a step ahead of it, though, decide that they all want to flood in through defender spawn. Trying to find some space out on the site. Rians falls, but Bukashu's so weak.
They're sticking it.
Nick not better off. Woot's gonna get it. There's no way he finds a way in.
Another really clean retake from Heretics. And yeah, that Killjoy ult goes down from Bukashu, but it doesn't matter because Rian's got a kill onto Xion there with the Hunter's Fury. And then they just play the numbers game at that point and get the trades. Why not stick the bomb? What a great Sova ult there from Rians, and the follow-up as well.
And I really do think they were able to find so much space on main because DRG was concerned about the flank.
Yeah, Gen.G did a great job there.
Right, exactly. So they're concerned about the flank. They send 2, maybe even 3 back towards main, and that gives them enough space to be able to stick the defuse.
And now finally, we see another B default, but it all falls apart.
Before it even started.
They're dropping like flies left and right now. I mean, Woot has been crazy ever since that second round.
Meanwhile, Rians hit a dart back A while all of that happened, didn't tag anybody, so they can lean a bit further towards B.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Trey, this is a slaughter.
Nah. Slaughter might be, I don't know, not exactly the right word for this. This is getting out of hand really fast. And this is a map that DRG is, this year, 4-1 on.
It's their best map.
And they've looked great on it, honestly, in their region. But Heretics, it just seems like they just keep getting a new honeymoon phase every single time they have to swap a player out.
That's their buff.
I mean, 3 players, almost 4, sitting at 10 apiece. Everyone is firing at full effect. That's a good entry for Luke. This might be a good start for DRG.
He's got to be the spark for this team.
Yeah.
They've got the Reckoning, and they've got enough of B to at least feel confident in leaning towards it. So Code to provide some cover, but it's instantly spammed out. They're not able to get the spike down.
All of Heretics are already here to fight this as well. So yeah, they cannot get that spike down. They need to play aggressive here, and that's why you see the aggressive Harbor ult.
Luke continuing to push the pace. Gen.G will fall, and so do the rest of Heretics.
Spike planted.
They managed to brute force their way into
Holy
this.
shit.
Boot is clean.
This guy is robotic.
He still has way too much to do here. TZH, 5 HP. Xion 7, not much better off, but he has no idea where they are. Hello. Never mind, that looked like he knew.
He definitely did know.
Yeah.
Oh, Woot right now is just, I know they lost that round, and DRG actually did a really great job of, you know, not dying there, not dying to the spam or mollies or anything there, and just freezing the round and then committing backside with a harbor ult. But right now, I gotta say, Woot just looks like he's just, even his crosshair placement is just perfect.
Yeah, he looks super comfortable right now.
And he has money to buy an op, but Patatek is actually the one on it, so I think we're gonna see another aggressive push here on the B side of the map. Maybe trying to punish TZH.
It's the last round of the half, and DRG are back to their A ways. There's no misdirection. There's no conditioning. They're just going to try to brute force their way on A, much like they did on B, excuse me, in the previous round.
And they just have all this free real estate. They're closing in on DRG at the moment. Turret is broken.
The wall's creeping closer and closer. Oh, suffocating out.
Spike planted.
They're not ready for Boo here.
No,
not ready for the second.
And this has been the approach the entire time. Vukashu's able to clear him though. A 3v3, Pit still in play. Oh, he's right next to him. TZH able to drop him.
Enemy remaining.
Benji Fishy's gonna have to do it on his own. He can't.
Okay.
He can't. A massive round for
Fourth
DRG
round.
to keep it competitive at the end of the half.
Yeah, and they needed those last 2 rounds if they want any chance to get back into things. And they look a lot more warmed up now than they did in the beginning of the match, which is good. These are all good signs for DRG, but I mean, 8 rounds on the defensive side. That might just be too much of an ask for DRG to bring this one back.
Yeah, that very well may be too much to overcome. I think you're right. DRG look like they're warming up. We'll see if that's enough to carry them into a competitive second half. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down, see what they think about what we just saw.
Thank you so much, Doug and Dre. Appreciate it. I mean, look, I agree with Baby Bay. I'm a wooter. Okay, I'm a wooter now. All right, I'm a big fan of this kid.
You're talking to the original wooter.
Yeah, you are the original wooter. I'm not with you on the wooter.
Sell you well? Did I not sell it well enough?
You told me, and I didn't listen, and I'm such a fool.
I've been in this position many times.
But here's the thing, though. Woot was impressive, but also so was Vukashu as well. Takes us to our HyperX reflex moment, which, you know, again, we talked about what this guy was bringing to the table. So, Pay, I'm just going to let you go ahead because, you know, Team Spain, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Go nuts. Pop off.
Of course. No, but it's crazy to see that he can still do what he was doing regionally and have this kind of crazy plays when he's playing in the big stage. I believe also that this round, I thought that it was going to give them a little boost, right? He goes in, he gets the 4K. Even in the last kill, this beautiful vertical grabs the spike and gets the kill. It's just a little bit of a showing of what Vukashu can do. Of course, the crowd goes crazy. Honestly, the fact that they were even able to finish off that half 4-8 is very surprising to me.
Yeah, it was a great recovery from DRG. I think also Luke stepping up, having a couple impactful moments, but we kind of have to note, it was really relying on the hero plays for DRG to get that stuff over the line. I think we saw some of those things that needed work, right? Players separating off on their own. Team Heretics, I think, did a good job in the majority of these rounds of actually punishing some of those Vukashu lurks too.
Yeah, and Gen.G Fishy on the other side, right? The other Sentinel, regionally, he has been an absolute beast.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see how this half plays out as we send it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think the second half will tell the story of this map. And I think it's going to be really difficult. Dre, you mentioned it at the end of that first half. 8 on the defensive side for Heretics is pretty impressive, and it might be too much for DRG to overcome.
And even right now, it's a B-side default, but they're feinting the A with a KO knife. Luke is going to check this. I know we're not watching it because TZH is getting first contact here, but this should give the info for DRG that it is a B hit. But TZH, the anchor of B site, just gets dropped, and that'll promptly allow the bomb to go down. You don't have to worry about a Viper molly or that orb to delay.
Spike planted.
It's a little bit more of a 1-for-1, courtesy of Vukashu, but numbers still the way the attack, the spike planted as well. Shion 7, Nick, and Luke forced to try to figure out this puzzle that's been put before them. Desperate need to find success on this pistol, because if this doesn't go their way, this map very well maybe wraps. Luke looking to find the timing, and both of them crumble, leaving Nick all on his own. And they have a really good idea of where he is. The spam coming through the wall, the shot darts, everything proving to be too much.
And nothing special here from Heretics, just doing a B-side default, getting contact. Yeah, they feinted the KO dagger from Patatek, but not reinventing the wheel, just doing standard default on the pistol round.
Yeah, and
this entry was clean.
Yeah, I think part of what you mentioned was TZH being the anchor was playing really far up, to be the only one there trying to contain, to be the one who's supposed to be trying to keep back with the utility that we talked about. You don't have to worry about the orb, you don't have to worry about spits, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. They were just able to punish that so easily at the very beginning, and it made the round almost free for them.
Yeah.
Woot hit a filthy shot in the first half that almost looked reminiscent, almost giving a little bit of deja vu. But it looks like they're pushing into the teeth of this defense. 4 members of DRG here, including Bukashu, who does have a Marshal.
And Heretics right now, there's no need to do anything. Just wait for the utility to drop, and then we can contact in or maybe use some utility to clear out some corners and everything like that. But see what Wu can cook up.
They still have plenty of time on this.
And he hasn't connected yet, but I have a good feeling that he might shortly here. Just creeping forward, taking every little angle that he can. Methodically cleaning stuff out, and what a shot!
There it is. There's the deja vu.
An answer back for Luke, though.
Yeah, under just so much pressure, man. The spam, the utility.
And all that opens up this lurk from Gen.G, who allows his team to come back now.
And honestly, this is what we failed to see from DRG in the first half.
Yeah, they only had a lurk about 1 round.
And so Heretics really playing the map to its full advantage. They get the pick A. They still don't like what they're seeing. They decide to flip the map, and now they're ahead of the rotations. Gen.G fishing, not overcommitting to the fight. Takes a little damage, but takes a step back. This is really clean Valorant out from Heretics.
Yeah, he's playing so good right now. I mean, the entire team, just like you said, they are playing very clean Valorant. Disciplined Valorant.
Yeah, they're not forcing anything. They aren't taking unnecessary risks or anything like that.
Playing as a cohesive unit right now. This is why they were the #2 seed for EMEA. Gen.G will have a molly for the tap to just drain that clock timer down, and DRG right now just wanting as many guns out as they can, but it's all for nothing.
I respect Gen.G. They're trying to go get a little something extra. He had nothing for the Sheriff, right? No, nothing to lose there. But Heretics will get to 10. And we talked about how the pistol almost felt like must win.
Yeah.
This round is must win. I think if Heretics put together another bonus round, and you see it on the timeline, fortunately the 4th round went their way because it could have gotten out of hand, and it did. Just
Are
a
they
little bit later on.
buying?
And this round might be actually really hard for DRG to win, because Gen.G in that round found where all of Bukashu's KJ utility was set up.
Who is gonna learn?
Because he dropped early in the round.
They give him the Sheriff.
So he could open up another lurk in this mid area.
He has his utility down
really
already.
Outplay DRG. If the massive Heretics decides to pressure, you know, an A or a B. And the buy also for the side of Heretics it's awesome.
Yeah, it's really strong.
And look, just as I said that, this is why you see him already going in tube again. He knows what the setup was from the previous round.
I like Bukashu's position here, though. He's playing on the other side of the box, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and now the map is open completely for the attackers to do whatever they want.
Yeah. You see the Viper and Harbor having to control mid.
Yeah.
It's such a clean exec. The dart over the top of the jet flash. He dashes into it, but
Oh, that timing is huge, though.
Nick slips behind enemy lines. Just when it seemed like it was
Good
going to be
shot.
effortless.
And he gets a
A little
weapon.
drama is introduced into the round, and it's far from done.
The timing.
It's a must-win round. They've got to pull it off, and it seems like DRG
Oop.
very well just
No.
may.
Okay.
Off the back of a 4K.
I mean, it's their bonus. It's okay.
I mean, he threaded the needle on that timing right there.
Not good,
he
not
finessed
bad.
around the backside of A so well. And yeah, it was a heroic play, but I mean, sometimes you need that to bring you back into things. No one was watching that angle at all. And then winning the 1v1 to his counterpart. Beautiful. Nice round from Nick. It will be a B-side default now for Heretics. And Gen.G still wants all of that mid control early on, but this time a new turret for DRG.
A little bit further back. I do love the default that DRG are hitting at the very beginning of every round on A between the Sova dart and the Harbor Wall. Back A, that's really cool stuff. They just haven't been able to do a ton else off of that.
What a flash.
What a dash. Where's the swing? And there it is. Luke getting the best of Woot, though, who's been so stellar for Heretics up until this point. Nick continuing to tee off. They can pivot off of this, though. This is some of the benefits of what Gen.G's been able to do across the middle of the map. It provides a second layer, it provides options.
The thing is, he will be running into this Killjoy setup. Oh!
Not gonna matter if he's dead.
What a 1v1 from Gen.G. I mean, I thought he was dead to rights right there. How did he win that?
It was messy.
And now, just like that, it's a 3-on-3.
36 HP for the Sentinel.
A missed shock dart right there, yeah.
Yep, that was supposed to bounce.
Turret down.
Patatek does have to be worried about that flank now.
And he is. You see him playing so far back. He does have a molly too, so he can play back here and then drop a molly.
Look at the double up right here, though.
They're all so close by. Nick has to deliver again. I know he's been called on many times, but... Oh, it's TZH who's going to be the one to swing. But Rians is ahead of it. The spam through the wall. Xian7 with so much to do. 7 bullets. Attention divided. And the crosshair cannot hit both. Heretics get to 11.
And I mean, what was that from Rians?
What do you say, Drone?
The dart comes through. He knows that he can't break it, so he's just spamming, going for broke. Yeah, he doesn't know. A little bit of RNG, but it works out in his favor. Why not? That was such a nice entry from Luke.
What's going on here?
Oh, he saw the barrel of TZH. That's how he got the kill. That's so unfortunate for the likes of DRG. Had that not happened, that's a free kill for them.
Maybe
the retake is successful.
Because there was that double up that you mentioned. It could have easily gone the other way.
Oh, man. Heartbreaking.
This time they're choosing to push into the harbor setup that we were talking about in the previous round, while DRG heavy lean into mid. The turret on the clear and Gen.G realizing there's a lot of pressure headed that way. Looks safe to swing, but the challenge has been taken back. Xian7 will fall. Boo has his pit too.
Yeah, you have to imagine that he might invest it into this round, but I mean, maybe he just doesn't want to, doesn't need to, understands that DRG are on bad
Nice
guns.
shot.
And Patatek is just fighting this backside of A alone. Why not?
And when everything is going well for you, like it has for Heretics, you're absolutely right. Why not?
He's so good. He's so good, Doug.
Heretics have outclassed DRG every step of the way. The
On their best map.
The couple of rounds that they've won have been heroics.
Yeah.
Right? Think about Bukashu's crazy 3K in the first half. That really kind of got something going. It's been...
And then Luke following it up with a crazy 4K. Yeah,
it's been tough sledding for DRG, man.
I mean, you look at the scores right now for the side of Heretics, and you can literally see it's so evenly matched for every single player. They're all shooting straight. And this is it. I mean, this is DRG's last hope into this round. They all have light armor. A lot of ults online for Heretics. They have Killjoy ult online. Gen.G is 2 off of his Killjoy. Sorry, I meant Patatek has KO ult online. And Boo, he didn't opt to invest that Viper's Pit in that last round to have it for this one. So they can really just flood any site, B or A, with that KO ult and just get Viper's Pit down.
And honestly, even if they don't, they have such a long runway.
Yeah.
To play off of. You can afford to drop a couple of rounds. You can afford to get silly. Not that I imagine that's what they're going to want to do, but they have a really cozy pad that they're sitting on right now.
I mean, if you look at them, they're definitely flying high right now. It will be a B-side default for Heretics. And a mid lurk orb as well. Threatening that lurk for Veggie Fishy late in the round, potentially.
He's just found so much success there so far.
Oh, and look at this. The conditioning that Heretics has done when they throw that KO flash on the B area of the map. They understand that DRG have taken the bait and rotated off of A a lot of rounds. And that's why you see them kind of cut noise here and kind of decide, oh, should we go back towards A? And I have a feeling if Boo finds something or maybe peeks and gets a cue that he wants to call his team back, they will just commit here fully.
I know we've talked a lot about Heretics this map, but the flash that you just mentioned at the beginning of the round, that one flash and then the orb mid did so much to force rotations out of DRG. The success that they're finding at the beginning of this round off of what they've been building the last who knows how many rounds. It's a cardinal sin to do math on broadcast. You just don't bother, and I'm not going to try. It's just so comfortable for them right now. My concern, though, is that they may have missed the timing window. They delayed just a little bit, and now DRG have been able to rotate back and stack onto this site. With Shion7 playing back, you're able to get two, but it all falls onto TZH to keep this map alive, and he's going to be late to the party.
And the res comes out as well. Not only that, but the Killjoy lockdown. Why not?
You should run.
There it is.
There's only one spot that TZH can play right now.
Toxins going up.
And a drone still? I mean, so much utility for Heretics. Oh, poor TZH. That'll be the first map for Team Heretics. And so convincing.
It felt like one of the more effortless.
What a clean map.
That we've seen in a long time. It unfortunately just felt like Heretics outclassed DRG every step of the way. Maybe map 2 has something to deliver, maybe a different story to be told on Sunset. We'll see if that's the case on the other side. We'll be right back.
They can't do anything. Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Nice! Go! Nice! There is nothing they can do. Oh my god! Did you guys see me? Concussion. Movement there. The guy's like, pick up it. Pew, pew, pew.
I made it to my happy place. Got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah. I made it to my happy place. It ain't rained in a while. Woke up early today. I feel good. Happy faces. I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
Oh, that was an incredible start for Team Heretics. I'm now joined by their coach, Neil Zenio. Now, Neil, we knew that Vut was going to be on Duelist coming into this tournament, but I did not expect him to pick up that op and be so oppressive as well. So was that part of the game plan for you guys as well? How long have you had to implement that aspect of your game?
Yeah, so I think we had the chance to scrim one map every time, so about one scrim. I'm not going to lie. So when coming into this, like we always had issues with him coming with a visa, so we haven't really had that much time to practice, only 2 days. So we kind of just had a discussion, and we know he's really good with an op. He plays on chamber quite a lot, and when it came to duelist, he's just been begging to play like double duelist comps all the time. So yeah, when it came to the op, we kind of just said like, if you want to op, feel free. Like we're used to setting up mini booth op on that map, so Patty and Innes do like a really good job of setting up. So it wasn't a big change for us, to be honest. So we're chilling.
Well, he can really do it all. Best of luck on map 2.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Yinsu. Vut definitely was impressive in that duelist role, and that led Team Heretics to be able to pick up that dub. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here along with Mimi and Kukuka. I think it just goes... It's not a shocker that Heretics, found the success that they got here, because honestly, they're coming into this one, Vut's white hot right now, and you can definitely tell the DRG really trying to figure out how to maneuver the map in a way that benefits them, and Team Heretics having their field day.
You say it's not a surprise, but there was a big question to be answered of how well would the synergy be for Team Heretics? How well would they be able to
synergy be? Sorry.
That's terrible.
It is actually terrible. I don't stand by it.
I'm glad you rescind that.
I found it hilarious.
You're not the arbiter of comedy.
Yeah.
I am. It's me.
You are.
It's me. But Woot was excellent. He fit in super well. By the way, playing 4-3 in Valorant is so rare.
For an 18-year-old.
4-3?
Yes. Look at this. Look at the screen.
He's just cracked. He's just cracked. That is the code.
In other games, I feel like it actually gives you like some advantage, but I don't think it does in Valorant. I guess it's just habit.
Yeah, it could be. I mean,
for an 18-year-old.
That's pretty nutty.
Back in the day when he was 4 playing on CRTs.
Anyway, it made a lot of sense for him to be playing on the duelist, right? Some people were asking, like, what is he going to be doing, or why more so? Maybe moving back and implementing the system that they had before Wood was the way to go for this event, right? Just put Patitek back into what he was playing before, so you don't have to train him from zero, or even have to find answers to questions that are too difficult to answer in such a short time. And what is literally the perfect response to all of it, really just because the kid's crisp.
He's so good. And also Patitek, he has to have a lot of credit given to him. He is the absolute super sub. He comes back in, despite not officially being a main player on this roster, he's made it to both global events of the year, which is crazy. And he's looked great in both of them. His supportive utility is super consistently on point. He did a great job of setting Vut up.
And it was the same thing that he was doing in Madrid when he was also playing in EMEA Stage 1. Like, honestly, he has the best karma in the world, because, again, starting in a team as a sub and making both international events and being so nice, we love you.
I'm telling you, you should play the lotto. It might work out for him. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what the coach of DRG has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by DRG's coach Yu Chen ahead of map 2, and here with Luna as well to do some translation. Now, the Sunset pick coming up today, I feel like every team, they prepare for it, because Heretics, they love this map, they always want to pick it. So what is your plan coming into this?
那其实日落之城这张图，像今天 The Heretic 他们经常会选择，非常喜欢这张图。那你们对于这张图都提前做了哪些部署和计划呢？
我们针对他们这张地图，我们在前一天看了大量的他们和其他队伍的比赛录像嘛，针对他们一些战术部署做了一些针对。
I think for Sunset, we have watched a lot of WOS yesterday when they faced against other teams, so we made a lot of strategy to target for that.
Oh, thank you very much, Luna. I can't wait to see a coach Yu Chen. Let's see if they can bring it back.
All right, so there's a very interesting thing that I think, needs to be mentioned here, is that for teams like DRG, FPX, EDG, this is a rare circumstance where they're here, they could chill, they go home, they vibe out in their hometown, and they can take that time to watch those VODs. Whereas when you heard Nilzinho earlier talking about, they did not have that time to be able to do that. So yeah, there is an opportunity here for them to catch him off guard, but you really got to stop a white hot Woot, which is going to be really, really difficult to do.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I think that it's good, especially for a map like Sunset. It's a map where Heretics has felt super, super comfortable, but they've always been doing kind of the same thing. We're talking about how they pressure at the beginning of the round, how they re-pressure, especially in the mid-round. Like, finding the key points in the map, they're never going to be stale and defensive from the defense. Now, the question is Woot going to be the same? Is he going to feel as, I mean, he is going to feel as comfortable, but are they going to change the plan coming onto?
Different.
Yeah.
I think Neon is a harder role to slot into 1-for-1.
Oh, you'll see.
But they're not going to do it.
They're not
He
going to
picks
do it.
into the Raze instead, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think that is in my opinion, the mechanically hardest agent to play in the game, even for players who have done it before. Whereas Woot, the Raze, I think it's a lot simpler to slot into that role for him.
Honestly, I think that at this point, they just ask him, like, hey, what do you want to do here? Do you want to go for Raze? Do you want to go for Neon?
Do my eyes deceive me?
That's a Gecko.
That's a Gecko on Dragon Ranger Gaming. They're playing the Gecko.
So we've got some
time to be
changes
alive,
on both
kids.
sides too. DRG coming out, and I think surprising by locking that one in. They have not been playing.
I don't like the Sova for Heretics. I know they played, but on Sunset, like, Ascent is good because you can shoot through walls and shit. You can have a lot of info.
And see how this is all going to play out.
But like,
Yeah, I don't know where they got that picture.
on
of BB. That was
fucking
crazy.
Sunset, I
I
think
there are a couple
Sova
things
is.
to talk about in these two comps. Number one, the Gecko is a big deal. They haven't
It's
been running
not good
Gecko at
enough.
all, but
Yeah. I think
great.
Gecko is
there's a lot
better.
to be discussed on the other side too of going for the Raze instead of the Neon. Yes,
I think
it's a very different
Gecko,
agent. Many would argue,
Kill
like maybe
Gecko
saying
is
the
like
Raze is
way
easier to play
stronger.
than Neon from a mechanical perspective.
Just
but
because
the
it's so annoying to plant on fucking
So for the
Sunset.
team, I'm sure Heretics is going to be fine, but the thing I really want to focus on with changing of the comp of the Neon to the Raze is DRG said that they were prepping against, you know, Heretics and
Yeah,
et cetera,
they're
et cetera.
watching film,
But they're
whatnot.
watching
So on the
Neon.
team comp,
They're not
I
ready for
prefer
a
the one
Raze.
of
I mean, Raze is more
Dragon
standard, so you might
Ranger,
have a better idea
Dragon
of the
Ranger
Raze.
Gaming,
But still, if you're
DRG.
prepping for a Neon, it's completely different. So maybe all that prep will go out the window potentially.
You see that flash over the top from Nick, allowing Luke to take an aggressive angle. They grab the orb here, and the Roomba will inevitably cue the fight that ensues.
1-for-1.
A 1-for-1 traded, a little space gained.
Good info for the defense.
1-for-1s always tend to favor
It's the wingman
attacking
gun
side,
for
and it just opens up the map again. And that's why you see Benji
for
and Blue
the
just
the
prodding
defense
into that
too, for the
B site.
defuse.
Oh my gosh. Patatic
Spike down
hasn't
A.
skipped a beat. Nice trades in that elbow area of the A site. And now Heretics just want to regroup and play the disciplined game that they have been playing all series long.
Yeah, they're ripe for reset here. I think the interesting thing, though, is they are almost... This is where it gets really messy. They almost had too many options to begin with. They had spread themselves and found successes on both sides of the map. And so now the question is, where do you go? They decide to rotate back A, narrowly avoiding disaster from TZH having a timing mid.
I mean, Heretics are
Do
rotating
you push
so
that smoke?
well right
No,
now.
you just spam
A lot of
through.
spam damage done onto them, though.
Bukashu and TZH with so much left to do. The spike planted onto the site. Numbers the way of the attack.
Here.
Benji Fishy.
It's such an annoying side to take.
And Bukashu creeping forward by himself.
So much to clear. The time is just ticking away. This smoke can prove to be fruitful.
Massive first kill from Bukashu. A 2v2 re-ents, remember, still weak, 49 HP.
Oh my god.
Big kill though out from Boo. He gets both to get Heretics the pistol.
And Heretics in that post plant just opting to double up on the flank.
I don't know.
Wrapping
I feel
around,
like there is a
and
little
Boo
bit of
just
overthinking
hostage
on
playing
Heretics
duck hunt in
side.
the back there. And yeah, it was scrappy, but I mean, he closed it out. Nice trading done from Heretics. That was the name of this round. It was just trading back and forth from the start. Xion 7 there, getting a little too over-eager in the beginning with that Gecko flash running through, throwing it straight at them. Maybe he needs to throw it up in the air next time, yeah.
I like the idea. I like that they wanted to take the fight, but it just doesn't really go their way. A Spectre and 2 rifles for the side of the attack. And a cam mid too, just to make sure there's no silly business No antics that DRG are up to and pushing up mid.
Look at all this utility for the hit. Not trying to get cheesed at all is Heretics.
I must wait a moment.
And that goes back to that discipline that we were seeing on Icebox.
Oh, yeah.
Bukashu potentially overwhelmed as Nick falls. He's able to get one, Bukashu is, but ultimately meets his teammate's demise.
I mean, the spacing from Heretics is so on point right now. It feels like even if DRG get the instant headshot, it's traded right away. I mean, look, even if Boo had gone down there, it's going to get traded right away.
They just don't really have the guns to fight back there. But you're right, the spacing of the trading has been really nice from Heretics.
And Heretics didn't need to really cook anything up there that's too special. Boo on that B side, on the A side of the map, understood that DRG took all that space, grabbed the orb, saw who DRG grabbed the orb on as well. So they just know that the Rays and the Gecko are not towards that B side of the map, and they could just bully it with the drone, with the dart back sight, all the utility. And you're gonna see another B side default here. And why not? You're going up against a Cypher, you're running a Sova, you can break all that utility. And if you break it early, it opens up the possibilities for a late hit, you know, especially if you go back and feint A.
They've been running the same idea at the beginning of the round A from DRG every single time.
Yeah.
And Boo's ahead of it here. They throw the flash over the top from Nick, and then Luke and Xion7 take the space to grab the orb to control the side of the map. That was almost messy.
And look at this aggressive trip for Gen.G Fishy in B main. It allows his team to go back and take map control elsewhere. They're gonna re-clear this A side on Luke.
He's in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, and here comes the drone. He could get punished. It's a good nade, though.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough to keep himself alive? No, it just buys some time.
He went for the re-swing there? I can't help but feel like that was a blunder, and now Xion7 is forced to try to get a trade, but Heretics taking his HP down low.
You've also got Gen.G Fishy, who's going to be controlling the middle of the map late into the round to attempt to cut off the rotations. Paranoia comes out from elbow. Gen.G Fishy falls, but they're going to get the sight and they're going to get the spike down to 4v2 for the rest of the round. Nick and TZH with so much to do. Plenty of time to do it though, but they have to play their cards just right. No room for error. Paranoia creating some space. But if they're going to strike, they kind of have to do so soon. TZH getting the best of re-ends. Gets him a little bit closer to equal footing.
The problem is Nick is so far away. Oh, that's a nice opening, though.
TZH gonna do it on his own, is he?
Time's running low. It's all up to Patatek. He has one flash.
He's been good for the team so far, but TZH, he was a monster.
Does he have
it's
it?
not gonna be enough. He did so much to get them there, but it was not enough.
Oh my gosh, it's heartbreaking. For TZH.
That's a bonus for
He
Heretics.
completely dominated in that round, but the time was just too low.
He John Wicked his way through that entire retake by himself.
Such nice shots. I have to point out on the entry, Woot, he was full blinded by the Gecko flash, and he still got the kill back sight. That's crazy. A new look here for Heretics. All that conditioning on the B side of the map, that KO dagger, it's been the same for every single round so far, but this time they're all geared up at A already. Another nade to thwart Rian's off of the drone. But Luke has to give this space. I mean, he's sticking around for far too long.
He's got 20 HP, has to satchel out.
Oh, another entry. What a nade.
I mean, this is, again, borderline perfect. They're just so precise and so exact
on
how
nice
they're
shot.
taking these sights. It's a great shot out from Nick, but how much more can they do? Nick gets another. The swing out from Patty overwhelms him. And once again, it's numbers the way of the attack. They'd want to scale up and take this fight, which is dangerous. Remember, TZH had a massive round previously. Only one with the rifle.
He isolated the site.
Yeah, but they've got a brutal crossfire. He has to get
Oh,
the
the
one as
timing.
best as he can. and he's
Oh,
gonna
that
get it. Can he
timing.
pull it off this time? Yes, he can!
It's the second time they win the bonus and they lose the Thrifty after
He's
that.
trying to bring it back for his team. Showing his team that they can do it. It's possible.
Single-handedly. Look at him almost dragging his team to a round win in the previous round and managing to do so this time.
Such a quick reaction from TZH after he gets that first kill. In that screen area, he puts the smoke down to isolate either fight that he wants to take.
Yeah.
This time he opts to go for Gen.G Fishy. Oh, look at the crowd. Hype for him.
They've been given a reason to be excited. They haven't had much of that.
Oh.
Luke in a different spot with an op in hand. Remember, he's been playing A.
Oh, what a dart.
And there goes the op.
And the KO flash to follow up.
They don't have
the site.
They don't have to deal with the Cypher setup. Bukashi's set up on the other side. Oh, but Nick, massive from Nick. There's reason to believe now. They seem down.
Holy
but
shit.
DRG showing signs of life.
Wow. And that spacing earlier that I was praising Heretics for, and the trading, it's just kind of been lacking in these last couple of rounds. Not enough to press the panic button, for sure. But look at this. This is all 1v1s from start to finish there. And it was such a good start to the round. The utility was great.
They got rid of the op.
Yeah.
They managed to avoid the Cypher utility, you're right. It was a great start.
Even the KO flash was perfect. But the showstopper from Woot just didn't connect, and that'll ultimately force Heretics to be on, honestly, maybe the first eco I've seen them be on in this series, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in this position. It's also a different approach from DRG. I mean, yeah, they've got Luke who's hopping B again, but a little bit more invested mid. And lo and behold, it's Gen.G Fishy who's here. Tap at the door to try to strike as it goes down, but no target given. He's going to fill in on the space behind it, though. Did he hear that cam?
Yeah, I think he has a good idea that the cam is there, and they showed on purpose. They got seen by the cam on purpose because Gen.G called it out for them. So that's why they're going back to B now. They're assuming that DRG is going to rotate towards the A side of the map, but they're missing their window of opportunity like that icebox round.
Oh!
Another clean flick out from Patty.
30 seconds.
Paranoia is traded, and that Cypher ult's going to get so much info. They've got to overwhelm, and they've managed to do so. Nick, again, an opportunity to be hero, but Woot drops them. If they're able to pull this off, all of the momentum that they had very well could be gone. Xion with so much to do, a 1v3, but it's just an op in the hands of the duelist.
Last player standing.
Will the Sheriffs fall to a whimper at the feet of Xion 7? No. A MasterCard Thrifty for Heretics.
And the desk was talking about how Woot.
That shot from Patitek on the op.
For his chamber, and he quite did so, but he's on raise, Doug. Look at this.
Ah, they won't show it.
That's a Sheriff. He's playing chamber on raise right now.
There's the handshake.
So cool.
Back up 2 for Heretics. A shoddy buy for DRG.
And a new look. A mid default this time, but Boo still doing this A side default, giving presence there. Dagger will connect onto B main, not on anybody. That'll cause Gen.G Fishy to have to re-clear B main.
They just got out a flash from Nick and a paranoia from TZH mid. And Heretics are still holding on to the space.
There.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Gen.G Fishy to get contact here, maybe get a pick. He breaks the cam, and it's so rare to see a Cypher opping, so I don't think DRG will be ready for this.
He's not going to be given a target.
But Doug, if Heretics go back to A, like I see that they're doing right now, they might have an opportunity. They know that Luke has been playing very aggressive here.
He has an ult, but again, there's no contact.
Oh, he commits?
He surrounded. He gets his one, but
I know exactly where.
the ult was canceled. They're still gonna find space A.
30 seconds
The
left.
paranoia out, and Boo fills the space. Getting further and further as the spike ultimately will get sunk into the soil of the site. Thrash traded out, Ops on the hands of Gen.G Fishy. Wood finding space, finding a kill on a TZH. And now the nade to dissuade.
Nice shot.
It's just too clean. It's just too clean.
Oh my goodness.
And unfortunately, it feels a lot like Icebox, where it's the heroics that are getting DRG 1-2 rounds here or there, but when it just gets to simple, like Valorant, where you're just playing good against good and macro is how things are decided, Heretics are just rolling DRG.
Yeah, and Woot once more is having such a performance. He's sitting at 12 kills right now. He didn't connect with the Headhunter last time, but this time he does, and that nice little cheeky one-tap on a Nick, that was beautiful. And for the side of DRG, I mean, they had man advantage into this round, but Xion 7, he kind of jumped the gun a little early there with that Thrash. It didn't get immense value. It didn't get as much value as it could have gotten. It gets broken right away instead, and that was the win condition for that retake. Yeah, you're up numbers, but still, you have to be disciplined in those moments and play as a unit and go together. It doesn't always have to be heroics, especially when it comes to utility. You can't just send a Thrash in alone and expect to win the round. There was no follow-up at all.
And maybe that's a conversation that they're having right now as DRG called their first time out of the map, an attempt to slow things down and collect themselves.
And I kind of want to see DRG like press the matter more at A. Try to challenge Boo in the 1v1. Yeah, it can be, you know, intimidating when a team is just headshotting you like this, but you got to do something. You can't just keep playing a passive line and falling back. Heretics know that you're playing that way. So maybe send a lot of players or don't use a lot of utility in the early round to act like it's a Cypher setup potentially.
Sure.
And then you might be able to catch a player off guard, at least get the trade. But when they invest this much utility into the round, I mean, Heretics they just form a game plan of how DRG is playing the map.
I will say that's a slight adjustment though, what DRG just did there. Remember, it's been flashes over the top. Both utility that they used there was refreshable.
Yeah.
So they're gonna get the Dizzy back, they're gonna get the knife back. Minor adjustment, but an adjustment still.
I think Luke
He's got
spotted Boo here.
Boo's been up here. He's been up here so many rounds. He drops at just the right time.
I mean,
oh, dude, he just Houdini'd his way out of that situation.
How did he know? The intuition is on point for Boo right now.
He's a knower. They're gonna push back B, no trips up here. All he has is the cam. The knife will tag, the ult will pop, and the hit will come. The paranoia out to be the first, but Nick and Bukashu hold the line. This is why the kid buys a Vandal. What a hold.
Yeah. And it's kind of what I said. Luke took that aggressive line, and yeah, he didn't get the timing on Boo, but it gave his team all the info that was going to be a B hit. And that's why they had 3 players there geared towards that hit. And then just crossfires on the actual site. Beautiful. And that dagger as well from Nick, that timing was perfect. Heretics again towards that B side of the map, jumping the gun too early. They're up man advantage. You got half your team got hit by a dagger. Just slow the round down. We don't need to commit KO ult right there.
Oh, they're back to their old ways. The aggression, a little bit too much. Luke has so much to find. And DRG slammed the door on the round once more. The spike is well out of reach. Riens is gonna have to pull off a ridiculous play to win this one back, and he can't.
A nice first engagement from Luke onto Woot there.
I mean, he was in his lap.
Yeah.
He satcheled right into him.
And when you satchel in like that, sometimes the bullets just don't connect. There's nothing you can do about it. And the crowd is finally alive, giving energy to DRG as well. And this rocket, the timing on it was perfect. This was a great A fight.
I mean, and that's a setup that they've been doing. It finally comes to fruition, and when it comes together, it looks great.
Yeah.
They're gonna do it again. This time Luke playing on the other side, satcheling away. But the paranoia will buy some time. Rian's the only one with rifle.
Really good damage done though, honestly, for both teams. But we've seen Heretics already get that thrifty round previously. TZH will have something to say about that as well. He can hear all these footsteps, all this jumping around, and when this hit comes in, he should have a clear view over the top of the smoke since he's playing on top of that market box.
Oh,
beautiful.
Triple catch the first. There's the sideline over the smoke that you mentioned, but he decides to push into it. Perhaps ill-advised.
Over-eager.
Still has a rifle. Rian tells well he had it. Falls at the feet of Ukashu. The kid is teeing off now. Boo was nothing but a sheriff, and position given away. If the cam wasn't enough, the ult will say it all.
And the double swing to close out the round. Nice from DRG. Making the map competitive, giving themselves a chance to potentially close this one out. In a nice setup here.
Ukashu has found so much success from that corner.
Yeah.
Then he gets that first kill at. Been back-to-back rounds now. And now it's going to be on Heretics to call a timeout, slow things down, and see what the adjustments have to be, because for the majority of this half, it has felt like effortless Valorant. But something happened on the other side of that timeout from DRG that has changed things. And I think it's two things that have gone on here. I think number one, DRG have made minor adjustments, but it also feels like Heretics are changing the way they've approached these last couple of rounds. You think about that heavy double satchel into elbow. You think about the way that they were hitting too early onto the hit B a couple of rounds ago. The approach has been different.
Yeah, exactly. They're jumping the gun a little bit too early on these hits. They need to just stick to using the utility, methodically clearing out everything and going for the trading, making sure the spacing is there, everything of that sort. And maybe putting a little bit more emphasis on the middle area of the map. I feel like they should have an idea that DRG is playing 3 players towards that A side most of the rounds.
5-5.
So maybe try to take a timing up mid early on to punish maybe the rotate when it comes back fully. Maybe get a pinch onto A. But so far towards this B side of the map, unless it was the eco rounds for DRG, I feel like Heretics hasn't had success as much on the actual gun rounds of DRG.
3 rounds in a row from the defensive side to keep it competitive, to tie us at 5.
And this is that similar approach that we saw in the beginning of the game. Yep. They're going back to what worked.
That shock's not going to catch the first trip, but we'll catch the other 2 with 1.
Nice. That's why Heretics runs the Sova on this map. They don't deposit Benji Fishy here at the B side this time, but they've done so many other rounds before that they're allowed to do something like this and just group up A.
Dude, Luke is so far up.
Yeah, this is good from him though. He can get first contact and get out potentially with this satchel.
He's got 1.
But this is one way he works against him.
I know exactly. And now Heretics are going to be able to head towards A with pace. Yeah, Wu does 1 HP, but there's nobody on the site to fight back.
Xion 7, he should fall back here and just use his thrash. He's sticking around for way too long, almost getting punished by Benji.
Still has plenty of utility to play around, has the Dizzy as well, and that's the first thing that goes up. Xion 7 on the swing, the thrash will not be used. Numbers the way of the attack. Wood somehow still alive with his 1 HP. Now the Spike Planet, you see the cam coming out, seeing if they can find any. Wood playing his time and striking when the moment is right. Finally falling. But DRG with a limited amount of options, they're gonna have to frag their way through this, and that's a big hope from TZH. But Patty Tech and Rian save the round for Heretics.
Last round before the switch.
And Xion 7 again getting dropped with that.
We're gonna have a buy for
DRG. Had it on the retake once more. I'm telling you, it would have been so fruitful for them. I mean, TZH on these retakes and Nick on the retakes together have done so much for DRG. They just need that little extra piece to close out the rounds. And that could be that utility, or it could even just be a body. And I get it, he's trying to even out the numbers, you know? Try to get it even before they go for the retake, but sometimes you can win a 4v5.
Last round of the half, the Roomba already getting value. It popped in the face of Luke, he's down to 70 HP. Remember, Nick still has his ult. He's rotated back B. And of course, Heretics are rotating away.
Yeah. And Luke did show towards the B side of the map. So I think Heretics are reading into this thinking that, okay, this might be a B stack then potentially.
And even if it wasn't, there was enough noise made to draw rotations over.
And this time the drone will get value because that nade is not there. So they can actually push back DRG from elbow from that lane area.
TZH wasn't spotted, the drone didn't go deep enough, and now he's taking an aggressive angle. This off angle, oh my gosh!
That's unbelievable.
Wood has been so clean. And now with the ult online, Lukashu tried finding a window, and yeah, he got his one, but the spacing is back. He's able to trade back. Oh. Nick can't even use his ult. And a 2v4 attempt at a retake.
And a trip too for the post plant.
Funneling them back in from spawn. A flash in their face, the second soaring through.
Everything to delay.
Luke has no choice but to just waltz his way forward. Try to face the music. Walk into the crossfire. Walk into the gunfire. A 1v3, but the onus is on him. He can't sit back and wait for the fight to come to him. He's got to go. A little bit of leg shown from Gen.G. And a kill found. But time will expire as the kills come through.
Okay, 7-5.
The way of Heretics. It feels like a lot of opportunities left on the table there.
Yeah, it may have slipped away a little bit for Heretics, but for the side of DRG, I feel like they actually are warming up and getting more comfortable on the stage. Players are stepping up and hitting some really nice shots. I mean, the chemistry from Nick and TZH on that half was awesome. The retakes that they had was great. I mean, a way better showing than the last map.
We'll see what the Desk thinks about that first half. 7-5, the way of Heretics. What do you guys think?
Honestly, I couldn't agree more. It does feel like DRG is finding themselves a little bit of a second wind here, which they're certainly going to need. Otherwise, it could have been a very quick 2-0 in favor of Heretics. But we'll see what happens in the half.
Yeah, I think we saw DRG actually winning a few rounds there, not just off the hero plays that we're seeing in the first map of this series. Team Heretics was actually getting shut down on some of those sight hits over towards B. We're calling back into these late round hits, and I think DRG had great synergy to stall them out.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to show a little bit of a round because exactly what you're saying, right? We saw some adaptation. We heard their coach talking about how they read onto things. Benji Fishy got the up here. This is something that he also did in EMEA, even from the attack, just to get that first kill. But the read from DRG is correct. Even though Luke in this position has been, you know, a bit hit or miss, the read is correct. And the way that they delay and gather the information onto what's happening next, the moment that they know that Benji Fishy is pushed onto mid, they know that he's alone. They know for a fact that he is the one creating that kind of pressure, especially if he's with the operator. And then the kills just fall through from the positions that they were able to defend this site time and time again. So yeah, the preparation is there. Now, is it going to be enough when they swap sites?
It's going to be tough, but something they do have behind them is this crowd. They are really coming alive for this DRG squad. I think we've seen a lot of people show out already to Master Shanghai, especially to support these Chinese squads. And I mean, you've got to talk about it, right? I'm not a huge believer in like the crowd debuff of having a crowd against you being a big negative, but I do think the crowd buff is real. Getting to have that motivation, that extra energy around you, and also getting to play at home can really add to the comfort. But with Heretics up 7-5, this will be a very tough one, and Heretics in a good position to close out.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and swap these sides, see what DRG's game plan is. Can they force this map 3? We're going to send it back over to Doug and David Bay.
Thank you so much, Shuby. Yeah, I think the crowd may help. I think it may take a whole lot more than just that, though. It's been a competitive scoreline to close out that first half, but it really feels like Heretics were in control of the vast majority of it. Up 2 here on defense now. DRG choosing to explore the middle of the map. With a lot of presence, too. 3, 4 of them here.
And an interesting buy from Luke to invest into a Sheriff. Normally we see a lot of raises on that attacking side, you know, try to go for satchels to close the gap, especially when you're entering into sight.
Right.
Or at least, you know, a ghost in a Roomba to clear out some corners. Just very confident in his aim right now, but it's going to be hard. He's going to have to invest a nade in order to break this trip, unless he goes for a wallbang on it. But he might get punished if he tries to shoot it right now.
I mean, he's got help. Surely someone's holding him while he tries to clear it. The nades go out. So does the utility. Nick's the first to fall. There's the value coming out from the Sheriff. It gets a little messy at the end there. He will fall.
Holy.
I hate visiting underground.
Just when it looked like they had space.
That nade from Woot just isolated everybody from the site and the main. So it just, the fights were just not in the favor of DRG. And yeah, Luke did a really good job getting a couple kills with that Sheriff, but it's just too much to ask. Especially with how Heretics played that scenario. I mean, they fought together.
This Heretics roster just looks so good right now, man.
Yeah.
They're playing such clean Valorant. DRG with backs against the ropes here. Still a Sheriff in the hands of Luke. He mentioned that he found a little bit of success in the previous round. He got his one as Xion7 gets us a little bit closer to having his ult online.
Yeah, the problem with buying a Sheriff in this round, though, is that there's an outlaw on the other side from Rians. So when it comes to the gun round, I mean, that's a one-shot kill.
They just sent Wingman on a solo mission.
Look at all the utility from Heretics. Shock darts, mollies, nades.
And spam. I know it's just
and this guy.
Suffocating. Yeah, and then there's Woot.
Go get him, little guy. Little guy won't get value this time around.
I mean, the spike is still sitting back on the site. The two remaining members of DRG are still playing back main.
So far in this series, Heretics hasn't had to really worry about lurks at all.
No.
That's why you see them over-rotating and stacking sites anywhere that the pack of DRG shows.
That's a really good point. All the way back to Icebox.
Yep. They have no reason not to stack the sites that DRG is showing early on. They haven't been given a reason to. And going into this round, look at the armor from DRG and look at the guns from Heretics. We have an outlaw in play right now. That's a one-shot kill to the body, and you have two of those. I mean, he could post up on any angle, and if they walk into his crosshair, it's basically a free win to the round. Heretics are setting themselves up to win this bonus.
And that inevitably would be the final nail in the coffin. Again, mid-presence from the attack.
An elbow
and he
seam.
spotted, yep. There was that swing. Looking for the cam, almost pays forward with his life. Also, there's got to be somebody holding Benji Fishy here. They're going to get crunched in. The paranoia is so good. They just get rolled.
That's gonna be another echo, another
Bonus
bonus.
seems inevitable now, unless TZH can do something special with the
Oh my god.
He got dunked on.
Nick with the 1v3 to try to win the round, to try to avoid the financial deficit that is likely crippling. There's a drone expecting the swing out from mid, but he's looking the wrong way. Finally spots Boo, and it's a foot race. Boo will get back A, and Nick decides to re-explore mid. The door shut in his face. Options limited.
30 seconds left.
And they know. They've gotten it cornered. Oh. Woot's just waiting on the other side. That also, you know, we talked about this a little bit on Icebox, and yeah, maybe they've kind of moved away from it, but that felt like discipline as well. Not forcing, not giving them his ones, anything like that. You know, but really cautious with how they played it out. There was an early rotate A, there was a dart to confirm that he was mid, and then as soon as he he has no other where to go except market, Woot was there waiting for him.
So well played. And I mean, that whole round was so well played from Heretics. They saw the KO dagger land in B main. They understood nobody pressured A. Where else is DRG gonna be? They're either in mid or in B main. And that's why you see the reclear utility come out in mid. And then that's all she wrote at that point. I mean, very similar to the last round. You're going to see Heretics probably already start cheating over to this mid side of the map, leaving Boo here as an anchor, just living, trying to spot info here.
They're just so comfortable giving up this space. That was a nice flash, you're right. They're just so comfortable giving up this space. But this time the Paranoid did not connect. However,
Good trade.
Benji Fishy and Wood still do.
They are aware of the Omen on site.
My goodness. Wood is just on one.
I mean, we got to get a one-tap counter at this point, because this kid has done like 7 of them in this game.
They just make it look so easy. 4 on the round, the handshake is back.
It really is just another level for this Heretics roster.
It's the third
so
kill.
Clean,
this
man.
one was the
Holy.
most impressive. A little ADS flick.
He's so mechanically gifted. That's why he's a part of this roster. I mean, they were just waiting for him to become of age to dominate.
And that he is.
And you know what's crazy? This is EMEA's 2nd seed.
Well, people say their #1 seed lost last night. So,
yeah.
But you're right. I mean, this Heretic squad just looks, they look really freaking good, man. Really, really good. The honeymoon period that you mentioned earlier where they're just like, they're rotating rosters.
Right?
It's a perpetual honeymoon period. It seems like they're in it. They just seem like they can do no wrong here.
Right now, I think DRG needed to have a little bit more of a spread default. Maybe pressure that A side of the map a little bit, not just leave it completely open, because so far, Boo, he really hasn't had to worry about it at all. The only time that DRG shows somewhere is when they're actually committing to the area of the map, committing to the site. There's no need to even worry about that A side of the map at all.
There's no conditioning, there's no misdirection out from the attack.
DRG needs to try to push them off of these aggro lanes that they're getting. Yeah. Push them off of the mains and then maybe go back towards mid. But again, no one's gonna pressure this A side of the map, and it's gonna allow Heretics to just have so much info on the round.
Here.
I mean, look, he's not even looking to see if they're even gonna run through the one-way at this point. I mean, he doesn't even care because he knows they're not gonna do it. To be fair, Woot is posted up there with a showstopper.
Trip is cleared. And they rotate back. Or at least take a step back. The concerning thing here is the only thing they have to control other areas of the map is the cam, and that's like their safety valve right now.
Yes.
The only thing that makes them feel like they can head back.
And Doug, if their intention is to bait out that utility and feint that they're going B, you don't need all 5 players in the main there. You can have a more spread default. I mean, Woot could have been all the way pushed up on this flank already.
Re-entering some of the pressure, shock dart to dissuade.
They're trapped in mid.
As they have been the last couple of rounds. Paranoia from a little bit further back.
30 seconds left.
Not gonna connect, and they're gonna have to go back in A, and guess what? It's Woot, and it's Woot with the showstopper. But the difference from how he plays this to Luke, he takes a step back, he rotates away.
Time.
There's not much.
There's no time. This showstopper's gonna get value like crazy.
Woot holds the line.
They can't win. There's gonna be no time.
They're all here. Please. The spam, the knife.
They can't do anything. And
this is yeah, go on.
This is what happens when you just 5-man group up and you don't have a spread default on the map. You don't give yourself the time to rotate all the way around. You have to clear too many things because you don't have the info on the opposite side of the map.
The truth is, a lot of the problems that we saw on the attack side of Icebox from DRG are showing their ugly heads again.
Yeah.
It's the same issues.
I can't aim anymore.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Gen.G can't aim anymore, apparently. Or maybe he just doesn't need to.
that might be more accurate.
Oh, Woot.
Hey, Woot's doing plenty of aiming for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Thrash will be invested, but not a lot of utility to follow up or bodies to follow up.
Xion 7 tag too, but it's not going to matter. That's a big molly out from Nick, though. Bukashu and Nick, with spike in hand, have managed to find safe crossing.
But again, they're just enclosed onto the site.
Yeah.
If they peek this left side, they're going to get rolled.
At least they have the spike here. Well, at least they have the spike here.
Okay.
That might have been the
2-0 for
only real
Heretics.
silver lining that they had there. Heretics from beginning to end, from A to Z, dismantle and destroy DRG.
A very clinical showing. And, I mean, for a team that didn't have a lot of time to prep, to practice going into this.
One scrim.
Yeah, this is a good match to have, to build confidence going into the further matches. And for DRG, I think they need to go back to the drawing board and really focus on their attack halves. That defensive side wasn't that bad. There was a lot of promising things that I saw. They just need to be more disciplined on those retakes. They had so many chances to win those had they had just done it together and not relied on just TZH and Nick. Perhaps a lot of nerves, you know, first international, playing against these teams and etc. But Heretics looking so good and really not having to show their whole hand early on in this tournament.
No, not at all.
I mean, Woot, I think in the series had 17 first bloods. He had 7 on the previous map and 10 on this map. He's a freak, man. Can you believe he's a flex player?
No, there's just no way. There's just no way.
And who's supporting him? Pad Tech. Beautiful flashes. Great mechanical talent for himself as well.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway here is Heretics look really good. Yeah, they had one scrim. I don't think it really mattered.
Yeah.
They didn't have to show very much at all. I think they were very decisive. Their spacing was really nice. Their trading was on point. They did all of the little things well. And the truth is, they did the big things well as well. They executed from top to bottom.
Yeah.
And they just kind of ran circles around DRG.
And they let it slip away a little bit on that attacking side, but what I liked was that they honed it back and closed out that half.
Yeah.
That's what was so impressive to me, because it's so easy when you're rolling a team to just like play really loose and all of a sudden a comeback happens. Sure. But if you do that to the wrong teams, it could be a very bad thing. So I'm glad I'm glad the timeout happened and they brought it back.
The Verizon post-match interview on the stage right now with Ben J. Fishy.
来到赛后采访，我是维嘉，让我们再次恭喜 Team Heretics 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Benji Fishy 来接受我们的采访。那首先可能想问一下 Benji， 来到了上海大师赛，也拿下了属于他们的首胜，现在是什么样的心情和感受呢 ？So welcome to the post-match interview, and I'm now joined by Benji Fishy from Team Heretics with us. Huge congratulations on this win. So how do you feel to pick up your first win of Master Shanghai?
Yeah, it feels amazing. You know, I mean, for me, it's my first ever international win. You know, we went 0-2 in Madrid, so yeah, no, it feels really good, especially with the conditions we've been under. To come out and play like this, you know, with everything, it feels great.
他说感觉非常的惊喜，非常的开心，因为这对于他来说是他第一次在国际赛事上获得比赛的胜利。可能之前在马德里的时候确实没能有机会获得比赛的胜利，当时确实是一个非常可惜的情况。但是现在他们努力了，成功了，然后也拿下了他们国际赛的首胜，非常的开心。那接下来想问一下他，因为其实这一阵对于 Team Heretics 来说，可能确实经历了很多东西，他们经历了人员的轮换，同时可能因为一些原因，很多选手没有及时来到上海，所以他们的准备时间就像 Benji 之前说过是非常非常短的。所以说在现在他们感觉 Pathetic 回来之后，他们的准备是怎么样的？他们的团队默契现在是什么样的呢？ So many things happen these days, and roster change and some other problems. You mentioned you don't have enough time to do the preparations, but today you just seem unbeatable. So how's your preparation and how's your team synergy after Pathetic comeback?
I mean, we've had a one full day to practice, you know, with this new roster. Us as a team, we haven't scrimmed or played a game together since the grand finals against Fnatic and EMEA. So it was mainly due to like us having a break after grand finals and then having some visa problems while getting to Shanghai. So then yeah, like past 2 days before this game we were able to practice, but we basically just had one full day of practice with Patty and Wu on duelist. So it's been a little bit hard, but I think we're slowly getting the hang of it. And I think the more games we play, the better it's going to be for us.
他说其实确实对于他们来说准备时间是非常短的，可能只有1到4天这个样子。然后当时他们这一套阵容可能在 Pathetic 加入之前，他们在和 Fnatic 当时的决赛之前有练习过一阵子，但是在 Pathetic 加入之后，可能确实只有短几天的时间让他们去练习。同时当时可能因为一些签证的问题，一些选手没有能够及时来到上海，所以可能说在今天的比赛之前，他们对于准备时间来说可能只有差不多2天的时间，但是对于他们来说，可能他们也确实克服了很多问题，然后也赢下了今天这场比赛的胜利，确实做得非常的漂亮。那最后其实来到上海也有几天了嘛，也想问一下 Gen.G 飞序选手觉得上海的生活怎么样，喜不喜欢这里的生活的 ？So it's been a few days since you arrived Shanghai. Do you enjoy the life here?
Oh, I love Shanghai. It's literally probably the favorite city I've been to. You know, the place is amazing. It's so pretty. The food is amazing. Like literally, there's nothing for me to complain about. It's unreal. Seriously. Like the first night we got here, we went out with all the lights. Oh, it's so cool. So cool. I love it.
OK。Gen.G 说他非常喜欢上海，这可能是他来过他最喜欢的城市，而且感觉来到上海之后每一天都很开心。他们喜欢这里的生活，喜欢这里的人，然后也非常享受在这打比赛的每一天。对于他来说，对于这个城市，可能他真的觉得没有任何可以抱怨的地方，只有非常喜欢享受来到上海的每一天。So do you also have some words for the Shanghai fans?
Some words?
Do you have words for the fans in this arena?
Yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the support for me and my team. I'm sorry we eliminated, or not eliminated, sorry we beat a Chinese team. I apologize, but thank you guys for supporting, and I hope to, get some more wins. Thank you.
他说他非常开心，大家可以支持他们。虽然说今天可能和 CN 的队伍对战赢下了 CN 的队伍，他感到有一些抱歉，但是他会尽力赢下每一场比赛，尽力赢下之后的比赛。也感谢大家一直以来的支持，谢谢大家。那我们的赛后采访到这里今天结束了，接下来还有非常重要的抽签仪式在等着大家，不要走开。So that's all for our interview, and let's draw to the draw show.
That's right, it's time for the draw show. Gen.G, you have nothing to be sorry for because no team has been eliminated so far, but we will find out over the next couple of days who is going to survive and go to playoffs and who will be eliminated on this stage. Now, to find out which teams will be going up against each other, we're going to do a draw. And I am now joined by Victoria, who's going to explain the rules and how we're going to find those matchups.
Yeah, so through the first 2 days of competition, we've had teams that have won, and so they're going to be the 1-0 teams, and then we're going to have the teams that lost their first match. They are the 0-1 teams. Teams from the same pool are going to be drawn to match each other. So the team that is going to be drawn first into each match is the higher seed. Regional matchups are fair game, but that doesn't matter here, so I think we're all set.
Oh, I can't wait to get into it. But just before that, let me explain to everybody here what is happening. 大家好，第一轮的比赛已经结束了，我们现在用抽签的方法看一看下一轮这8个队他们的对手会是谁。我们先从4个1-0的组开始，好吧 ？Right, let's go.
All right, let's get started.
Okay, this is going to be the first seed coming up for that first 1-0 matchup, and it will be G2. Now, as Victoria explained just here, the next team she's pulling out will be the opponent G2 will face, and everybody here wants Fun plus Phoenix. Will we get it though, however? Oh, it's Team Heretics.
Damn, that's a matchup.
So Team Heretics will be facing G2 first. G2 will be the highest.
And we have FPX Gen.G. Damn, these games are like
and it will be
hype as fuck.
Okay, they're going to be the first seed.
Oh, we can have a LEV versus Foot?
That's still left to be drawn. Victoria, if you would do the honors, of course, is the team that won earlier today, and it is Gen.G versus FPX. Wow, okay, that's a pretty spicy matchup right off the bat. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for all of these matches. We got some good teams. So let's go to the 0-1.
Yeah, let's do it. I just absolutely love the energy from the crowd here. Of course, this is where the other CN team is currently hiding. DRG, of course. 你们想看 DRG 吗？想跟他们跟谁？给我说一说。跟他们
LEV.
DRG Leviton. 好 Okay, I think the crowd, I mean, there was a lot of Aspas fans in here, so I feel like everybody...
Aspas versus Sined.
You can hear them.
LEV versus Foot. Let's go. UNA, UNA.
Let's see. Are we going to give them what they want? Oh!
Oh, T1.
Okay, we're going to be LEV versus T1. Of course,
T1 has shown some good stuff against G2. Like,
we have 2 more teams left. Let's see who we're gonna get.
but then LEV has shown some good stuff.
It is gonna be DRG. It is gonna be DRG. And once again,
LEV has shown some good stuff against Gen.G. I still think Gen.G is better than G2, so I would put LEV slightly above T1. But it's like 55-45, something like that. It's gonna be very close. DRG versus Foot, I think Foot should win. Even though, like, FPX Foot was garbage. So I would have, like, basically Heretics, Gen.G, LEV and Foot winning.
Oh, I'm very excited as well. 明天我们会看到 G2 Team Heretics 还有 FPX Gen.G.
Let's see.
所以大家谢谢你们跟我们参加这个秋天，谢谢。Thank you so much, Victoria. I can't wait to see for the games tomorrow.
So these are tomorrow's
so we
games.
now know how the chips fall on this one. Exciting matches. Also, I want to give a massive shout out to the Shanghai crowd. Just popping off and just loving the draw show. That is just great. And I know what they wanted. They wanted to see some FPX shenanigans up in there, which they did manage to get, but I think they wanted FPX G2. At least that was the vibe that I got from the crowd. But instead, we ended up getting G2 Team Heretics FPX versus Gen.G. Now, remember, it's important to note, schedule will be TBD, so make sure you stay glued to the Valorant socials for all that good stuff. And then on day 4, we'll have LEV T1 and then DRG and Foot.
I just think it's funny that each from every region, one of the teams has lost and the other one has won. So it's very good that we still, in that crisscross. I like that.
Yeah. Also, both of these kind of 1-0 games, I think, are going to be incredible to watch. I think we got lucky with the draws here.
Yeah. All right. So what teams have impressed you guys so far?
G2 Heretics. I'm just thinking about them
G2
still
talking
about it. No, hear me out. G2. I'm actually going to go for G2 because I think like Heretics is too easy. But yeah, because even though they lost 13-1, they were able to recover mentally from that, and just because of that, and also bringing it back on the last map.
Yeah, also that 9-3 comeback as well. I think LEV showing some great stuff. G2's a team with a lot of potential. FPX is the other team that impressed me. I know I predded them, and I was a big FPX head, but I didn't know if they would actually pull it off still, right?
Yeah.
This team has come to international events, has been a little promising, and hasn't pulled it off before. They showed some great tenacity in that matchup. They really committed to their ideas, and I think our squad with some potential clearly here. The Chinese scene continues to level up, and what a time to hit that peak in Shanghai when you have a Masters event at home.
Yeah, the one that, I maybe could be a little recency bias, but honestly, Team Heretics has impressed me. Like, Woot, I'm a Woot guy. Okay, all day, every day.
You've been missing out.
I'm a Vooter.
You've been missing out.
Yeah, I truly have, man. I'm on board. I'm on the Voot train. Next stop, we're going to the finals, baby. No, but seriously, these matches.
You want to change your hot take? This will be the moment.
I mean,
you either do it now or you don't do it.
Heretics in the finals? Oh,
yeah. He's not going to do it.
Heretics top 4. Can I get Heretics top 4?
Yes, you can. Okay, we changed that hot take.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. Oh man. Well, overall, I gotta say, great matches. Good way to start off the Swiss stages. And then of course we have the 0-1 games as well. I really do want to know.
Heretics
remember,
top
that will be
4.
played on the 4th day.
I don't know.
So keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes glued.
With
on
Paper, X, Fnatic, and Baptiste. That means Heretics better than Gen.G.
There's a lot of talent down there, especially I think with LEV losing today and that team being down in there.
Heretics better than G2, Heretics better than
You're
LEV.
playing the very next day in the 1-1, so it's a tough road to
Damn.
qualification for the playoffs for those teams that have have already lost in Swiss.
Yeah, but especially knowing how playoffs went in every single region, how exhausting it is. But think about a team like T1, right? They lost to G2. Now they have the chance of losing potentially to Leviathan. They're not going to like Americas after this tournament, guys.
No.
Sorry.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time everyone's just hating on America's region, you know? Unreal. No, but seriously, what a great way to start things off. Where we thank you guys so much for joining us. The action, of course, continues tomorrow. Same time, same place, right here. We thank you so much for joining us. And we will have our 1-0 teams playing tomorrow. So we'll see you then, folks. Take care.
Yeah, so tomorrow is like Gen.G, FPX and G2 Heretics.
Just a few names come to the mind. Names like Aspas, names like Texture, Gen.G, Leviathan. It's about to go down.
On this defense are absolutely nasty. Dizzy Blind will come through, but it doesn't matter as Aspas mows down another. Meteor, the last one standing, and Aspas will claim it as well. Flashes now starting to come through, and they are just met with an immense amount of death. A blink and you miss it round. But already damage dealt further. Bound Tex guns down 2. 13-7. Lev making
Okay, we have an update.
Cherub doing wonders, but Aspas 1-2 tap Tex with a finisher. They'll clean him up.
Sky, let's go.
The 2v3 as Lev looking to try to convert the bonus. Texture inching forward, able to find one. Sends out the sad soul. Looks for the third, and he's got it. Texture maybe seemingly coming alive. Clear out on the
Do we have an update?
Karen's gonna be struck down. Texture able to find one. Looks for a second. Finds it. Push coming through. The covering fire from Munchkin is absolutely gorgeous. 13-5. Gen.G bouncing back after that icebox. They take us the distance. They take us to Breeze.
I'll update my pick'ems, but G2 Heretics, I see Heretics winning. I really hope they don't fumble.
Swings out. Meteor says no, and it's now all on Aspas. He's been doing everything that he can, but Meteor will not give him the time of day.
But yeah, I see Heretics win. Gen.G, FPX, Fun plus Phoenix, Fun plus Phoenix. I see Gen.G winning. Leviathan T1, I see Leviathan.
You got DRG on one side.
And Foot, DRG, I see Foot. Even though they played like trash.
And getting Woot activated.
But he's able to survive, fortunately. Wow, for him, Benji Fishy with 3.
But Bukashu has an answer back.
He's able to get both. Bukashu certainly not trying to conceal it. And he snaps on the Boo.
He's so good. He's so good, Doug.
Heretics have outclassed DRG every step of the way.
That'll be the first map for Team Heretics.
Yeah, but they've got a brutal crossfire. He has to get
all the time.
Yeah, nobody's banning Icebox.
This time, yes, he can. And that Cypher ult's gonna get so much info. They've got to overwhelm, and they've managed to do so. Nick, again, an opportunity to be hero, but Woot drops him.
Let's go, baby. Good.
But this time the Paranoid did not connect. However, Benji Fishy
Would be disappointing to have LEV go 1-2.
They just make it look so easy. Heretics from beginning to end, from A to Z, dismantle and destroy DRG.
I don't know. It's been 5 hours, so I'm probably gonna call it for today. I'm not sure. And I'm gonna go out. Check some shit, do some stuff. I don't know if I stream later. Maybe we have a second stream later today. I don't know.
Everybody from the front to the back though. Everybody from the front to the back, go. Don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna. What? What the fuck happened? But yeah, I'm gonna call it for today. Maybe stream later. I don't know. I have some shit to do. Bam, bam. Yeah. See you tomorrow for sure for the games. I'll update my pick'ems. I won't forget. If I stream a little bit later today, just a few games, I'll probably do it then. If not, I mean, you already know my picks. G2 RTX, I pick RTX, FPX, Gen.G, I pick Gen.G, LEV, T1, I pick LEV, and Foot. DRG, I pick Foot. It's literally the 4 team I have, like, going out. Which means that we would have, like, Foot and LEV in 1-1, and FPX and G2 in 1-1. So we could have a LEV G2 or Foot G2. I don't know. I don't know if we can have like if like Foot wins and FPX loses. Can we have a Foot FPX again? I don't think we could. I don't know. We'll have to see with the rules and shit. Oh. Anyways, today's games were fun. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Maybe later again. Maybe later today. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. Bye bye.